Like the owl following you around the room.
Is it? Hello, owl. Hoot, hoot. Give a hoot.
YouTube used to have this thing where you could initiate the stream, but you didn't have to start the Zoom yet,
Oh,
or you didn't have to start the YouTube video yet, so you could wait and like you could make sure it's
that's what I thought I
connected.
was doing yesterday.
It doesn't allow that anymore. for
That's
some reason.
totally what I thought I was doing yesterday, because I was looking at these tutorials online and they're like, don't worry, it's not going live. And all of a sudden I'm like, oh shit, this is recording.
It's definitely live.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, but this is gonna be helpful. There's a stream marker. If I use that when we start, then I might be able to mark where the meeting starts, so I can trim it out easier, if that makes sense.
Oh, good. Oh, that's nice, yeah. So, yeah, but it's crazy how, I mean, you know, there's all this technology, it all changes so quickly.
Yeah.
And so even when you go online to search, it's different, right? Every time. All right, you are plugged in, right?
I am.
Okay, good.
Got Zoom monitors happening, so I can work over here. There. What even? I didn't get a registration notice anywhere.
Really?
Yeah. I wonder if it's because you already added me as a co-host. So it didn't send me the link. Like, it's like, you got
You
it.
should already know this.
Yeah.
Right. That's good to know too. Almost doesn't have screens.
HDMI cable is really heavy. And it's pulling it out of my-
Oh.
So I'm gonna tape this to the table.
I can give you some more stuff.
Yeah, it's just heavy enough that it holds it right down.
Show me this side.
There we go. Great.
My sweater.
Do you have
I'm cold.
your sign-in sheets?
Yes.
Do we need those?
I think they're in that folder. I was just gonna look at that. Look, yep, that one.
Ooh, catering, awesome.
What was that?
Catering, awesome. Oh, okay, great.
Yeah. It's Bridget, she's all over it. That's great.
Like a little trip hazard.
Right.
We can put a little tape down if we think that's necessary.
So if you also could take care of keeping track of who's here online.
Yeah.
And whether it's just, I don't know, chats of,
Yep.
and just do the best you can. Don't stress about it, right?
Yeah.
It's not too big of a deal. I feel like some of the stuff we do, and I don't know if anyone looks at it. They really need to know that Adrian Copeland was at the, you know what I mean?
You're in the Zoom, right? I might pop out of it and then pop back in
Okay.
and then give myself.
Do you, let me just, what do you need me to do?
I enable dual monitors, but it requires me starting Zoom, and that means that like I don't have to share all of my controls over here on the other window. But I can't do that without. Yes, what is this? I enabled dual monitors.
Right, okay. Oh, yeah, okay.
And.
So that some is here and some is here, yeah.
Yeah, but I have to restart it because I didn't already have that setting on.
Oh.
That's 73420.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
Yes.
Thanks for coming with all this wonderful weather.
Oh, good. Maybe you know Brandy?
Brandy, hi.
Hi,
I
nice to
think we
meet you.
met before.
And
Probably been in a Zoom room or.
Yeah,
something.
yeah, exactly. Welcome.
Thank you,
Yeah.
nice to see you.
Nice
Yeah,
to see you as
Brandy's
well.
here.
And you've got all your stuff too.
I know, right?
We're
You guys are
trying.
like The road show.
Exactly. I have the roll-up poster too, but I'm holding back on that one, so, it's all
Is there
good.
anything you need or?
No, we're totally good. It's nice to have Brandy here this time to help me she's taking care of some of the technology
Yeah,
stuff, and so
right,
the two of us are dividing.
Although you're very good
Well, thank you.
at
There
It's
is,
just nice to take the stress off.
yeah, Alice is amazing at all of it. It's just starting to be a lot at
Oh.
one time.
It is, right? And we're
that. Your
trying
calm demeanor is kind of the key part.
to. Well,
And maybe you just keep it all on the surface.
I think it might be it. Cause there been a couple times I'm like, what? Anyway, yeah, so this is good. It's gonna be helpful to me, and Brandy's never been to a desk meeting, so
Yeah,
it's great for her.
exciting.
So this should be an interesting meeting too. I mean, there's lots of discussion topics. It's not a lot of,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was looking through the material we have, which is like since the last,
which isn't that long ago.
there's like, I mean, it's gonna be difficult to fill in that whole sort of segment of the agenda, but.
Or not, you know what I mean? We just
Yeah,
move
that's
on if we, it's all
Yeah,
good.
yeah,
Don't feel like you have to talk, you don't have to say.
Yeah,
It's all good.
exactly. Don't.
Oh, but you've had some headaches. I heard a
Oh
little
my
bit about the
gosh,
elephant.
yeah, can I just?
Yeah, do you wanna?
Yeah.
Talk about my calls and meetings.
Yeah.
Sorry, that flew out.
Important things about that. Need this. Is that-
No, it
Oh,
was
that
taking
was the
something else
tape.
out. I think I was
Okay.
taking stuff together, just pull these out, and I was gonna take those out too.
The batteries?
No, these.
Okay.
These. So do you
Oh,
want a
the clips.
thingy or do you want a clip? Take it, you
Yeah. Yeah, that was a little unexpected kind of wrinkle to the.
Wrinkle?
Yeah.
It's hard, right? You're just like, okay, why can we win, right?
Yeah, exactly. But you know, well, you have to take a long view on this. It's just, I mean, think about the ship. If there isn't a crisis on the fleet somewhere,
Yeah.
that's like a good day.
No, you're right. And I'm not trying to say that it's, I just feel bad for you guys. It's like, it's just one more. thing to deal with, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. it's-
Thankfully, it's, you know, I think the impacts, generally speaking, I'll give a little bit of an update on it, but, you know, it could have been worse.
Hey, I appreciate that. It's okay.
It could have all
I'm kind of
happened
that
on
person
deck,
too.
right?
Right.
You know, I mean, not that we want.
Want
to
to
be
be
in the ocean, but, you know, if it had been on deck, that would have been maybe an additional complication. Yeah, anyway.
Just
so-
headaches. And so they're gonna try to clean this maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, there's a, you know, it's kind of a shock, actually, get involved with these industrial IT people.
Oh, yeah.
Which makes you kind of wonder.
Oh my
exactly
gosh.
What their world is
That
like.
makes me not
Yes.
nervous at all.
Hey, Paul, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good, you made it.
It's time to ship up.
Oh, good. Paul, Brandy.
Hi, nice to meet
you.
So Paul is the new marine superintendent here.
Oh, fabulous,
Yeah,
nice
so
to meet
Brandy's
you.
also with the UNOLS office. I think these are all ones we don't need. These are all. There. So you, the Armstrong payment.
Yes, Armstrong came this morning,
Yep.
here until Saturday.
Oh, great. Oh, yes, a friend of mine is.
In the world of Armstrong, that's a long stay.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, no, they, when they left a couple weeks ago, there wasn't very much room on the back deck
Yeah.
with all the YT's gear.
Oh,
And they had bad weather, so it wasn't really until Sunday that they actually.
That you get to work
on my luggage, so.
so did they have that telescope?
They set the
I can see my
telescope
black
and
bag.
they took all these test charges and deployed all the charges for testing.
Oh, really? So how many pounds of TNT did it have on board?
10 foot by 10 foot container.
Yeah.
And then we've got the Endurance coming in from Rhode Island today, and then they're gonna work together with the Armstrong on its next group.
Oh, okay,
So
good.
interesting,
Partner.
interesting collaboration.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had his passport, he had a valid passport.
Oh,
He was like,
you wanna see the
work here, I'm still pretty good.
If you have your laptops in the Zoom, can you turn off the audio on your computer? Not just your speaker, not just your mic, but your speakers, like turn the volume all the way off, or it will
That's from the
be
multi
back.
thing, so he couldn't start.
Been able to join the Zoom meeting because I was using the invite screen for the meeting.
So we actually, yes,
Use that.
So the one that anybody registered.
And they should work, but in fact, there's a room of like 14 people. So, but if you're having trouble, press out.
But he has been really good about it. I'll send it to you right now. They recognize his work. Yeah.
It's great.
You can go up as soon
That COVID couple of years was nice, it's like time, so weird, it's like things happen, but we didn't do it.
I tried that.
And so it's like, it's really, so she brought us like.
I know, yeah.
Staff members.
We have worked hard to.
This room,
Yeah.
all of this I've monitored.
The only part we don't know is there's not a lot of like colleagues. Not even, not oceanographer. But also just-
Oh, it's 3:09.
We were on I remember you saying this when you were kind of holding it. It was like, I'm the first oceanographer, which is fine, but even like looking at chemists at the other people. My grad students, so my grad students are like, pretty good, but the status quo is different. The other grad students are like, sleep. They're not that. Right now we have 18 between masters and I have. Yeah.
So if I go, Zoom link from your.
It's been great because I get a lot of research.
I need the other recruitment too.
They're getting better. Every 2 years, there's kind of a change in the caliber of
Something.
student when they start.
Yeah.
So I just did one for here. Who works with this one. Just right. I haven't really talked to
Hey, folks online, can you guys hear us?
Yep, yep, good
Yes.
copy.
Great to hear. We are just figuring out a few more technical difficulties and we'll get started real soon.
I should be. We're gonna be on both. There should be a few.
Like who's on the.
I don't think. Yeah, that one's, that's not. Maybe just share the screen. This is right.
Let me.
I don't need to have access,
Yeah.
but
Is Jeff Marlowe coming?
He's popping in and out. He's got two lines at 2 months.
slides, that's all I need.
Yes.
Send them to me. I didn't know.
Yeah.
That way Alice can email.
Okay, welcome everybody and welcome everybody online. We got a lot of folks online and we have quite a few people in the room. Just a few quick ones. If you're in the room and you join the Zoom, make sure that obviously you're muted and also that your sound, your speakers are turned all the way down or else it creates all this feedback and we all hear you. The Wi-Fi, the password is here. It's who we guessed and the password's here. We've tried to put some power strips around. It's the nice old building, right? So just be careful because it is a trip hazard. Bathrooms are out here for those of you who haven't been here before. And then I think that's it for me, and I'll turn it over to Andrew, who's still trying to get online.
Thank you everyone for being here, both online and in person. Of course, my link is the one link that won't access Zoom, so rather than me sharing slides, I will use my voice. This is really exciting to have an in-person business meeting. It's been quite a bit of time since we've done that. And so I'd like to start out by a quick reminder of the code of conduct that DeSSC voted on and enacted. I think it was a year ago or maybe 2 years ago. But overall, the idea here is to make sure that we keep an inclusive and open dialogue that is welcoming to all. So with that, the code of conduct has some points, including please treat everybody respectfully and collegially. Use good practices for intercultural collaborations and try to make sure that everybody is afforded respect. And please be mindful of your surroundings and your fellow participants. Finally, everyone is accountable. If we at any point fail to meet these guidelines, we will work to identify and rectify those problems by either adjusting policy or practice. Some of the ground rules. We will model the behavior we expect to see from others. We will speak from our own experiences and no one else's. We will give credit. We will practice respectful communication, and that includes listening actively. And we will all strive to include all voices. It's very hard not to interrupt, but we will try not to interrupt. And we will focus on listening as much as speaking. And I will just always remind people, something I'm always cognizant of is, am I speaking too much or am I speaking too little? And use that to move forward. So my vision for this meeting is we've spent a lot of time talking about a variety of different topics that we have yet to sort of make actions on. And so we've structured this meeting around actually coming up with some real action items to move forward on different topics, really inclusive of everybody in this room as well as online. So we have a slightly different format than previous years, and that was intentional. In addition, the community meeting was really not that long ago. So some of this is still pretty fresh in many of our minds. I'd like to start out by doing a quick introduction of everybody in the room and then online. Since I can't get online, I will start in the room. And then if
We can help.
Alice or Brandy can call out people to introduce themselves. Let's try to make this brief but informative. By example, my name is Andrew Thurber. I'm the chair of DeSSC. I'm an associate professor of microbiology and oceanography at Oregon State University.
Hi, Andy Bowen, principal engineer here at WHOI and PI for the Deep Submergence Facility. And thanks for everyone being here.
Hi, everyone. Adrienne Copeland with NOAA Ocean Exploration, and I'm the program manager for our grants program.
Sean Kelly, Century Program Manager in NDSF.
Rob Muneer, responsible for marine operations here at WHOI. Welcome, everybody.
Good morning, I'm Paul Gallagher. I'm the Director of Ship Operations here at Woodsville. This is my first desk meeting. Thank you.
Matt Nice.
I'm the Jason Program Manager here at WHOI.
Sarah Fuller, I'm the manager of the Shipboard Scientific Services Group at WHOI.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rosa Leon Cyrus. I'm now associate professor. Oh, there we go. Well, I'm a university and I'm a desk member.
Hi, good morning, Tina Haskins. I'm at WHOI and I do all things data with respect to NDSF vehicles.
Anthony Tarantino, WHOI Alvin Operations Coordinator.
Julie Huber, I'm a scientist here at WHOI.
Brian Woodson, I'm the program director at NSF for Deep Submergence funding, and this is my second desk meeting in the last few months.
I'm Anna Michelle. I'm an associate scientist in applied ocean physics and engineering here at WHOI, and I'm the chief scientist for Deep Submergence.
I'm Jill McDermott, an assistant professor at Lehigh University, and I'm a new desk member.
Jim Shank, biology department here at WHOI, old desk member.
Brandy Murphy, Technical Services Manager from the UNOLS office. I'm your IT support today.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I failed to introduce Brandy, who is my savior today and taking some of the load off of me so I can actually participate and not be a crazy woman. Alice Doyle from the UNOLS office. And so shall we go around? Did we get everyone in the room? Yeah. So I'm gonna just start calling names online. And so let's start with you, Deb Brunk.
Hi, Deborah Bronk. I am chair of the UNOLS Council at the moment. I'm also president and CEO of Bigelow Laboratory, and I'm very, very sorry I'm not there because I could use a HUI fix. So welcome, everybody. I'm sorry I'm not there.
Thanks, Deb. Jeff Carson?
Good morning. I'm Jeff Carson, Professor Emeritus at Syracuse University.
And desk member.
And desk member.
And desk member.
Akel?
Hi, Kel Kiva Sterling. I'm with the Jason Group, expedition leader and pilot.
Great. Amy Baker Taylor.
Hi, everyone. I'm Amy Bacco Taylor. I'm based at Florida State University. I'm an ex officio member and a UNOLS Council member.
Great. Andrea.
Hey, everybody. Andrea Quattrini. I'm a research zoologist and curator of corals at the Smithsonian Natural History Museum, and I'm a new desk member.
Welcome. Andy, you're here. Ben Trad.
Yeah, hi, Ben Trad here, expedition leader and pilot for Jason.
Great. Katie Graver.
Yeah, I'm Katie Graver. I recently started working with Tina Haskins part-time on vehicle data organization management.
Chris Judge, who's been trying to get in and out of this room forever. I keep admitting you, Chris. Go ahead.
So yeah, have some technical difficulties there. Expedition leader and pilot with the Jason Group.
Great. Chris Taylor.
Hi, I'm Chris Taylor. I'm an electrical engineer with the Jason Group.
Great. Eric Benway.
Hello, Eric Benway, Woods Oceanographic, Port Captain.
Jeff Marlowe.
Yes, hello. Jeff, I'm an assistant professor of biology at Boston University and a member of DeSSC.
Do we get to see the new baby?
We'll see. Things are a little chaotic, but maybe he'll make a cameo later. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, that would be great. Layla.
Hey everyone, Layla Hamden, desk member, associate vice president for research at the University of Southern Mississippi, and proud advisor to some students graduating this week, and that's why I can't be there with you all. So, sorry.
Rob Spirik.
Hi, Rob Sparrock. I am the program manager for the Navy portion of the academic research fleet, and Alvin, proud supporter of financial support and a physical oceanographer.
Good, thanks, Rob. Isaac Vandor. Okay, we'll keep moving. Scott White.
Hi, I'm Scott White. I'm a professor of marine geology and geophysics at the University of South Carolina and an old desk member.
Yeah, Scott, we appreciate you hanging around with us. And I think we got everybody, but if you're online and I didn't call you, and you.
David Caress.
Oh, David Caress, you just came in, that's right.
Last but not least.
Last but not least. No, that's a good question. David, are you there?
He's getting coffee.
Oh, well.
Dave Perez is at Mbari, and he is a member of DeSSC, and I believe he's in and out of doing a variety of other things like loading or unloading a ship and field work today. So he will be sometimes present and sometimes not.
And Isaac Vandor, who we
Yeah.
heard from, is a software guy here at the Deep Submergence Lab involved with both Jason and Center.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to see all the people from Hui here together. I know we just saw each other 6 weeks ago or 2 months ago, but this is a different sort of meeting, I think, and I think it's gonna be really productive. So thank you for participating.
Yeah, very much echo that sentiment. And also, we do have time in this meeting, which is very much unlike many of the meetings we have had recently. And so I hope we can have some good discussions based around these topics to move forward and have some action items at the end. Alice shared the agenda that we put forth, and the idea is in many ways to get some background, but I'd really like to have this meeting focused on thinking forward of how we can build on the excellence that is NDSF and deep submergent science in this country currently to make it easier and better moving forward for all. With that, we can go ahead and move. Any questions? Great. With that, we can move into the agency reports. Rob, did you want to say something? I know that you weren't on the agenda, but.
Thank you. August. I'd like to welcome everybody. You said something that I think is important, and that's about thinking about the future. I know some of our meetings, desk meetings, are thinking about the past, in other words, how we did, and that's still critically important, but it's obviously really important to be thinking about the future. And at Hui, we're doing this in a very robust way right now, thinking about things like as far out as 2030, what the institution might look like. And obviously our role as the NDSF operator is really crucial to that vision. And so we're really anxious to participate and to help lead the thinking about how NDSF might look, in the years to come. So the context for that is great. The other thing I will say is, I'm sure everybody else is feeling the same way I am right now, but we're just, everybody's working incredibly hard right now. In our organization, everybody else, it's I don't know what it is, but I think that's a good thing. But it certainly is challenging. Hence, half the people running in and out, mobilizing ships at the same time. I think we're all sort of living that lifestyle right now.
Yeah. I think when we scheduled this meeting, there was nothing in May, and then now there is nothing but meetings in May.
But thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Rob. Handing the virtual microphone to Brian.
Thanks, Andrew, and thanks, Rob. I really appreciate that thought, and that's a great way to kick this off. Looking forward to visionary, and I hope to be able to partner in all of those things we've been talking about to do exactly that. And maybe we can get away from the stigma of continually being accused of being several years behind as we deploy terrestrial technology to the deep sea. Anyway, working on it. Let's see. The sun's up on the West Coast now, so my brain is just kicking in. I didn't make a presentation, but I did take some notes. So bear with me as the coffee kicks in. I generally like to talk about three things in this meeting. I mean, the people in the room are the ones doing stuff. So I'm just going to address changes and issues with NSF people, as well as tools, emerging tools. I see us partnering and investing in it, and then a little bit about the federal funding, at least the NSF funding. So to start with, what's exciting to me is there's an ad on the street for a new position that hasn't previously existed in my team in ship support at NSF, and that's for a program director to handle cyber infrastructure and cybersecurity. You guys have known me long enough that any position kind of molds into the team. So this will be another leg on the stool of our team. And I expect them to have a role broadly in all of our ship seagoing activities, including this one. So exciting, on the street. You know anybody, if you're interested, be great. Also be great because I think Jim Hollick has made it very clear broadly and publicly that he intends to retire at the end of the year. Jim Hollick and my team takes care of so many important details. He's the detail guy. I handle deep submergence and ship construction. Rose handles all the complicated ship scheduling and ship operations. And Jim takes care of everything else. All of the pools, the winch pool, wire pool, field pool, I don't know, there's a marine tech pool, and marine tech regular program, the oceanographic instrumentation, shipboard science support equipment, and that's probably half, because that's all I can remember off the top of my head. Point being, we need somebody to fulfill that role. Jim's been doing it for 14 years, I can't believe it, since Sandy Shore left us, when I remember him. Anyway, we're gonna need somebody in that role. And 6 months away is not as far as it sounds. Or Dan. The other Jim in my group, I can't refer to as new Jim anymore. So Jim McManus is the new division director for Division of Ocean Sciences. He comes back to NSF actually. He's a chemical oceanographer. Was a rotator. Doesn't seem that long ago, but it was like 15 years. I think. So he's back, but it'll have been a year in July. So I'm going to stop saying new Jim soon. Maybe when old Jim retires. Easier. What else? Okay, so our division is organized into sections. We have 3 sections. There's kind of a facilities and education section that I'm in. Then we have 2 science sections. One, marine geosciences, is chemical oceanography and marine geology, geophysics, and the so-called ocean sciences section is biological and physical oceanography. My boss, Bob Houtman, retired in January, and he was the section head for the integrated programs section, the facilities section I'm in. Speaking deliberately, what I can say is that that position has not been advertised. He retired in January, and we have not advertised that position. So that's a change in person. That's all I'm going to say about that right now. Another guy just started, what day is it? Tim Crone is joined NSF. So he's going to be a rotator handling the postdoctoral research fellowships program. It's a OCE educational thing. It's a great program. Many of you may know Tim. He's got some deep submergence background. And yeah, welcome aboard. And let's see, Kevin Johnson. Kevin Johnson also has a good deep submergence background. He has transitioned into my team as well, but to fill in behind Jamie Allen, who's retiring as longtime program director for the ocean drilling program. And you all may be aware of the changes that program is anticipating, where we'll no longer be, we're not going to renew the contract to operate the Georges Resolution. That's recently announced, made some waves. And also in my group is George Bulgaris. George comes back to NSF from the physical oceanography program, and he is overseeing the Ocean Observatories Initiative program. So it's kind of a lot of people updates since we just went 3 months ago. Wanted to say a few things about tools. And I'm going to mention the wave glider. So, you know, this body has said, hey, wave glider is a great thing, especially when it can expand the footprint of Alvin operations, allowing concurrent sentry operations, you know, over the sight line, so to speak. That's great. It's been demonstrated. NDSF has been borrowing sort of a wave glider to do that, and I'm happy to support acquisition of one dedicated to the facility. And later, not now, I think it's worth some discussion on what does that really mean in terms of operations, operational planning, scheduling, requesting, MFP. Is it, you know, a completely new and separate asset like Jason, Sentry, and Alvin, and be treated as equipment in the MFP, or will it somehow need to be dedicated specifically to tandem NDSF operations? You know, I can see physical oceanographers requesting it just separate and distinctly if allowed to do so. That's not my vision, but I'm open to discussion. Intend to replace the Sentry van. I think we talked about that. So this is off day rate stuff. So this is NSF investment in things that won't go towards increasing the cost for all the users. And I think people are aware that ONR is supporting a 3-day Alvin site visit in and out of San Diego. NSF is also going to support a 5-day Alvin Sentry, potentially wave glider, engineering, pilot training, site visit in and out of San Diego this coming November. Looking forward to that as well. Lastly, I don't know if it's a good news, bad news thing. Let's see, how do I do this? NSF got a 12% budget increase this fiscal year. That's a good thing. Much, most, more than half is going to our new directorate, TIP, that's Technology, Innovations and Partnerships. The main stated objective of that new directorate is to support use-inspired research. Their paradigm is supporting translational activities. Say it, not transformative, we already did that on the other side. Translational activities for use-inspired research. I didn't say applied at all. It's not, I didn't say that. Looking forward to that opportunity. It clearly emerging, not entirely clear, but I think this group is well positioned for use-inspired research. There's a lot of attractive oceanographic infrastructure that can push boundaries, maybe bridge that timing gap between technology and application for these emergence. I don't know. I'm optimistic. I'll be around for a few more years, so we'll stand by on that. So out of that 12% increase to the budget, the Geo Directorate is estimated, and this is public, it's in the 2024 President's Budget Request, it's estimated that of that increase, 2% will be applied to an increase in the geosciences budget. So Geo is looking at a 2%, which is much higher than inflation, to support all of our core science and infrastructure and all of that happy stuff. So there's that. There's a little bit of a cherry on top of the 2% because it was recognized specifically that there's still an impact from ongoing disaster, I don't know how else to say it since we call it disaster relief funding, for COVID impacts, supply chain impacts, other things. And there's money targeted specifically for the academic research fleet for disaster relief. And even though that money is going into what we collectively call the academic research fleet support. So, I mentioned the team we worked on before. It's a pooled resource. Even if you don't identify anything specifically, it says this is for your disaster relief. It's really targeted towards, fuel for ships. That was an easy, big hit that couldn't be planned for. Fuel's pretty expensive. So there is some relief, and also the Ocean Observatories Initiative is getting some specific disaster relief funding. So I think a lot of that 2% went to infrastructure side of the. It's not a big number.
But Brian, in this year's dollars, is that 2% amount to 10 million, 20 million, 200 million? Some rough numbers.
So Geo's budget is about $1 billion. So, that's polar programs included. So it's not a lot.
But it's essentially, you could argue a 4% cut if one considers inflation.
There are lots of inflation indices that don't apply, commodities to ships. We've always actually had, if you use ship day rate indicators, it's generally trended above commodities inflation rates for ship operations.
Brian, can I ask a question about the JOIDES? And so JOIDES costs about $70 million a year to run. What's going to happen to that $70 million a year? Does that impact? Like, are people fighting over it, or is it just being lost into the ether?
No, neither. So NSF is still going to do deep sea drilling related activity. It's a very good question on if it'll translate to a new dedicated platform, a mission specific platform application like the Europeans do, other types of use of existing material, things of that nature. But the intent, as I understand it, and there's statements in the official release about it, that the intention is to continue with money about the size of the NSF investment toward future usage.
Brian, question about the decision not to replace Bob Houghton.
I didn't say that. I said we haven't advertised this position.
I see. As clear as it could be. Thank you.
Right.
Well, you know, we would certainly advocate for that, not that we, as the community, have a role to play.
Oh, you busy? I mean.
Yeah. Anyway, key role.
Yes, I agree.
Brian, how do you see Geo and Tip working together or collaboratively, or are they gonna have their own things, and how does that connection get made?
So if I have anything to say, hand in glove, I think we've got very relevant societally, intellectually. I see a big part for Geo in developing those relationships. And my sense in talking to the folks who are transitioning into the TIP directorate is they're receptive as well. It's just developing those opportunities.
Seems like there's an opportunity for a test case.
As a follow-up to that, Brian, proposals to TIP, do they need to include UNOLS costs in the proposal? Or is it like OCE, where we just say we need chip time and magic happens?
Great. So right now, the practice is for OCE to support ship time for proposals funded from OCE. And when they're outside, if it's a 50-50 split with BioDirector, for example, it's a 50-50 split on the facilities cost. OCE is not funded sufficiently to support ship time across the foundation. That model will change. People recognize that there's a significant component to that, and it makes sense in terms of decision-making processes. And I'll digress a little bit in the philosophy behind OCE facilities programs funding OCE science logistics, is so it takes that out of the evaluation of the proposal in question. You know, you're looking at two proposals, one's ship-based, one's not, the full price tag of the other is double. And, you know, it just blinds people. And that's why OCE handles it the way they do. It has other implications as well. You know, you still gotta consider the total cost of the project. But no, that, we haven't had a test case.
Meaning, you haven't had a test case, meaning if somebody is proposing, they should add the ship cost?
They should call me.
Okay, there we go.
And make a test case. Or Rose, but you know.
Is,
The broader me.
do you have any comments on the decadal survey, or and that might be relevant to this group?
We're doing a decadal survey.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah. The last one we did was from 2015 to 2025, so it's just timely that we, NSF funded renewed decadal survey done by the National Academies, and we had a lot of good use for the previous one. It was a strong, independent, clear statement of importance and priorities for ocean science. And I think we did well, especially in the infrastructure side, citing that report and its outcomes. There's a classic chart in there of infrastructure investments over impact to science. And there's high cost, low impact, to low cost, high impact. And we're kind of in the sweet spot here, middle on many things. So I don't know how it'll scope relative to the last report, but I imagine we'll be able to use it and leverage it, especially for the kinds of things we're describing: societal impacts, use-inspired infrastructure, and application of advancing technologies for ocean science, but also deep sea marine science. But I'm always optimistic. I mean, I don't know what I was going to say.
I think the last report, though, it was interesting that they tried to cap it, right, at 50% for infrastructure. And I thought that made things difficult for a little while.
It did. So as a refresher, the spending ratio between facilities and science had shifted from about 60% investment in science to 40% in facilities and it had shifted past the 50-50 mark, and it was really 60% infrastructure and 40% science. And the reason for that was, again, sub-inflationary growth. And you just can't abandon investment in infrastructure. You can't get it back. You stop funding stuff, it goes away forever. And the reductions were chiefly applied to reduced funding for or less growth in proposal support, science support. And that's just not helping. People were freaking out a little bit. So it was part of their charge to say, in order to get to a 50-50 balance, what are the best ways to do so? So they didn't say, hey, you need to bring it to 50-50. They answered the charge.
And so I assume coming forward, there'll be more information about how community can get involved and that sort of thing. No, you don't know.
I don't think so.
Oh, really?
I
don't have
know.
town halls? You don't know?
Well,
Okay.
town halls and stuff for sure. But,
Yeah,
you know,
okay.
as far as the report itself, I mean, Ocean's Studies Board.
They're having a super fast timeline though to produce an interim report on IODP because of the urgency of that issue. So by the end of 2023, which seems insane to me, they're supposed to be presenting their conclusions about IODP because it is so, again, like you said, is there going to be a 10-year gap in our ability to drill or not, kind of thing. It's a super aggressive timeline.
Thank you, Brian.
Oh, I have one more quick question. I hope quick anyway. You know, having read through the TIP sort of website, which is, you know, kind of continuing to expand, I wonder if you could give your version of what translational sort of represents in terms of the foundation's thinking.
Yeah.
It's a bit confusing to me, and it's a very, you know, nuanced word, right? But your perspective would be valuable.
I'd be happy to, except my 10 minutes are up. Translational to me in this context means exactly what we've talked about before, Andy. And the director said it himself, and I wrote it down and forgot to remember. TIP is intended to be the bridge across the valley of death, the engineering valley of death, where you translate from public investment in infrastructure development to private application of that. And there's this gap where it's not true, it's not proven, it's not demonstrated, it's not relied upon, reviewers aren't. And that's what I see in the context of our interest as translational, really translating either existing or emerging technology into application, in our case, ocean science or deep submergence.
So I could imagine that being both a push and a pull. And am I right in thinking that it can ebb and flood through that?
You're exactly right, because that's why it's translational, but it's also use inspired.
Yeah.
And the use inspired is the pull.
Yeah.
If society has a need, it says, we gotta do this. And NSF has traditionally not done that. We are passive in response to ideas. In some cases, you know, yes, we have targeted initiatives and things like that to encourage specific investment areas, but this I see is a little bit.
With the end goal of commercializing or just thinking?
The potential, you know, maybe not the angle. It's really about applying it to the needs of society. And if that turns into a commercial, that's perfectly fine. And that's always been the case for NSF. Commercialization is not a negative at all.
I have a quick curiosity if I can, right? Because we've talked for, I think, over a year now. We know that the COVID and the impacts has really had an impact on marine personnel on ships. And we've seen the dramatic impact of that. And I don't know if the increase in funding or disaster relief is going to be looking at that at all.
Well, you know, that effort is really being channeled through UNOLS, and funding hasn't really been the tool that I've seen so far. I mean, there have been some efforts at individual institutions to increase incentives for workers, but not everybody. And you know, each institution is individual in their ability or receptiveness to that.
But they are working together more, I think, and talking to each other and understanding what each other is doing. And I think Rose is, you know, doing a great job of supporting them and has used some of those disaster relief funds to help them be able to increase incentives, whether it be benefits or pay or, so yeah,
That's,
Dave, did that answer your question?
yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Moving on to,
Let me make one quick announcement that I forgot to make before, that Brandy reminded me, that we are recording this. So if you're not on Zoom, you didn't know that, so I'm letting you all know we are recording it. And Brian, if you said things you didn't want recorded, we can redact your whole statement. We can. So yeah, absolutely, Brian, I'm serious, we can talk about it. So I apologize for not writing those ahead of time.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
do you want to make a statement like this does not represent NSF's opinion?
I would make the opposite statement. This is NSF's position on everything I say.
On that note, moving on to the data. Rob, please.
Good morning. It's always tough following my NSF colleagues. Many of you heard about the research vessel Petrel. It was in the news. It was infamous for having been on the blocks and then not being on the blocks, injuring a number of people. And you probably heard in the news that it's a research vessel about the same size as Sally Ride and Neil Armstrong and owned by the Navy. And that's probably all that you know about it. The Navy is a big thing. And as big organizations tend to be, we don't really talk well to each other. There is a Navy command called I'm gonna have to read it because I won't get it right. The Navy Expeditionary Facilities Engineering System Command and Laboratory, which is located in Port Hueneme, California. And it is essentially where the Seabees do their research. So you would think ONR does basic research for the Navy and Marine Corps. It's probably more correct to say that ONR does research for the Navy and Marine Corps, except Seabees. The Seabees have their own laboratory and own facility, and some of the things they do fit into the DeSSC mission area, including deep ocean simulation of pressure vessels. They are interested in all things ocean engineering. I would encourage those who have any hope of trying to find money or ideas and have run into roadblocks, but you can't find anyone at ONR who cares what you're interested in. You might find a sympathetic ear at this particular command. They operate a vessel called Motor Vessel Independence, which was previously used as part of the Space Shuttle mission. And essentially, they don't play nice within UNOLS because they're selfish Seabees. And selfish Seabees say things like, we have our own research vessel, we don't need to use yours. But if you want to use ours, you could use ours, except for we would bump you over our own priority. So I know who they are. I don't work well with them because they're like mean people in the Navy, but I'm sure if I tried to talk to them and have a reasonable conversation, they would be amenable to support. I just wanted to highlight them to you and to the group. I will drop some links in the chat so that you can see who they are. Probably I became known. So to be honest, I did not know what they were doing until RV Petrel popped into the news and didn't know what they were doing because they kind of do it for their own strategic purposes, which tend to have a military focused mission. Was that vague enough for a recording?
We could.
That said, I do think DeSSC would benefit from at least inviting people from that command and trying to learn more about what they do and if there's synergies. So I offer that as Alice said, please say something. You always say something different. So that was something different. With that, I'm happy to take any questions and continue to support the community.
Rob, hi, Rob, Brian, great to see you. Sorry, we haven't run into each other in person as much as we should. At the recent meeting of the SOBA, the Scientific Oceanographic Vehicle Alliance. Schmidt and Mbari really coordinate that effort, but you know, it's a bunch of people. I don't know how many operationals were there, dozen. It was great. Pelagic mentioned their intention for the Western Flyer. Do you want to say anything about that?
Oh.
I prefaced it by saying they let the cat out of the bag. It wasn't me.
The Western Flyer was donated by Mbari to the Florida Institute of Oceanography, which is very similar to a state level UNOLS. Monty Graham is the director there, and many of you might remember Quentin Lewis is the Marine Superintendent, formerly of BIOS. And together they are operating the Western Flyer and are funded through ONR to purchase a mid-level, I guess, semi-deep water ROV, would you say?
4,000, yeah.
4,000 meters. And that vehicle is available, that ship will be available and the vehicle will probably be available, I'm imagining in a few months, maybe like 6 months towards the end of the year. I think Dr. Graham will highlight some things when the ship actually gets out of the shipyard and they have some type of fanfare and meet and greet down in St. Petersburg, Florida. I hope that this capability allows science in the Gulf to be quickly and efficiently supported if you need an ROV that can go 4,000 meters and you're interested in operating out of the Gulf of Mexico. Is there anything I missed there, Brian?
No, that's great. Thanks, Rob. I appreciate it.
How does Pelagic fit to them?
Pelagic's funding, or I'm sorry, providing.
Providing it. Okay.
They described it as an Odysseus class ROV, 4,000 meter capable at the meeting.
Sounds like we should also start inviting Florida FOI to desk.
Are they part of UNOLS?
They are a
They are
UNOLS
members.
institution. Yep.
They're not operators.
I see.
Yes, they're a UNOLS institution, but not a UNOLS operator.
Exactly. Andrea, I saw your hand up online.
Yeah, I'm just curious. You mentioned the Gulf of Mexico, but will it also be available for any work in the Caribbean? Or is it primarily limited to the Gulf of Mexico?
No, it could do work in the Caribbean quite easily.
Okay, thank you.
So putting on my regular scientist hat, I'm curious, how does that work? Like, can somebody apply to use that ship and vehicle, or is that like, I guess if it's outside the UNOLS fleet, I'm just not really sure how does that work and fit in?
There are two answers to your question. If you were funded by the Navy, you could send me an email and I would just respond, yes, you're funded, because I already have a funding vehicle in place. And when I say, yes, you're funded, that presumes that you found a ONR science sponsor for your work and you're just asking me to fund the days at sea. If you're going through NSF, it might be a little bit more complicated, and their tendency would be to support a UNOLS member, a UNOLS operating vessel first. And this would be something that you would only use if for some reason you couldn't find what you needed in the UNOLS fleet first.
And there's
a number of procedures in place for using a non-UNOLS vessel.
Exactly.
And the ROV would be the same way? Yes, it's not going to be just tied to the Western Flyer?
I'll go on a limb and say, yes, it will be tied to the Western Flyer. I don't think they're envisioning giving it a flyaway capability, if that was what your question was.
Yes, thank you.
That's the response they gave when I asked that question at Solo.
Okay.
Any more questions for Rob? Thank you, Rob.
Yep, I think I got a Hui shirt on today, so.
That actually leads really nicely into Noah, and
Yep.
you're welcome to sit at the table.
No, it's fine.
Do you want to share your screen or do you? want
I'm
to-
not on the Zoom. I think
Okay.
you have
so
my
we
slides,
do.
if that's
Yep,
okay.
you do. That's great.
I do have slides. The only way to set myself apart from that is have to make these slides.
You guys actually do stuff, so that's okay.
Well, while she gets that kicked off, the first slide was to remind myself, I know there's a lot of talk at the last meeting about providing opportunities for students to like, go to see and learn to collect the data and everything. So you can turn to that slide. So this is just to remind me to tell you all, we do have the Explorer and Training Program for NOAA Ocean Exploration, and that can take undergrads, grad students, as well as early careers out to sea. They get paid for their time out at sea. We are currently rolling deadlines for those applications this year for them to sail. The deadlines originally in January, but we're still taking applications. So please share that broadly with your students if they're interested. They can find the details on our website, which you'll see at the end, or you'll see my email and you can just email me and I'll point them in the right direction. Next slide. So this is our updated schedule. We did have to shift a couple of things due to COVID as well as transiting. And so right now we're actually heading up to Alaska, mapping between Seattle and Dutch Harbor. And then we'll be continuing mapping along the Aleutians. And then we'll move into summertime doing remotely operated vehicle work between June and July. We have a general operating area for that June, July, but we do not have designated dive locations yet. There will be meetings coming up where they'll discuss with the community about where they want us to dive. And you'll all be invited to participate if you want to. And you can also request samples, whatever you would like within that area. So if you aren't on the email list, again, send me an email and I can add you to it. They'll be probably announcing those dive planning calls, I would say at the end of this month, beginning of June time. Then we'll be moving back to mapping, and then we'll be doing our ROV work in the Gulf of Alaska in August and September time. And again, that Gulf of Alaska work, we have a general operating area, which you can see based on the transit lines, but no dive sites have been officially put into motion yet. And then we'll be moving from Alaska down to California in September, October time. We are planning potentially a port event off California, and that will coincide with AGU. There'll be more details about that as it gets closer. Next slide. These are all our activities though for this fiscal year. You can see in yellow is the Oceanus Explorer schedule, which I just kind of went over, where we're focused in Alaska and then going back down to California. We have quite a bit of work all over. So I know you'll hear a little bit more about the Schmidt cruise that just finished up. That's that nice multicolored one on the right there on the Mar that was funded via our grant, but also through the OECI as well as other partnerships. But we also have quite a bit of work in the remote Pacific Islands, and we have 2 projects in Saipan and Guam happening now that are focused on underwater cultural heritage. Next slide. So this is probably the one maybe most of you care about, but we did announce our fiscal year 24 funding opportunity in April. The pre-proposal deadline is May 30th at 4:59 p.m. Eastern time, and you will email that directly to me, and it will go through internal review, and then the full proposal deadline is in October at 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Please be mindful of those times. You'd be shocked how many late deadlines I get. And then we'll be letting people know probably in April time, usually earlier, and we tell people to plan for September 2024 start date. We've actually pushed that out quite a bit in recent years. We've been the past couple of years doing July 1 start dates, but still plan for September. And we've been doing that to make it easier on ship operators and stuff to get things kind of scheduled before the end of fiscal year. We anticipate probably 4 to 10 awards, around 3 million. We actually have made our FY23 decisions this year, and we will be announcing them in July. And we'll be funding actually about 4 million this year. So stay tuned for those announcements. There is quite a bit of deep submergence work that we'll be funding within the next couple of years as part of FY23 funding. Next slide. So I'll go into details about this year. It's pretty consistent with what we've had over the past couple of years. We are looking for funding projects in the ocean exploration and discovery theme. Again, we want the boards to be focused 200 meters and deeper, and they must be in waters under US jurisdiction. However, this year we did open it up to shallower water if you're focusing on tropical mesofloating environments. And then technology is pretty similar to last year too, but we're also looking for people to use novel techniques to analyze existing publicly accessible data, which is new for us. But again, if you are testing technology, it needs to be in waters under US jurisdiction and 200 meters and applicable to 200 meters and deeper. You don't have to test at that depth. And then finally, for the maritime heritage, this is new for us. We actually are allowing projects outside of US jurisdiction. So if you know anyone doing underwater cultural heritage, they can propose even in international waters this year, which is new, and it can be at any water depth. The big thing I have to say here this year, and that is new for us, we are limiting applications. So if you are a member of the Ocean Exploration Cooperative Institute, those institutes cannot apply for funding this year as part of this funding opportunity. That doesn't mean that you can't receive money though, and it doesn't mean you can't be on a proposal. You just cannot be listed as a PI or a co-PI. So you could be a significant participant and you can get money through a sub-award. You cannot be a PI or co-PI if you are at the 5 institutions of Woods Hole, sorry. No, I'm here right now. At the University of Rhode Island, the Ocean Exploration Trust, University of Southern Mississippi, and the University of New Hampshire. And I'm happy to take any questions. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Went through that fast, yes.
I just wanted to make a comment for those that weren't aware that ocean exploration was kind enough to provide a person on a recent Alvin Atlantis cruise on the Galapagos cruise that we just got off of last month. Shannon Hoy, one of the principal people in OE, who is one of their science managers, was out with us and was terrific. She learned a lot about Alvin operations, UNOLS science operations, helped to lead several Alvin dives, helped to lead the mapping program using the multi-beam sonar on Atlantis, and she was terrific. And I worked with her quite a bit, and she was really a terrific asset, and we were very appreciative of NOAA OE for loaning it to us for that month. It was a good way to sort of cross-fertilize NOAA OE objectives and future ideas about what they might want to do with what NDSF and what UNOLS and NSF-based science does. So just wanted to point that out.
And to build on Dan's comments, Shannon is also so valuable for giving her professional feedback about our multi-beam systems and how they were operating. And so she's been a great ally to have. So.
Yeah, no, that's great to hear. And she comes from that background, so.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Yeah. So I'm funded through the OECI, so I'm not arguing, but there's like 6 people at UI funded by the OECI.
Yep.
So the other 150 people can't apply to this NOAA OE call?
Yep.
Because
being
they're
recorded.
No, just
I can't really tell you my, no.
I just want to understand.
So yeah, the way it works is you cannot specify individuals, you have to specify based on an institution. It's an institution that is submitting the grant, and they are the lead institution, right? And we're funding that institution to do the work on behalf of the PI. So the way the eligibility works is it's institution based. It's not a person specific. The intention behind this though was to kind of open up more OECI opportunities to more folks that are based at that institution. So the goal is, in limiting them for this, they should have more opportunities as part of the OECI.
Okay, thanks.
It was, I understood what you said. It's specific to this particular initiative and funding.
Yeah, it's this, yes, it's this, only this year's fiscal opportunity. We do an annual call every year. The eligibility can change in future years, but yes.
And just to follow up, I know McMurray has engaged Aurora Elmore specifically on getting guidance on this.
Yeah, definitely. And I would say if you have questions specifically about that, you can send me an email and I can also connect you to Aurora, who's our CI manager.
Thanks.
Question about US waters.
Yes.
Does Antarctica count due to its role in the treaty system?
I would need to get back to you. That was something we were thinking about because it's unclear if it's waters under US jurisdiction, so I will follow up via email about that. Yeah.
We don't have a piece of pot. To Antarctica.
Nobody has pie in Antarctica.
Well, like people do.
Yeah, that's-
It's all
We
ice cream.
but we participate in it.
Yeah, I would say probably not, honestly, but I would need to check with the lawyers to make sure.
I would also think probably not, but
Yeah.
to plant a seed for
Yeah.
opportunity. And then my other question goes back to NOAA OE through the FFO. Could you fund the Western Flyer to use the new?
That would be a question for the Navy. Yeah, so as part of our funding opportunity, you do have to include the day rate of ship time and platform, vehicle, whatever. That is why actually this year, our ocean exploration and discovery theme, the budget limit, we exceeded. So we normally, our max budget available for that theme is 750K. We actually increased it to 1 million this year, so you can propose up to that because we understand how much there's an increase on ship time rates and everything. So it would be, I would say yes, if the Navy would allow a principal investigator to propose with that, with whatever day rate they set.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Now we move on to
Yeah.
UNOLS and OWLS.
Yeah, hi, everybody. I was thinking, well, I didn't have that much to say, but then I started creating this list, and so I have a lot to say. To fill you all in on, so just cut me off whenever you need to, Andrew. I'll just start rambling down. So one of the first things is COVID. It is still an issue. I think it's, mostly if you want to say under control on the ships, we have had outbreaks that have been controlled. People are isolated. There's Paxlovid on many of the boats, and cruises have continued. But we have had requests of late to look at our COVID guidelines again, because they are very old. And as many of you probably know, the CDC is coming out, I think, on May 11th with some new guidance, kind of getting rid of testing and among other things. So we are working with GW, the healthcare provider, who kind of said, just do what the CDC says. But there are still, right, and that seems a-okay for cruises that are coastal or close to shore. But other cruises that are going out to the Indian Ocean, we still have to think about what are the risks involved, and not necessarily, both to human lives, but also cost, right? If we put in a lot of money into these. So we're still juggling with this. It was interesting too, because we went to the Marine superintendents and said, what do you guys want, right? What do you need? And we had some that said, we don't need anything, we'll just go by the CDC. And we had others that said, no, we want some sort of policy that we can point to. So we're kind of all over the map, but we are working on it. It's there in our brains. Another issue that's come up lately, not necessarily pertains to you guys, is scuba on board the vessels. Some of the vessels haven't done it in a while, and it kind of created a little bit of flurry of activity and saying, do we know how to do this and can we support this? But they're talking about this at the RVOC and the safety committee meeting, and I think we're kind of moving forward. It was great. I just randomly ran into the DSO from Hui who said, I think we should update the UNOLS guidelines on scuba, and I said, thank you for volunteering for helping us. So that's going to be coming down the pike. Next week, we had our council meeting last week, which was great. It was kind of like this meeting where we had a lot of discussion points. So I think there was a lot of good talk and community involvement there. We have RVOC, which is the Research Vessel Operator Committee, and the RVSS, the Safety Committee meetings are next week. And those are the first in-person meetings they've had since 2019 or 2018. I think that's right. So it'll be great because we have a lot of new Marine superintendents in the fleet. So it'll be great to get them together. MFP continues on. I'm going to keep my talk about this at a minimum. We're still moving forward. We're hoping to, we're working with the RCRVs to kind of get them, their beta testers for inventory management. And also going to work with you guys, NDSF, about kind of making sure the wave glider is put in, how you need to get it put in. And I think it could also play a good role further in our conversations in the meeting with cruise planning. So potentially schedules too, but we'll talk on that. But that is a work in progress. It's always a work in progress. So if you have comments, be sure and let us know. Cyber infrastructure, cybersecurity continues to be a big deal within the fleet. We now have an engagement, which I just think is a funny word, with Research SOC. And so this is a group that also advises other large facilities, NSF large facilities. But so they, you know, they kind of get the environment, but I will say when, I mean, Brandon can attest to this, they come to us and we're like, ooh, the ships are really, really different, right? So it's been a huge learning curve for them, but I think there are our CISO, what's its Chief Information Security Officer, it's a real term. Ryan Kaiser has been great and really learned a lot about the fleet and is really helpful and insightful. We're continuing with our, what I'm calling mega bandwidth on all the globals and the Sekuliak. Thanks to Navy for their funding. And the ships are now, all those ships are at their max capacity for bandwidth, which kind of sounds, I guess it's 20 by 20. And it's definitely through 2023, hopefully through 2024. And I kind of laugh because it's basically what our cell phone, what your cell phone can do, but it's for the ships. It's for the entire ship, right? But it has been a huge expansion, and I think it's been really worthwhile, not only on the side of, you know, science can transfer more data and we can do 2 Zoom calls at once kind of thing, as well as on the operational side, right? People have a little bit more access, the crew has more access to what they need on the internet and at home. So, MRAP, exactly.
Can I just make a comment as long as you're mentioning that?
Yes, go for it.
Because Rob is on the line. Having just come off 2 cruises this year, but certainly this last cruise where multiple PIs for various health reasons were not able to participate, having that expanded bandwidth was huge. It was just crucial to being able to make decisions that allowed us to have the benefit of the input from scientists on shore to make critical decisions about what we were going to do on site the next day or the day after in a way that really allowed them to feel like their scientific input was going to be folded into the actual plan. It was not only beneficial to them sort of from a sort of psychological point of view, but fundamentally it really impacted beneficially the science. And so I can't thank everybody enough, both in terms of the funding just to get the bandwidth, but also the new implementation of the bandwidth in terms of how it works and the fact that it does work pretty seamlessly and that people aren't having sort of glitches and we can do Zoom calls really without thinking about it. It's just been phenomenal. And I think it's really sort of a sea change in terms of where we were even just a few years ago in this whole thing. So it's really essential and now we're all used to it. And I think if we take a step backwards, oh my God, what are we gonna do, right? The sky is gonna fall. So I'm just saying that it was really, and I'm gonna mention it in my PCAR, of course, but it's something which I think has had a huge impact on science, both for people out at sea and for people on shore. So just wanna give a shout out to everybody involved. Thank you for making that happen.
Great.
Can I sort of pile on that?
Yeah.
I think from the operator's perspective, in this case for NDSF, it's very much use the translational word. And I think it's very squarely part of our future writ large, right? But clearly from the science perspective, but also from the operator's point of view. Just to sort of, and I know you know that, and that message is going forward to UNOLS, but certainly from NDSF's perspective, it's a key thing. And, you know, pretty soon it will be something we can't live without, right?
Right.
If it isn't already at that stage. I did also, just to your point about cybersecurity, and this is partially a question. I spoke with Brian about it. Brian had connected.
The one who knows about cybersecurity.
Right.
Yeah. Not Brian, Ryan. Yeah.
Ryan.
Yeah. And it was an interesting conversation from my perspective, I was being somewhat circumspect in the sense of, where does the line drawn between, say, NDSF and its cybersecurity policies, how we interact with the shipboard scientific services group, our information systems. Is there a developing sort of concept for where cybersecurity responsibility lies? I answered Ryan to the extent that we were relying on the ship to shore connection being secure, and that was simply a reality for us, right? But I'm not sure that's actually the right perspective. It happened to be expedient in terms of the context of our conversation, but I'm just curious what UNOLS thoughts are.
Randy, do you want to talk to this?
I don't know that I'm prepared to answer that. Ultimately,
It's a tough question,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
ultimately, in the event of an issue, it is very likely to fall on the institution's responsibility. When you say secure ship to shore connection, the first thing that I hear in my head is PIs remotely logging into a ship, and that it depends on who's got that kind of access. So it's complicated, but when it comes down to an incident, if you can sail, if it stops sailing, and if there's some kind of violations, your institution is going to be the one that bears the repercussions as owning the network on the vessel.
Yeah.
And Andy, from our perspective, this is like, there's so many levels of secure, and like, what are we talking about here? Are we talking ITAR secure, or are we talking like, we just want to make sure no one's like letting a virus in or something?
Right.
We are talking about this with Brian Smee as well about, do we have a red phone, basically, that we know is a secure line, that if something hypersensitive, especially about technology, needs to be discussed and not emailed about, something like that, is there a mechanism to support that, and what would that look like? So.
Sure.
Rob Spirk has his hand up. Rob?
Wow, this is a fascinating topic. Dan, thanks for the comments. I take maybe 3% credit for what you said. You should be looking around the room and thanking yourselves for your engagement with Congress. So all of this money came from Congressional Plus Up. So ONR doesn't solicit Congress. So when Congressional Plus Up funds come, it's because it's all of you in the room collectively saying it's important. And my role is about 3% of that effort to process the money and move it to you in a way that seems reasonable. I joked at council that I don't care about cybersecurity until, say, June, when the new Chief of Naval Research, who is currently very high in the Navy's Organization for Cybersecurity and has a PhD in software engineering, will show up. I will tell you that if I were DeSSC or HUI or ONR program manager Rob Sparrow and the new Chief of Naval Research was coming out to see Alvin, I would want to highlight the things that you just said in a way that probably is sophisticated enough for someone who has a PhD in software engineering and does this for the entire Navy, could take advantage of those comments and put them into a fiscal reality in a way that I can't. I don't know, was that directive enough?
I was gonna say, did you write that down?
Got my pen out.
On the comment of who is responsible for cybersecurity, I would say from ONR's selfish perspective, the ship operator is responsible for security. If you told me I was the cook and I saw somebody sneaking around the engine room, I wouldn't say who is responsible for physical security in the engine room, right? So when I have this discussion of who's responsible for cybersecurity, I often answer this question by just removing the word cyber. And then it becomes completely obvious to me what my position is. I think, as Dan was talking about, money is always the fundamental problem. And so our processes of who is responsible seems to be tied to money. But in the example of a stranger is walking down in the engine room, who is responsible? There's no thought of it's tied to someone's, of whether it's funded through Jim Hollick's program or the tech program, or it's coming out of the universities. You know, that whole concept of who's responsible fiscally goes away when you talk about physical security, because we're all equally responsible and it's a collaborative process that has roles. I would say, when you think about cybersecurity, to me, one of the more important things that we do from a cybersecurity is telehealth. So if you say I can't think of good examples of things, you certainly would want your medical information to be protected as is required by law. So if universities are capable of doing cybersecurity and securing healthcare information, they should be able to do the same type of cybersecurity on board a vessel. I'm open to any comments on what I just said. All right, thanks, Dan, for the nice comments. I would also emphasize that it's possibly a zero-sum game. So, you know, you spend more money on cyber, that hypothetically less money you spend on something else, whether it's physical security, cybersecurity, bandwidth, medicine, whatever you spend more money on in a zero-sum game, you're trying to spend a little less on something else, or just being more efficient on how we do things. So hopefully we can just be more efficient on how we do things.
Yeah.
Thanks, Robin. And the 3% effort is very well worth it, and probably the tipping point. So thank you.
Not a problem. I like sending money out. It's the best part of my job.
Sort of a potentially contentious opinion on the cybersecurity aspect. I think that as we have increased cybersecurity, there's I always say that there's the two most powerful people at institutions are cybersecurity and parking. And you just can't mess with them. And some of them have, especially with some of these mandates, have increasingly expanded bandwidth. And I've been in situations where science is severely impacted by antiquated, out of date, or overreaching cybersecurity. And I think looking forward, I could see real issues with if implemented incorrectly or challengingly, Jason not being able to dive because of a cybersecurity issue where there's just so many layers of protection that it can't get in the water. Same with Sentry, same with Alvin. And so I think looking forward with cybersecurity to the level where it needs to be, but always with making sure the vehicles can support the science as scheduled.
And can I just make a comment about what you just said, because I think it is important, and it drives home the point about individual operators and institutions, universities having their own particular way in which they feel they have to do this or accomplish this. A case in point is at Hui, we still have the ability to have an internal network on the ship so that we can send emails around without having to send them to the satellite, sending them back and all that sort of stuff. There are other institutions within UNOLS where the universities have not allowed, or the IT departments at the universities on land have said, no, you can't have that on the ship, not possible. So it really hamstrings science. Honestly, it hamstrings communications on board the ship. And I don't know that there's an answer to that, but I think identifying it as this is somewhat problematic, it does hinder science ops, and there's all sorts of sort of downstream implications to that. Maybe some further discussion about that within UNOLS or UNOLS Council might help. May not, but at least would identify it as being something that hopefully could be improved, right? Anyway.
We're gonna keep going. Go. More to say?
I was just going to say, I raised this same concern at UNOLS Council, but I think that's another one to bring up.
Yeah, and all this kind of points to one of the other things that's on my list. It was further down, but I'm pulling it back up because, and it's about P-CARs. We had a really great discussion at council about the post-cruise assessments. And right now with the new system, some of the conversation was around the fact that we're having a hard time getting them. But I also want to stress the importance of P-CARs, right? And Dan, if you're upset because they don't have an internal network, put it in the P-CAR, right? And put positive things about this. And that way these operators have something to go to and say, this is what science needs, right? This bandwidth was absolutely necessary. You know, that way these operators can use all this in their proposals, going to NSF and others, or back to their institutions to say, hey, this is what they're clamoring for, we need to do it. So if you have a cruise, let's make sure, I'm just stating it here, make sure you do a P-CAR and please pass that along at how important it is. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, that just, sparks a thought in me that I'll punctuate and support. P-CARs are great, and DSF does it better, but that's another story. I raised that council. With regard to the cybersecurity and cyber protocols, with the hiring of a new person at NSF to handle that, we're going to augment the ship inspection program, which I manage because Bob Cotman retired without being replaced. Is going to be added to the scope of a ship inspection. So really understanding through P-CAR or whatever mechanism, because during a ship inspection, we go through every P-CAR line by line with the operator, really do. And that'll just be another tool to improve, standardize, support, emphasize the importance of those issues. So thank you.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Brian. A few more things. Do I have time? We got time, right? Yeah. No.
For a few more things.
Okay. The RCRBs continue along. Brian can probably speak to it more. Just wanted to bring up the fact that they had a great.
Call it up. It's on live. I think today they're rolling the ship into the water. Right to the dry dock. It's like.
I always got it on
Maybe
second
we'll look at
screen.
that for.
Yeah,
a
no
break.
kidding. We should have that on the
Damien's
second.
texting.
We have
me.
a screen right over there. We'll set it up.
Yeah, right. Just a little one there over there.
Oh, and the video, there's a 2-minute video of construction to date.
Oh,
that
it's
shows
cool.
everything coming together. Anyway,
It's really, maybe we'll put that up during break.
I digress.
It's a
Okay.
shame you're only building 3.
One more time.
So they had a terrific workshop last week about science verification, cruise planning. There's going to be, they have a year to go from when it gets delivered to when it starts science. And they had a great group of subject matter experts helping to put together these plans. So I think it's delayed but it is still moving and they're still working really hard to make this all happen. Crewing, somebody brought up crewing, I think, but it does continue to be an issue. I think we're past the well, I shouldn't say past, but we're not at the bonfire stage right now, but we still have smoldering. And I think that it's kind of this sort of thing, right? We have the new crewing support coordinator, Megan Corcoran, who's doing a great job. She's been she's met with all the operators and is understanding the issues. We're kind of trying to streamline things to know who's available. And there are fewer open positions right now, but we don't know whether that's just cyclical or, it continues to be an issue. So it's something that the operators continue to work with. Another thing the operators continue to struggle with is the BABA, Build America, Buy America, in that they're forcing it on the vessels, but the vessels have a lot of parts that are not made in the US, and so it makes it very difficult. Very difficult to get parts and justify parts, and to be honest, I don't know the details of it other than it's a real headache. And they're concerned that it could cause more problems as it's harder to get stuff. We've started scheduling for 2024, and we are still dealing with backlogs from the COVID times, right? There are cruises that just couldn't get on. And so there are still backlogs that we're working through, but we're getting there. So I guess I'll just call it that. We'll stop right there. Great. Any other questions?
Just a comment on Bob, that several institutions are getting their Washington representatives to work together to see if there can't be some way to address this at the federal level. It is a
Great.
problem.
Thank you. Yeah.
So moving on, sure seems like a great time for a break to me.
Yeah.
I would like to plant in everybody's brain things to contemplate during the break, which we'll return to after, which is we're going to be discussing pre-cruise planning and best ways to be as prepared for pre-cruise and pre-dive planning as possible, which has been an ongoing discussion point. I'd like you to contemplate pinch points and discuss for pinch points for cruise success, especially for those that are non-frequent users of the vehicles, to make sure they can be prepared to best use and be successful in their science. And then think about how that can be best actionized through what sort of products, modifications or such moving forward. And then we'll have further things to discuss and presentations from the friends and the operators to stimulate that conversation after a 15-minute coffee break. So return at 10:40 Eastern time, and 15 minutes from now for everybody online. Thank you.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah.
So. Oh, yeah, and it's like.
Yeah.
Well, he goes to sleep. And then he leaves his house.
Two slides about this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Dance parties.
You're still proud of students that.
I mean, I'm happy, so.
I haven't heard that they do that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, why don't you just say? See how it works. Once you say, oh, you know, I'll show you.
Very cool.
Folks online, can you hear us?
And I think he did great, like, I think it was like, maybe a boost for him. I think he took the-
Folks online, can you hear us?
Anyone?
Anyone?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good copy.
I am now actually in the Zoom meeting, so I can share the slides.
Oh, okay, I'll stop.
Apparently, if I'm logged in, it won't let me in, but if I'm not logged in, it will let me.
Oh, to your OSU? Okay.
Apparently, UNOLS doesn't like OSU.
Well.
Okay, so.
That was a joke.
It's funny because like half of the UNOLS representatives are now from OSU, so.
The recording again?
Are you bragging or what?
No, just bragging. So I believe I'm sharing.
Yeah, just one moment. It went full screen and I lost the little bars. There you go.
So the point of this is to have a somewhat open discussion about how we can enact more efficient use of vehicle and ship use. And a lot of that really comes with pre-cruise planning. Pre-cruise planning. And so the overarching goal of the next really about hour and 15 minutes is a discussion of pinch points, especially for those who are non-common users of the vehicles. Most of the people that have been using vehicles twice a year for the past 15 years are not the ones we're concerned about, although we're always happy to help them. As well as people from non-oceanographic institutions where you can't just walk down the hall and knock on somebody's door. And then I'd like to think not only of the problems, but also the solutions to this and the ways that we can really address that. Is it documents, is it videos to aid, is it shift in the pre-cruise planning, or is it additional resources either before or at sea that can be applied to really make the best use of the significant investment in time and opportunities for everybody going to sea. So with that, I'd like to open the discussion. I've also asked that each of the friends of the vehicles, which is, I believe, Dave can comment, Roxanne is still on her way here, so she can comment when she gets here, but also the vehicle operators to provide some of their thoughts, because they usually really see where the rubber hits the road when there can be additional input and guidance provided to the PIs and the people using the vehicles ahead of time. So maybe we can start out with, I know Andy has some slides to share. I'm going to stop sharing. I've asked him to sort of run through them, and then we can use those as a guidance to lead the discussion. And we hopefully, through our hive mind, we can come up with some really good solutions for this. Take it away, Andy.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. It's this is pretty ad hoc and mostly the result of Matt and his group having provided some feedback. So this is by no means a comprehensive treatment from our perspective, but I think it meets the objective you just outlined of sort of getting the juices flowing and thinking about you know, a discussion that we can use, I think, in a very valuable way to help guide some of our efforts to improve the pre-cruise planning process. So this is, I believe, sort of a general kind of, not a mission statement per se, but some observations that were taken away from the previous DeSSC meeting and or PCAR recommendations. So I don't know that they're necessarily worth reading through, but I think they are fairly, sort of manifest and clear, vis-a-vis what we're kind of taking, at least at the moment, with regard to just sort of input, right, and areas to improve. So, it might be an idea just to stop and go through this list and see what we're missing, or maybe the Friends of will produce that and we synthesize it after. You're the chair, you'll guide us in the right direction. But these are the key things that we believe we've taken away from the PCAR process. So, good means of communication, sort of essentially a bit more of a roadmap as to the nature of the organization here and how people can best communicate with it. Clearly, the need for expedition leaders to have sort of a cradle to grave role, both obviously at sea, but in the particularly in the pre-cruise aspects of things. I think going through a more robust effort vis-a-vis the dive planning, drawing out from the PIs what's achievable, what's not achievable, whether it happens to do with mapping or other activities on the seafloor is kind of key. We've talked about, and I think this won't be hard for us to develop and describe to people, but it's essentially a countdown, right?
Yeah.
If you think of it as one of SpaceX's launches, hopefully without some of the outcomes they've experienced, the sort of T-minus 6 months, 1 month, 3 months kind of thing, and what should be happening, I think is something that we can document, in a reasonable manner without a great deal of effort, to be honest with you. And I think that could turn out to be quite valuable. I think that the online resources are pretty important, and I think we've got lots of progress to make on that score. The resources we have are in various states, some of which is better than others. So having those available in kind of reflecting on the structure I was just talking about, the sort of cruise countdown, will be, I think, a valuable thing for us to sort of fold into things. So that's sort of like a very high level sort of summary, and I think Matt had provided some more details here, but maybe comments, suggestions, questions would be good at this point, or I'm happy to go into the next slide too.
Yeah, I wanted to just ask, I guess, a couple of leading questions. The business about the resources and online resources, both in terms of vehicle capabilities that are current and up to date. I guess I would take issue with the fact that they're in reasonable shape.
Well, I was trying to suggest that some of them are in more reasonable shape than others.
Yes.
So we can, semantics.
No, and listen, I'm not.
They're not a pile of crap.
No, they are not, but they are not complete either. And so I think there's this, and I think frankly, this discussion is important because it's something that to some extent we kick the can down the road a bunch on this, and that we say we're going to try to do it, and yet we get wrapped up in ops trying to execute programs. And there's only a certain number of people left to be able to do all of this other stuff. And so, yeah, it is super important, and it helps both the users and the operators to not have to answer a bunch of questions, which could easily be looked up if you gave them a URL that had all the information there. Right? So I think that there's a real opportunity to take this or to take this requirement that has been put up here in terms of how to do better cruise planning, to try to, at least in this year say, okay, as of 2023, here's what the status is for all the vehicles. Here's a website that properly characterizes all the vehicle capabilities, and that it can be a real resource for users, because I would say some amount of the time, you point the user to a thing and you say, oh, but you know, that and that is not complete. So then it becomes less effective. So that's one thing. The other thing that I would ask a question about is, how often do the vehicle, NDSF vehicle operators actually see the proposal for the work that you're going to be doing? Because if the answer to that, you're shaking your heads a bit, is not very much, to me, that proposal that has been funded is part of the public record now, right? It's not being adjudicated upon the review. It's not part of the public record.
No, I will not, no one from NSF will share a proposal that has been funded. There's very limited information. You can talk to the PI about that, but.
No, but wait, I'm not worried about NSF or anything. I'm just saying, you now have a funded proposal. You have an operator, you have a schedule that's being constructed. What's to prevent the PI from saying, okay, here's my proposal, read my proposal, and then let's have a discussion to frame what the pre-cruise planning needs to be. You guys don't have a say in that. The PI can do whatever they want.
Absolutely.
Okay, so my suggestion is that we try to formalize that so that you get the most detailed information you can and see what they're planning to do. Then you take the next steps of refining that. And if they said something in the proposal that's not possible, you identify that quickly, or you figure out how you're gonna sort of sort that out. But to me, that always seems like it's a bit disjunct, right? You've got this proposal, they're hoping to do all this stuff, and then they go to the operator, and the operator says, well, we can do some of this, but well, I don't know if we can do all of it, right? So I just think that it's a bit of a missing link that could easily be identified. So that's another point to make, right? Okay, I'll just stop there.
User workshop sort of address what, the disconnect between what they're proposing and what the vehicles can do, isn't that what?
But I guess what I'm saying, Anthony, is irrespective of all of that good intentions and of us trying to do new user workshops and people put stuff in proposals that is sometimes brilliant and sometimes harebrained, right? And then it will still get funded.
For sure. Voice of
And then
authority.
all of a sudden they say, oh, here's what I'm supposed to do. What do you mean you guys can't do that? And so I think there's an opportunity at a very early stage to identify that and figure out either how best to accommodate the harebrained part or how best to do the regular part that is totally routine, right?
Right.
Tim.
So that's why I think the T minus 6 months, 3 months, 2 months, 1 month is critical, because it's two-way education and communication. Each has to learn what the other needs and wants and what's capable. And so how we can affect that dialogue to be better, it will make all the difference. I'm just thinking here about, you can put everything you can on the website on capabilities, but they also evolve over time, and their usage evolves over time. If you went and put in, if I said, here's a proposal, I've chosen Jason or Alvin, don't care which one, right? Agnostic. Well, it turns out it's going to be Jason. Well, I can go look how you do imaging with Jason versus Alvin, which is a very different beast, right? And so that imaging system is probably going to change in the next year before my cruise happens. So I need to learn about something now about it, and then learning it as we get closer, I'm on point by the time it happens, right? So I think that it's just got to be patient, and it's got to be educational. Give the best information you can on the website to educate, but you got to keep communicating. And I think that first T minus 6 month meeting has to say, okay, what are the action items for T minus 3 month meeting? Right. 2 month meeting, right?
Jeff has a comment.
I was just going to say briefly, following on to these comments, especially with an interest in, attracting new users, for example, it would be great if there were opportunities to avoid, as Dan said, harebrained suggestions that, could even impact the way proposals are reviewed. So actually a step before what's in this list, just so the proposals contain something that's actually feasible, and so that the rest of the community understands how those different assets are evolving and their capabilities. you wouldn't want someone, even an experienced user, to pan some proposal because, oh, I don't think they can do that with Alvin. Or when in fact, that's something that's in development. Those are things that need to be documented proposals and can save at least some time once the proposal is funded and it comes down to this planning stage that we're talking about here.
I was just gonna say, in my previous hat with the USAP, US Antarctic Program, we had an operational review. I don't know if that's not feasible, Brian, you can speak to this, but we did have an operational review where the contractor looked at it and said, yeah, this makes sense, you know, if they're not trying, or if they're trying to get 12 wires over the side at the same time, you know, no, this didn't make sense kind of thing. And part of the proposal review. So
I'm a little reluctant to expose myself here. Theoretically not.
Yeah, it's like, be more than
I
reluctant.
wouldn't do that much.
You've never been so much.
That's true. I try my very best to participate in the NSF proposal review process where NSF assets are requested. I read the proposals, I read the reviews, I attend the panel reviews, I answer questions, I ask targeted questions about the work plan. So I guess, you know, I'm not the analytic program because that's, but I try to fulfill that role to some extent.
Okay.
But I also, you know, flip it around and, you know, Amy, I'm not gonna put you on the spot. What I am gonna say though, is that, you know, a funded proposal is not a club with which the PIs can beat the operator into submission and say, I was funded to do this, therefore you have to figure it out. It just doesn't work quite that way. It's the start of a negotiation process. And Andy knows, you know, I've broken record when I say, okay, we're talking about a problem here. What's the problem? Let's state it clearly, then develop a path forward to providing improvements or solutions to meeting those requirements, because our primary objective is the best support of the science that is possible. And the science programs don't necessarily know in detail what the capabilities of the platform to be assigned will be. That's me and Rose and Jim in coordination with the PIs. And, you know, heck, sometimes very challenging projects get funded, and then the reality of logistics, support, timing, and efficiency don't fulfill everything the PI needs to accomplish the science they propose. There's just sometimes a disconnect, and you know,
It is.
do my best.
It is really helpful if, as an operator, if you have a scientist who wants to do something different or has a new, like, innovative way of executing something, if even before you're on the schedule or when you're in the proposal phase, to reach out, like, take the initiative to reach out to us. Like, for instance, Chris German reached out talking about being able to CTD at the same depth as Alvin. And there are a lot of challenges with that. It's not because we just don't want to. It's because sensors have to be able to go to the right depth. It's because of overboarding limitations with the 322. The wire gets too heavy, we can't get it down that deep. There are a lot of other things, but knowing that Chris has this objective way in advance of his potential crews even getting on the schedule, we're already brainstorming like, well, how can we execute this? So I think maybe reminding PIs that you don't have to wait till you're funded to talk about these things. You don't have to wait till you're on the schedule to ask the questions. And that 6 months just isn't enough time if you're trying to do something new and different.
Isn't there a question on MFB though? It says, have you reached out to NDSF about the vehicles, right?
yes.
I mean.
So that's my question, is how many PIs or percentage or often do the operators feel like they're contacted by proposal writers? PIs reaching out to you?
We normally initiate that.
You do?
No, like ahead of time when people were putting proposals.
Yeah.
Well, I would say 10 years ago, it used to happen fairly often. And I don't know why it doesn't as often now. I think most of the PIs that are writing proposals to use our vehicles know what we can do or have a sense. And so I don't think they're reaching out in the proposal timeframe, but after something is funded, we go immediately to MFP when we realize it's funded. And we look at whatever subset of their original proposal is on there. So we do get a sense. And then we start that clock that Andy referred to. And that's how these slides progress. That's what we try to do now. But in the proposal phase, seldom at this
We
point.
get some.
We do get some, but I would say a small percentage.
You'd be surprised at how often you're getting a proposal that's funded, and you're like, oh my God, wait, like, we have to. And maybe it's different on the AUV side, but there's matching the capabilities that exist to what's in the proposal, and sometimes it's like, hold on, we gotta talk about this. Because sometimes they don't match. I would argue that the new users are maybe better at reaching out than the experienced users, because the experienced users are like, I know this, I'm just gonna go do what I know.
Sean can do it.
Yeah. But, you know,
way.
I think Dan is particularly good at the pre-phase planning. It's like, here's what I wrote up, here's the plan. But you don't get that all the time. Absolutely not.
But going back to the point that was raised and the question that was asked to Brian, the other check and balance on the system is the review process, which NSF sends the proposal out, they get 3, 4, 5, 2, whatever the number is, reviews, as many as they can get. And there is a hope that those reviews are balanced and they'll make a point about what the cruise plan is and what the objectives are and how that matches with the vehicle. And so there is that aspect of it too, which hopefully gets folded into ultimately whether it's funded or not and whether it's realistic or not. Or they'll call it out and a program manager might say, is this really possible, right? So I think that there's other ways to deal with it, but fundamentally, I think having more of a dialogue with scientists who get funded at an early stage and actually seeing their full proposal so that you have the context for not only what they're planning to do, but why they're planning to do it is ultimately, I think, helpful and educational for the operators, whether it's the vessel operator or the vehicle.
So I think that's a nice and.
Question online.
Oh, Andrea, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm listening to this and I think that's, a great idea. I'm thinking about new users and early careers in particular, and just wondering, do people even know where and who to reach out to and how you can find out that information? I mean, I'm even thinking of it from somebody who's kind of early career, but I've been doing this for a while and I have connections to advisors and things, but and so I think I know who to reach out to, but I'm not sure if a lot of people do. And so I don't know if there's a plan for that, really to engage more new users and early careers. Sometimes we think this is really easy information, right? Just call somebody up on the phone, but I don't even know where a lot of people, if they would know where to even start looking for that information.
I think that's a really good point. And not everybody's fortunate enough to take the DeSSC new user training program, which was answered a lot of that. But I also did notice that on the next slide that Andy has to share, it has some additional contact information as we can work towards this. Sort of, Anthony, yeah.
Just to respond to that, there is the NDSF webpage. Each vehicle has its own little tab up top, and under each tab, there is a page that is the Alvin team, Jason team, Century team. So contact information is there, just for the record. So it is out there.
Thinking of action items moving forward on this, I like the idea of not a requirement, a suggestion to share proposals with NDSF at that 6 month out to provide some input and guidance.
Well, the 6 month out is after, the one Andy mentioned is after it's funded. And so we've already been committed. Now, I will say, this isn't very often. I think it might be harder for Century. I think Brian or NSF does a good job of vetting what we can do in advance of it getting, funded. So it isn't all that often that we're up against, no, we can't do that. It's more, how are we going to adapt to be able to do that, because they already know that we can. So I don't think it's quite as acute with Jason. I can't speak for Alvin. No, I mean, I will say, for the most part, our users sort of understand what our capabilities are. Some have been out on cruises before, some have been part of the new user group, but even so, I've been working on cruise planning for True to 11 and Lapham. they have ambitious programs and, you know, they don't vet that through us before they put their plan together, request their days and their funding. And yeah, we're left sort of holding the bag to either work hard to get those objectives completed, or, you know, we have to break the news to them that they're gonna have to make some decisions and set some priorities on what they have to get done, right? So it's challenging.
And catching things well before 6 months and before they're on the schedule is hugely beneficial, from like having the vehicles like on our ships. That's where my head is coming from, but it might require like wire spooling, and that takes a couple of days to do something, to accommodate something that you may need in tandem with the vehicles. And we need to make sure that we're building time into the schedule, whereas when we have cruise after cruise after cruise, and the objectives of 2 cruises are totally different, being able to make sure that you are getting the best that we can possibly support, knowing well in advance at the scheduling stage, is extremely valuable to being able to execute those differences.
I'm confused. What is it? So the topic here is pre-cruise planning. I mean, I'm just trying to start with a clear statement of objectives. What is the problem? So we're drifting back and forth between getting good proposals and good planning into, once you're funded, how do you get a good cruise plan to execute those objectives? And convoluting those two topics is hurting me.
Yeah.
But they're both really valuable, and the new user program really applies to the first part, the pre-proposal planning. Pre-proposal planning is critical. You know, thanks for acknowledging the limited role I have in grounding the research evaluation. But, you know, I gotta be frank. I wish I could involve the users in the review process. I cannot send an NDSF proposal to Andy or somebody who's got a vested interest in its success to provide an objective evaluation. So your role in making good proposals is before that. But you gotta understand, when the reviewers, when the review panel, when the science programs are looking at these things, they're looking at the field plan to say, if this activity is conducted the way it's proposed, will the outcomes sufficiently test the hypothesis being questioned? Nothing. It's the, if this goes like they say it will that test the hypothesis? And I can provide some grounding to say, you can't really do that. But not in a robust way like the operators could. You can't have, you know, Jason, Alvin, and Sentry all in the water at the same time, even if it would be critical to your success, and just to be hyperbolic into something that could be proposed that's not actually doable. So, yeah.
So I was gonna say, let's put some bounds on the conversation, because I think that'll help. And let's focus on post-proposal funded, because I think that'll limit down the scope of what we have to tackle. I also think that's been the pinch point numerous times. Getting things funded and through review is a different ball of wax.
Could I, and I think that's a great suggestion, and Brian, channeling Brian's thoughts, what is the problem we're trying to solve here? You know, the chief scientist for deep submergence, the position Anna occupies, and Dan did previously, and Chris German, you know, plays a role here. And I think it's an important one for us just to maybe more clearly identify, because, you know, there is both the pre-proposal role and there is the planning role, right? And I think the website, and maybe we need to bolster this, but should really make it clear to everybody, and possibly even MFP actually, that, you know, vetting the proposed work, you know, with the CSDS would be highly advised, right? Because that does give the opportunity to sort of like pass through, and not that Anna needs to be, or anyone in your position, like taking a look at dozens and dozens of applications, right? I realize there's a sort of workload aspect to this, but it's one way in which we can filter the pre-proposal process, right? Which to me, I think is sensible.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just to add, sorry, that's a point I wanted to make as well. I'm actually on the NDSF page for the CSDS. But I don't want it to sound as though we're saying we're not getting that, but here it does say, you know, to provide advice to scientists from the earliest stages of project planning. So that coupled with the new user work groups and meetings should at least provide the answers to who should I talk to, where do I find their contact information, and when should I talk to them? I mean,
So some people reach out, like
if we're getting the message out.
Santiago reached out last year about the proposal to Alvin, and I try to connect them when they have technical questions about things. I just want to add to something that, so we've been talking with NDSF in our meetings about how to do a lot of this, like what is the nitty gritty we actually need to do? Like we can talk about all this, right? But it's not constructive unless we actually physically do something like add checklists to the website and stuff. So something I would think would be good in our conversation is like, if we could come out of this with what are the, not just high level recommendations, but what would actually be helpful? Like we've been talking about updating the website, adding specifications for Alvin and Jason and, you know, who to call and what is this like timeline checklist? These are ideas that we've been bouncing around based on feedback from the debriefs, but I think it would be really helpful if we could steer the conversation to have like what actually would be, as opposed to just recognizing that there's an issue, but having action items, I think would be really helpful.
And that's what those are, right? Those are from the previous meeting, that list. And then the next slide, if we go to it at some point, is how we hope to address them. And some of them are already addressed. And for instance, the Jason Creeper's mailing list, that includes all of our ELs. So even if the EL is not on the cruise, he or she gets that email and understands the plan for that cruise and can provide input about some challenge or whatever it might be. And so this is basically how we hope to address those bullets.
But so a couple
And
of things.
it might not be enough, and so that's why we're here to discuss it, and we want more feedback.
And Andrea, did you want to make your comments? She put a few things in the chat and not everyone sees the chat. Would you want to go ahead?
Oh, yeah, sure. I was just, whoever mentioned the timeline checklist, I think that's a really great idea. And I just wanted to say I took the DeSSC New Users program a long time ago, and maybe it's changed since then, but frankly, at that time, I didn't find it very helpful. So I'm really, interested in helping more with that program. And like I said, I haven't been a part of it in a while and don't know what it's like today, but I'm more than willing to help with that New Users program.
Yeah, so I just want to make.
Thank you, Andrea.
I just want to make a point here that there is a lot of information on the NDSF website. The point that I made earlier to Andy was a little sort of flip. So there is a lot of information. Yes, it could be updated for sure, but I will say there is a zero identification of chief scientists for deep submergence. It's just not there.
Yeah.
So, okay, really, that position is pretty essential to getting people information, somebody that they can, tag and say, okay, I can just send that person an email and they'll at least point me in the right direction. Yeah.
Under each group, there is an Alvin team, Jason team, Century team. The chief scientist for deep submergence is listed in each one of those sections. And again, not trying to be argumentative here, but it is there.
Okay, I'm under plan and expedition and it's not there.
So this is the problem, Ben, that you're identifying, is the website, the web pages are still confusing.
I think
A lot
the
of
site
information
is
is
there for sure.
but maybe it needs to be reorganized. It needs a professional whose job is to do that,
Right.
to make it easier to navigate. That's, I think,
Yes.
part of the problem.
And I've been advocating for that for decades. and it's never happened.
Not to argue again, but if you look at under plan and expedition, it's proposal preparation, pictures of the vehicle. The very next entry is chief scientist. Expedition leader, pre-cruise communications with vehicles.
The chief scientist is a primary point of contact for these.
It doesn't say who it is, because that's a rotating position.
Yeah, so when I read that, I said the chief scientist of the cruise is the primary point. So that's how I read it. So maybe the problem is how this is written.
Maybe that should say the chief
Yeah.
scientist for deep submergence.
No, that's exactly what I'm getting at is, and it goes to Matt's point of the way this website has been constructed is we've been relying on WHOI web group, which is great to do certain things, but it has not
That
been
makes
a
sense,
holistic structure of this is a facility, it involves 3 or 4 different or 5 different groups and elements. And that's not including marine ops and SSG, which is very integral, as Sarah just said. And it's a mishmash. And so it's confusing and it's not helpful to people. That's what we're trying to solve.
I mean, maybe I'm reading that wrong. I
No,
just
no,
read that as that
You
chief
each have our own
scientist for
interpretation.
DSSC, right? So, yeah.
Starting from when a proposal is funded, which is a conversation here. Doesn't it make sense then rather to rely on the PI who just finally got funded to find out who to contact here, CSDS? That the CSDS as a liaison reaches out to those who just got funded, notices, and starts that liaison and dialogue. Just tells them, this is the process you're gonna
Yeah.
experience.
So
This is gonna happen
more
a year from now,
proactive.
6 months from now. And you now, the chief scientist is guiding that recently funded PI through the process. And that can be outlined, so.
Hey, this is Bruce. I wanted to just throw a comment in. I know we're focusing correctly on how to make sure our pre-clues planning on our side is really organized and effective. Can we include some guidance to the PIs on how to make sure the information is shared with all the folks that are on a particular cruise? So it's not just going to the sort of lead PIs and then it gets stagnant and we get out to the ship and information hasn't made it, or early, halfway through the pre-cruise planning process. So I think some guidance toward how to make sure information flows down to all the folks that are going to be on a trip should be included.
Thanks, Bruce. This is Brian. Appreciate that comment, and it's aligns nicely with what I wanted to say. If you heard me chuckling in the room, that's because we caught about every other word of that, just so you know. Wasn't about what you were saying, it's about how we were hearing it. Rather than go back and say, I could really use a clear statement of what the problem is that needs to be solved, I'm gonna take it up to a higher level and say, my understanding, the first principle of what we're trying to do here is support the science. That's what we're all about. So in order to best support the science, what I have gleaned is that there's a communications problem. That is, not all of the right people are talking to the right people at the right time to clearly define objectives, manage expectations, reduce assumptions, and get the work done in as efficient a time as possible. And I think solutions should focus on that. And I don't want to be too critical of the slide we're looking at, but is now buried. But one of the things I have heard recently, and yes, I focus on instances where that alignment has fallen apart, is the hand in glove nature of NDSF and the ship operator, which varies greatly. And I don't see anything on here that talks about the need to clearly engage the ship operator, the captain, whomever, that, yeah, we agree, we can actually do that. And
That's a good point. And different operators, from my perspective, as Jason manager, different ship operators vary greatly on how they do that. There isn't a standard. And some do it much better and some don't do it barely or barely do it at all. Anyway.
Well, I really see it as a fundamental.
So
experiences we've had recently.
Brian, taking that point, and this is a question, I think almost for UNOLS, and the MFP in theory is a unifying tool that is, it's a work in progress, right? But it has, I think, some of the functionalities to help with this aspect of things, and includes, of course, the operators by influence or function, right? So I'm just curious, we've talked about having like a little facility retreat, and I think this discussion will help to inform that. But I'm just curious if if Alice, you have any sort of guidance for us on that front?
Yeah, and yes, and it's funny because I just finished typing in a few ideas about how NSF, how some of this MFP could integrate with this. You know, we could even add on the SME, we could add information that directs them to the NDS, you know, have you contacted the NDSF?
Yeah.
Go to their website right here, click this button kind of thing. We could add in the notification that they've been put onto a cruise, a published schedule. We could put in there, if you're using a vehicle, contact NDSF. So we could put these reminders in. Right now, I can tell you, all I did was we added all the questions that you guys used to ask maybe last year or 2 years ago, whenever we first put this together. And we haven't gotten much further than that. I kind of talked to Kevin a little bit, but I would love to work with you guys more to figure out how you can use it better, or other questions that you want to ask, or different notifications, or how you want to share that with the other ship operators, or how the ship operator should integrate with you. Because we, you know, can ask the same questions across the board. Go ahead.
Would there be a way for PIs to be able to upload their proposals there when they're funded, so that like we could access them?
Absolutely. Yep, there's an
Because that might
attachment.
be done.
So you can add as many attachments that whatever you want.
Yeah.
There's a big attachment section.
Because that might make it easier for us to see like what the plans are.
Absolutely, yep, yeah, and I could walk you guys all through that, I'm not right now, but at another time, if we want to do an NDSF session, so you could see the cruise planning. Go ahead.
What if proposals could be attached to the SME rather than the planning section? So they're at the very beginning when they're scheduled. So as soon as they're on a schedule, the schedule's first drafts usually come out about September, at least for HUI, for the following year. And they get tweaked, you know, between then and, you know, the following November when your cruise may be scheduled for. But if it's at that SME level and we're working on a 6-month cruise planning timeframe as the standard, at least if your proposal is attached to the SME and it's on the schedule, that would be.
If the scientist chooses to share that.
Yeah, there is a,
right.
because it's also public, like, or because anybody can log into MFP and.
But they can't see
that.
everything, right?
They can't see them.
No, okay.
Sorry.
So Layla has her hand up.
Oh, yes, Layla.
Yeah, thanks. It's a really interesting conversation, and you know, a lot of really great suggestions are being tossed out. I did want to come back to the one about proactively reaching out to the newly funded PIs as a really good suggestion for a couple of reasons. You know, I like the idea of communicating out to the PI and creating that accessibility of these are the things you're going to need to care about. That communication can provide a POC for vehicles for the ship, clue the PI in about the use of the MFP. But I think crafting that communication, sitting down and thinking about, you know, what that communication would look like is going to be a super instructive activity, because you will start pulling together, well, also this and also that, and that can, I think, lead to a process document that's going to reveal a lot of the gaps in knowledge that folks out there might have. And I think I'm stating some things that have already been said, but I think that could be a very valuable exercise of what would I tell this person in the first place.
So if I can recommend an action item based off that, it seems that when it's clear post-proposal award, if the chief scientist can reach out to new funded people and request a copy of the proposal, not required, but they can then give a quick glance at it and highlight anything that's going to be a challenge to support, and then tap NDSF if it is, to see if there's a challenge at that stage. And the reason is, it seems like there's multiple stages where this could be really instructive. There's the early stage, like you're proposing something that's wackadoodle, this is going to take 18 months to deal with. This is going to be more challenging depending on the vessel chosen, which can then fall into a later discussion when the vehicle vessel conversation is enacted. And then there can also be a more specific conversation at the 6 months out, really, how do you actually do this? And I think that could avoid some of the complications.
So I don't get notified when proposals are funded.
Funny, neither do we, right?
Tough. So that's maybe something we need to
And
figure
it's
out.
and historically, over decades, that has been an impossible thing to get.
Well, it's even more impossible now.
No, and
So
for all the good reasons in terms of proprietariness and whatever, I think what it means is when there is this proactive nature that Andy was just mentioning, which is that when a PI is notified that their proposal has been funded, right, that should trigger a series of communications from either the vehicle leads or the chief scientist, chief surgeons, or both, saying, great, terrific, congratulations, can you send us the text? Because we don't need to see all the details of their salary and whatnot.
Right,
Send us
right,
the
right.
text of your proposal.
Yeah.
Let us help you in terms of figuring out this planning. That could then basically stimulate discussions among vessel schedulers who that may also,
yeah.
because some of this information will also be important in terms of what's the best ship, what's the right ship to marry with Jason for that particular cruise in that area, if they're gonna use Sentry 2, or if they're not, or if they need some other requirement. So it's a question of how do you make those connections?
I gotta step in, I'm sorry, I don't mean to step on you there, Andrew, if I may.
Brian, Tim, Alice, then we're gonna change topics.
So I can pick on Dan because we've known each other long enough that Dan grew up in the Ridge program, or Dan grew the Ridge program, however you want to look at it, at a time when we had a Ridge relevancy committee that actually looked at proposals as a requirement, from which my eyebrows are still singed when that was learned. We can't do that. And
Sure.
that's why, I said, since funded proposal itself does not become public information and the PI may choose to disclose whatever they wish. I think it's a great idea to have some subset of the proposal, something like that that really describes the work. But the other components, the intellectual property in a proposal should never be suggested that it's required to reveal. There's stuff in there that isn't relevant to the work plan. And, we got our blinders on a little bit to improve, our perspective on the problem post-funding, getting it executed correctly. There's more to it. And pick on Dan.
No, it's been impossible to get the information for good reasons, as well as for reasons that hinder the effective execution of the science, right? It's what we're trying to do, right? So it's that balance of trying to figure out how do we try to do it better, right?
When someone goes in an MFP though, Mark's like funded, right? That should be able to trigger some kind of alert.
It does, and the problem is you get overwhelmed with how many people. And so a couple things that came to mind, and maybe there's something that we could trigger those that have NDSF specifically to you, so you see that. And also, we just had somewhat of a talk about this on council about the fact that we have a hard time getting that information. And so we were gonna supply, the UNOLS office was gonna supply information to the program managers, NSF program managers, that says, make sure you go into MFP and update your funding status so that we can get you funded. And at the same time, we can add more verbiage about, and if you're going to use an NDSF vehicle, here is the contact, and make sure they reach out immediately, kind of thing. Go ahead, Brian.
Is that trigger more challenging because the vehicles are categorized as equipment rather than ships? And I don't mean to pick on you about that point, but I'm just saying,
It's her source.
it may not, does the source code pick up?
I'm not
Like in-
sure.
Like in Tim's
Actually, I haven't
example,
looked at
Alvin
it.
or Jason,
Yeah.
So help me, are the ship time request forms mandatory for submitting a proposal?
Yes.
Are the MFPs mandatory for
It's the
filling
same.
out?
That's the same.
No,
It
but I thought,
produces
but
the
after,
SME.
so can you require somebody to go back and check it?
Yeah, they have to.
They have to go back and say they're funded.
So why is that not a trigger?
That's what we're just saying. When someone
right.
checks it, could that trigger an email saying?
It can trigger an email. My concern is that it's gonna trigger so many emails that you're gonna get inundated and you're like, not gonna see any of it, right? So if there's a way that we could funnel that to just send NDSF, and I
Another
can look
button
into
says
that.
NDSF on it.
Right, or, yeah, so I can look into that. I will have that as an action item. And then also, like I said, creating verbiage that we can add to that you guys feel comfortable with, and send it to NSF. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
just really quickly, to add to your chronology about what happens once a trigger fires. I feel like there should be, like Layla said, a process document that the chief side of Deep Submergence can relate to that PI's. That's a shepherding document that says, here's what you can expect to have to answer or deal with along the way. The chronology of whatever, it can be, and
That's our countdown.
TBD. It starts a countdown, but it's from sampling gear you're gonna need to, I don't know, birthing, how you're gonna deal with birthing and the birthing documents that we have now for people. Just all those things listed out, which we can do.
Right.
As a committee.
One of the things I've been considering is just making an example dive plan and saying, follow this. And then, usually when you do have to work for them, they're gonna do it, right? Because it's just easier, and then it will have all the metrics that we want. And then it's like, fill this out for what you're, because I'd say half the time we don't get dive plans before a cruise. It's figured out on the cruise.
Really?
And
right,
or it's not communicated with us. Detailed dive plan, right.
Or generates discussion that you want to have before the
So,
cruise anyway. right?
One of the things I've been thinking about is just making a template that can be used for a PI.
Put that as an action for you.
That template creates an expectation by the user of what they've got to
Right.
think about, fill out, and you give to you, right?
Right.
It's almost like Alvin does the same thing, kind of who's gonna dive tomorrow and what weights that they need and all that kind of stuff or whatever, right?
That could be part of the process. Yeah.
Similarly, we're trying to do that in terms of like a greater ship evolution. So you have your NDSF specific dive names, but often nobody just does dives anymore. They're doing 10 other things as well. So what does your perfect day look like? Knowing that once you're out there, everything changes, but knowing what your idealized day would be is hugely beneficial for the ship and crew to be prepared as well.
And arguably, it's probably overwhelming for someone that's got the ship, Century, Jason. I mean, Roxanne, you recently did a cruise that was all of that. And even for me, that's been going out and doing it for a long time, the logistics out there day to day are super hard, right?
Yes, and I'll just mention that you get new users, and the expectation is that the vehicles will want to have all of their positioning information in decimal degrees, and the ship wants it in degrees and decimal minutes. No, I'm serious. This is a key, important issue that is like a log jam that many new users, again, depending on the discipline that they come from and how facile they are in terms of dealing with that stuff. It's like, what? And then if you don't do that right, your planning, your dive planning, your day is going to be a mess. Or if you can't get the right grid into the program that the NDSF expects you to be able to use for underlays or whatever. So there's like a lot of moving parts to this, that the more that can be facilitated and regularized and made sort of common, the better it's going to be.
Well, that was just a perfect segue to what I wanted to talk about next, is transitioning from pre-cruise planning to pre-dive planning. And this has been an ongoing discussion among DeSSC with no uniform agreement. And so I thought it would be good to really address it. And it seems like there's success by good maps and good vision of how the dive is going to progress over the hours to days, depending on the vehicle, can really help. And it's also can be a real barrier if your expertise is not GIS and mapping. And we've had support from NDSF on being flexible on this. And I think it's worth the discussion of how do we want to make a recommendation or provide some guidance opportunities to make sure that everybody goes to sea able to run the dives as efficiently as possible. And I can say the counterpoints is that many people have suggested that everyone should come with somebody that knows how to make a map at sea. But many of us can't walk down the hall and get that expertise, or it's a co-PI or I status, which is a $200,000 to $300,000 hit on the proposal when we start talking in actualities.
Right.
So I put a little bit of thought into this before today, and those in geology that use mapping programs on a day-to-day basis will very easily give us a map of where they want to go with a box, and And for them, that's super easy, right? Like, because they just use those programs, and if you're not in geology and you're not using that software or used to pulling in maps and DAPI, you don't get that, right? And it's of no fault of their own, it's just, some people are used to using those programs and some people are not. But it certainly helps in the pre-cruise planning, dive planning process, when you can get a map of exactly where someone wants to go and what that box looks like, right? I'm not suggesting I know what the solution here is for those who don't use that software, but it definitely, I think it makes a big difference.
And I'll just make the point that at Hui, through the IT department here, we have made available to every operations group in NDSF, Chimera and Figure Bounce. So they have those visualization programs. Every ops group has them, and they use them to varying degrees to help science or to help themselves. So we've done that part of it, if you will, which I think facilitates some of that, not all of it, but some of it.
Has there ever been any thought given into having a mapping workshop, like teaching people how to either process simple multi-beam or how to prepare maps? Because it seems like this is a pinch point for a lot of people, and without people being trained, I just don't know how we solve this, right? I'm just curious if that's something that DeSSC has ever considered or the communities ever considered on how to.
You mean the mapping as specific to supporting dive planning?
I would say both, right? I think there's the mapping, this whole dive planning, which oftentimes links back to shipboard multi-beam, right? So it's like the pre-cruise planning, but then it's also like on the ship sometimes, if multi-beam is being used to decide where you're gonna dive next, people don't know how to process it, not Sentry data, but the multi-beam on the ship. So kind of the grand scheme.
There are a bunch of mapping, like how to map training courses. Like CCOM offers them, Larry Mayer offers them in some like really advanced ones in conjunction with Kongsberg. So there are courses available. I think sometimes it's like, well, I need the funding for the training because they can be expensive. So maybe rather than reinventing the wheel for that like baseline, just helping facilitate more broad announcements about these trainings. I can help with that too.
Well, this is Dave Caress. I'm not sure how well I'm going to come through. I'm offshore at the moment, but you can hear me? Okay, you can probably hear the ship noise too. But so that exact point is something that I've been thinking about, I am now nominally, or not nominally, but I am now the friend of Sentry and taking over from Scott. And I talked a bit with Scott about his perception of things from the recent years of all the debriefs and so forth. And I think something that's definitively true is that there's inadequate documentation of how you specifically can deal with Sentry data in the context of being at sea and getting the initial results from the automated processing and turn that around and use that for dive planning for either Sentry or excuse me, either Alvin or Jason. And so I think there's a very clear need to create appropriate documentation for that. And it did also seem to me that doing that in conjunction with or in the context of a workshop would make a great deal of sense.
Largely advanced one, but there are other. A comment. This is not a mapping course, or it has nothing to do with sort of taking new mapping data and correcting it, creating a map. But before a cruise happens, there's actually a need for people to become familiar with this simple tool that
I need everybody on the team who's failing to be up to speed, able to load up a map, pick off the correct mathematical point, because they might call them to do that. So, and it's, you know, we don't have no budget to train them. There's no mapping course. But what we did do, we just did a group Zoom, recorded the Zoom, put it on YouTube. And then anybody in my group who needs to learn how to use QGIS, I just send them the link to the YouTube. Say, watch this, it's gonna take you 45 minutes. And it actually explains how do you find a map for a given part of the ocean. Here are the places you would look for pre-existing maps, not new ones. But it gets them up to speed with working with mapping data. They learn about, you know, which types of data are appropriate to use. They learn how to put it in QGIS and how to manipulate it in a really basic way.
That type of resource would be awesome for us. Like, we have so many website things that really need to be better. But if we had a page, like, you know, my other logistics person and I are talking about, like, okay, we need a page where it's just like links to get you to resources like that. Because if you have a great one that's working for your team, well, it will probably work for a lot of
It's
them.
not professionally done, right? It was like a
Yeah.
Zoom during COVID. But now I say, you need to make a map, go watch this link. And then they produce a map, so it works. You know?
So if you are willing to share that,
Yeah,
we might be able to.
Yeah, maybe it could be the starting point for something more.
Yeah, or
produced.
include it in a link, like for our like shipboard, like the bigger, broader cruise planning, not the vehicle specific. We could include a section in the agenda that's just like, here's a bunch of links that might be helpful.
Yeah.
Roxanne.
Sure, I mean, I guess, I think more education for everyone broadly is of course great, but it requires us to constantly be vigilant about making sure new users and various participants are up to date. That seems like the least efficient and most error-prone way to deal with this problem. So I guess my pushback and perspective would be, it's not that we shouldn't educate the users to participate, but I think that we should think about a more efficient way to do this as a community, and not to say, okay, we're just gonna keep educating people and hope that they can figure it out enough to meet the standards that would be needed to do a dive plan. So I don't know, I mean, to me, I'd be curious to hear from NDSF, I mean, how much time are we talking about to do something like this before a cruise or a dive? Like, are we talking, you know, this is gonna eat up, you know, weeks of someone's time, a day, an hour? I really don't know. And so that's where I'm curious to see, like, from an efficiency perspective, is it actually easier to put this back in the hands of NDSF? And then you get the data you want to the quality you want without relying on the user to meet that standard.
I mean, I think the point Sean brought up about, you know, sort of dive planning, right?
Yeah.
And having a template that sort of encourages the PI to generate those plans are really moving in the direction you're suggesting. So I think it's a good note, and, you know, something that we need to fold into the thinking in terms of actually, you know, having in that countdown the idea that there is whatever 2 months, 3 months prior to the cruise, having that kind of material in hand. Right?
And where to find the maps. I think
That
people
will
stumble on
exactly that
People
aspect.
stumble on that.
Yeah.
And if you know that you're going to an unknown area that you know you're gonna be mapping every single night and then diving every day, we have other tools that we can use. So we have the tech pool. So like my team could always say like, hey, you need to give up a perk, but if you're NSF funded, it's at no cost to you. We will get somebody hopefully from the tech pool, Brandy's team, and have that person be like dedicated to executing mapping with the EM 124 on the ship. So depending on the scope of what your mapping needs are, Jill's solution may be most appropriate for you, or it may be that we get an additional person who is more of an experienced in mapping products.
Right.
Is this something the high bandwidth could provide a solution for rather than a bird? Or is that just too much? I don't even know.
It depends on what baseline you're coming in with the science party. So if you have somebody who like knows how to set up lines, knows how to like do the basics of setting up how you are going to collect your mapping data, processing it on shore, that can be sizable data. So it might be a little bit of a lag time, and it's probably in the middle of the night.
And I'm also concerned about Sean's point of, you know, success-based failure.
Yeah.
Also, we're on the cusp of SIS which is the software for multi-beams, a lot of our multi-beams, now has a remote component where you can control it, and Scripps is testing that. And that is something that you could do remotely if they're up at the hours that you need them to be. But if you need them to be up overnight on the ship, you can ask them to be up overnight at home. But so there is the possibility in the future of some remote management of plans.
And who is going to be part of that testing, but I would say it's probably a year out before we would be like, okay, science, here's this awesome tool, because it has to be data tested.
Just thinking about things changing quickly.
Yeah, right. But to your question, Brian, about doing it offshore, off ship, on the ship, is that when you're dive planning, if you're in a new area or something like that, you need to be able to, I use Flater mouse, you need to be able to spin it, look at the three dimensionality of it, the slope. And you can then actually measure distances and whatnot, how far you can go and that kind of thing. So being interactive with it is super important. So I don't know if that's what people are talking about through telepresence or something like that. In the next 2 months, there's going to be a lot of dive planning with NOAA OE, where you can go online on the Zoom and watch how their mapping group does that with Flater mouse. And it's a great way to train new users. Been doing it for years. And once you see how they do it, if you get Flater mouse software and you get the map, you can do it. It's not that difficult. Again, if you had a Jill-like approach, here are the 6 steps you can do to manipulate this map and make a dive track. Wow, it's powerful. But I suggest.
Yeah, we also have a standard like dive planning template that I'd be happy to share with this group for awareness. And we also, I had one other question on this topic though. Is there a standard requirement for the vessels for like a cruise plan prior to the actual field work being happened? That's a standard requirement we have. Okay. So, because like a lot of that needs to have details about the dive plans and stuff in them as part of that planning document. Obviously, it changes once you get out there and you map the area, but at least they have details of where they want to go, what they're planning to do, that kind of stuff in it.
I think it depends on the operator.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all run by different universities and they all do it differently.
Yeah, Jason, in Century's case, we go on ships of opportunity.
Yeah.
And it varies, I mentioned it about something else earlier, it varies greatly how these details are handled.
Yeah, well, speaking from the funding side, as a funder, we actually require the PIs to do a standard pre-cruise template that they have to submit up to 60 days prior to an expedition. And so for projects that are utilizing those technologies, I think I could talk to the but I'm sure they'd be happy to share that with you as well.
So going back to action items. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to weigh in. I sort of agree with Roxanne. I mean, I understand that Jill's having some success training people with the video and having multiple people who can do things, but to me, the mapping is such a specialized trade, and it's more of just the science. It's an art form as well, I think, in some respects. You know, our model has always been, if you need that capability, if it's really essential to you, you bring out an expert who can do it. And I think doing it remotely means you're passing, unless you can access the data on the ship without having to pass all that data back to shore, you're gonna be moving a lot of data. Those raw data files can be huge. So I don't know how you deal with that and still stay agile enough to be able to turn things and look at things and make decisions like, you know, a half an hour before a dive. The question to me is, I think the answer still remains having someone, at least for the time being, having someone on the ship who can process the information. The question, I guess, is that a science berth, or is that in a DSF or a ship, you know, ship crew person? And that seems like the bigger challenge to answer. Typically, you know, when Century's out, they generate the data and they're good enough and quick enough to generate underlays for us, and that's what we rely on. But we don't currently carry a person who can process the information.
And neither is Jason.
And I'm not gonna sign up anyone to do it right now.
Well, just to that point, sorry, Ray. process means different things to different.
Sure, I might not be using the right term. right?
There's multiple layers to
Yeah.
that, so we can process data to a, certain extent, but it might not be suitable for one PI versus.
Sure, yeah. I guess that's the other thing, is each PI, from one PI to the next has different requirements, and being able to have a person who's skilled enough to be able to fit all of those specific requirements is gonna be challenging. So anyway, I just wanted to weigh in.
I just wanted to throw out, the file size transfers. The Multi-Beam Advisory Committee has a script or program that allows them to reduce file size to send to shore for troubleshooting. And I haven't seen what those files look like, but they may end up being enough to do limited processing for planning purposes.
Yeah, I think that if, in any scenario, if we're gonna be planning on having the data processed on shore, the MAC committee has to be involved.
Yeah.
In some capacity, and you want them involved.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out there are multiple avenues that are starting to allow this as a planning thought.
That's, I just want to make two quick points before we get to lunch. And I want to start with the second one, which is weird, but Dave, Caress Online, made the suggestion that, this type of skill could be the topic of a workshop. And I immediately wrote down that, to me, workshops are great, love workshop, we don't love workshop, but they're very limited in scope and time. And the things I heard from Jill, Roxy, about process and standardizing and providing a resource to allow a continuum of people to provide what they need is so much more valuable, and could be the outcome of a workshop, don't get me wrong. But I like what I'm hearing about more process driven. The overarching thought I've had during all of this discussion, and the whole thing kind of freaks me out, is at what point in the pre-cruise planning is some objectiveness to the overwhelming nature of some people's desires? Some of these things are just over the top, and who can provide that reasonable assessment of you can do that, but you're going to kill everybody after 4 days type thing. I've been out, and I'm not going to name a specific PI because that would be imprudent. Friend of yours. I went out on a Sea Debbie cruise, and boy, they can get some material and crank and try and grind, and it just, wow, challenging. But then I also place a lot of blame on the Jason group, in that in particular.
Thank you for Heinz.
Exactly. For managing expectations. So, when it becomes, when Jason team in particular has performed heroic saving of an expedition just because they can and have, it becomes the new expectation. And, when your previous experience has been that these guys can do superhuman things daily forever, it becomes the new plan. And it just goes on and on and on. It spirals into a situation we sometimes find ourselves in, that's just not enough time people are reasonable to expect yet again. And I don't know how helpful that is.
No, I think that's a good point, because that's what we see is we do something out of the ordinary, we get it done, and then that gets put into the next proposal.
Right.
And we're like, oh crap. This is not gonna
That's how it grows.
This just emphasizes, I think, a thin line that exists where, the extending the facilities capabilities to deliver good science is something that's a hallmark of has been for many years. And we want to have that flexibility, but at the same time, meter it out in a way that doesn't unreasonably burden what it is we do, or, build expectations to an extent that, creates a failure.
But where does that fit into the pre-cruise planning to bring it back into this?
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
I'm not gonna address that point, but I just wanted to add on to what Andy said. There's the success and failure of the cruise, but then there's also the safety aspect, and then the workplace culture or environment, and
Burning people out.
Yeah. Morale, right? That when you do it once, that's one thing. And this is what we kind of see on Atlantis with Alvin, because we're still we kind of stay there and we can do 3 cruises at a time. An oncoming science party is there for a set period of time. The team that we've got out there at sea is there for a longer period of time. If we do it for one, we're gonna have to do it for others, and our team just can't sustain that high level of output, for that long. So it's important to manage those expectations. And yeah, like we said, when you start, accelerating the pace of operations and you have to sustain it for a long period of time, it makes it difficult for the entire team, ship crew as well.
So if I can make a suggestion then on how this can be dealt with in actuality, is at that 6-month meeting, a clear discussion of mapping and mapping capabilities. And if I can request NDSF to come up with what they can support depending on the vehicle. Often I need a super mediocre map to know what part of the world I'm in. Is that something that can be generated with the ship's multi-beam ahead of an Alvin dive? Versus I need some very fine scale resolution based on a recent fine scale multi-beam map. Like, I think there are different ends of those, and some should require either a specific person or some additional training. Others don't. And so if I think that would be a way that clear discussion ahead of time means that people will show up at sea, either with the expertise they need, the training they need, or a very clear expectation of what NDSF can or cannot provide. So they're not asked to do their heroics that always save the science.
Since ship-based multi-beam and not vehicle-based multi-beam like Sentries, it does fall on the technician groups. Make sure that's discussed at the broader shipboard cruise planning meeting.
Yeah, and the ability to interface with the NDSF assets so it's useful for them.
Tina, you had your hand up a minute ago. You've got an important voice in this discussion.
Yeah, so one of the things that strikes me as listening to this is that we we seem to talk about things on a more like emergent situation, right? 6 months is emergent. We have to get this cruise plan for, these people need maps, right? But perhaps we focus more on what can we start building with legacy data we have that also starts factoring in the new data, right? We have machine learning capabilities, we have AI capabilities, we have decades worth of mapping data from ships and from vehicles. Andy mentions building upon the facility, and maybe that's looking more at a resource toolbox that gets built upon of, a lot of times we're not necessarily going to novel places in the ocean. We're going to places that are highly visited, repeated yearly or every so often. And when we have resources like that, we could be just building upon maps instead of an emergent thing. It's, here's this resource toolbox where you can look at maps and how they've evolved over the last 30 years. And it's just more of a scripting grind process that is, running in the background.
So I think we really need input from the users as what do they need? Do they want an interface? Do they want videos that show them how to use a program? And you're probably gonna get a lot of different answers, but to take action items out of this, we need, I think, more detail as to what the users really want, right?
And I think there's a fine line, right? Especially when it comes to maps, on what is good enough for dive planning versus what is potentially science-ready publication. And I would say those are different standards, and the standard that we may be more capable of meeting is, this is a usable map for dive planning, but not something you're gonna go put out in your publication.
Sure. And I'll just make a couple of comments. One is, there's, I think in addition to what was just discussed, and going back to what Sarah was saying about the fact that if you're talking about using the hull-mounted, the shipboard hull-mounted multi-beam, then it's a question of engaging with the technical support on board the ship about that. That also implies that the folks on board have a sense of what it takes to make a map, what it takes to optimize the acquisition parameters for that particular map in terms of speed versus depth and whatnot, so that you can get a 20-meter grid out of it or a 50-meter grid or whatever, depending on what your science need is. So that's one thing. But I guess, first of all, we have an excellent database of well-supported through NSF and other agencies, information about bathymetry. I know that that MGDS and R2R can provide a drive of the GeoMap app sort of database and tile set that could be resident on any ship. So you don't have to be worrying about getting data from a website. You can have it resident on the ship. That's one thing that can exist. But I would go back to the point about the proposal, which is if the PI has not made the case for they understand where they're going and they have a good sense of the maps that they're going to be using and they're planning this proposal for, that to me is sort of a base element, sort of criteria of is this fundable or not fundable, right? So in many cases that can exist, and usually the PI has a colleague or does it themselves that can deal with the mapping data. It's a question of bringing it, I think, more upfront and saying, that's a pretty key element of what you're doing day to day out at sea. You have to focus on it, you have to highlight it, and you have to work with the NDSF teams to make sure that you're well integrated in terms of who's going to do what and what the expectations are. So part of this is communications. I mean, I think we have a lot of the elements already in place and reasonably well supported in terms of existing databases that are available nationally and that can be available and lots of tools that can be used.
Can I make one last little plug?
Yes.
Okay, just to touch on something that Dan said, we are actively, myself, Vicki and Katie Graver are actually taking a higher res version of the GMRT stuff coming from MGDS. We are working on making that integrated into the mapping tools that you see in C-Log, C-Play for Jason and Alvin, as well as providing it in its standalone place on both the Armstrong and Atlantis. And Katie's helping us with that as a tool to the science communities out there.
And Tina's pointing at me because Katie works for both of us.
Yes.
And she's on the call.
Yes, thanks, Katie.
So my last point here, I think, is appropriate. We're always running out of time to discuss this topic. It was not foreshadowing, although it was. I think we have some clear outputs based on this map, including dive template, clear discussions, quantifying what NDSF can support, focusing on dive planning maps, not publication maps, and then opportunities for trainings with legacy when appropriate. With that, we've got an hour for lunch. We are gonna finish up this conversation with a statement from Tim, and then you make sandwiches, which are right there.
I think I talked too much. But I wanted to say that, we never have enough time to discuss things we want to discuss, but I really am thankful and think how important it is that we have this kind of discussions and have this kind of time. There's a brain trust in this room that can solve these issues and make a better world for all of us. And by giving us the time today, you've done that, I think. So I think every once in a while, we should stop and have these kinds of conversations and let them go. So, great.
And now lunch.
Yay.
It's nice not to have just a 2-hour Zoom meeting where it's like, I like that opinion, but we don't have time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I think it's,
Yeah.
right? We often move in such a cliff.
We have this conversation, hopefully, because Alice.
What are you doing?
We can make it to happy hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The brewery.
That's very hard.
Barely touched
So
For the prompt.
our next section is going to be hearing from Andy and NDSF, sort of updates and progress towards some of the result responses to PCARs and open conversations about that.
Yeah.
Are we recording and unmuted?
Yeah, can you hear us online, okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Brandy.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Let's see, since we had our last meeting only a few short weeks ago, there isn't a great deal to report, honestly, in terms of progress. Other than, what had been presented over during the last meeting. Both Sentry, Jason and Alvin have been in operations since that last meeting. Jason working in New Zealand on court work, Sentry likewise in the same neck of the woods, doing surveys for NIWA off White Island and Bay of Plenty. And then, of course, Alvin with Dr. Canary and his folks in Galapagos. Those operations have been generally smooth. However, one thing I will present just a little bit of an update on relates to some difficulties we had towards the end of the dive series with the Alvin trim system. I can sort of detail a little bit more on that front. And then we have some updates on DEI activities, which Anna, I think, will lead, and then just general discussions. So let's see. Okay, hopefully everybody can see that. So, yeah, there we go. So Anthony provided this information and is here to help answer any questions. The events towards the end of the cruise I just mentioned for Alvin and Galapagos were punctuated by an unfortunate failure of the trim system on the submarine. And that's used not so much to trim the vehicle up and down, or it's not to be mistaken for variable ballast, but it's actually shifting mercury from one end of the submarine to the other to affect the fore and aft trim of the sub, and it's been there for, well, maybe since the 1960s. I'm not sure exactly how long, many years. It is during the recent overhaul, I think I'm right in saying that there was a new implementation of the same system based on the pre-existing design. In any case, during the last dive at 1,000 meters, that system experienced a failure that resulted in losing some hydraulic oil as well as about 100 pounds of elemental mercury. That is extremely unfortunate. We had observers from the Park Service, and Dan is here, so if need be, can answer any more detailed questions. They filed and alerted the Park Service to the release of these contaminants. And as far as the park, I think, is concerned, there was no further need for action. But unfortunately, we're in the process of recovering the submarine. Of course, there's hydraulic oil and some mercury that was sort of residual on the submarine and became a contaminant on board the Atlantis. The one, of course, that's most concerning is the mercury itself. And so there's been a set of steps taken to both understand the extent of the contamination, inform the oncoming science party, and develop plans so that when the ship is stateside in San Diego, there'll be an opportunity for a team of specialists to be able to come in, give us some more measurements vis-a-vis the contamination and affect the cleanup. And those steps and planning is actively underway. Paul Gallagher, who's the Marine Superintendent, is here and probably able to add some additional information. But what could have been, I suppose, a more significant event, not that it wasn't significant from everyone's perspective, has not adversely affected the ability of the ship to undertake the science that's underway right now. And we also don't expect it to have any impact on the near or medium term operations of the submarine. The Alvin Group are, carefully looking at not only just obviously the steps needed to put the sub back into service and make sure that it's safe for all of our folks to work with, given the nature of the contaminant, but also, understand why it failed, as well as, put in place plans so that we can continue operations while that system is removed and we're actively take a careful look at exactly what happened. So that is sort of a brief update. I'm happy to answer any questions people might have, or maybe comments. Paul, you feel if there's additional information to be offered, but that's sort of an update on recent operations.
And is there any special consideration for performing the cleanup in California?
We're engaging a contractor who has the necessary, certifications and works in the state of California and has all of the appropriate sort of paperwork to perform these kinds of cleanup actions. So, I think that answers your question. I don't personally, I don't think I'm aware of, how that might differ versus another state. But, cleanups of this type are, apparently not entirely unusual in an industrial setting. And they occur in California, and there are steps that companies like this take to, put facilities back into operation and make sure they're safe for, all the individuals who were involved in those operations.
Ryan, I would say that they're going to Scripps facility at Martha, so keeping them in the loop about this. Sure. The residual mercury in the system's been drained and contained, so we're really talking about the cleanup in the hangar space, which can be done sort of in a confined space with air monitoring and with the right, industrial hygienist oversight. So I think we're on the right track. Fortunate in a lot of ways that the site was quickly recovered, everybody was safe, we were able to get the situation stabilized. It happened the last dive, so for Dr. Dan, I think we're very fortunate in the timing of all of it, even though it was an unforeseen sort of incident. I think the team's working really hard to not lose any science days, with the ship, but also not have it impact all the other things that have to happen at Scripps. We have a 2-week period and the ship's been gone in foreign waters for a long time. So we have a lot of outside vendors, Coast Guard inspections, the Navy's coming to inspect the A-frame system in the back of Atlantis. There's a lot going on while we can clean this up and get it prepared for its next mission. A lot more planning needs to happen before we're ready.
Bottom line being no expected impact to change state.
We have a trace metal cleaning cruise underway right now on the ship, and so far, so good. If they see any anomalies in their data, I'm sure they will be letting us know. They were more concerned actually with, they were concerned about the mercury, of course. Their ears perked up when they heard, powdered zinc was part of the sorbent situation. So, because they're doing low level zinc measurements.
Yeah.
But
You're using these C14s.
no, I was like, actually, if it was isotopes, it's like we have such a system down for that, it would have been no problem. But they're underway, they're happy, they're getting their science done. I'm sure we haven't heard anything yet. No news is good news. So I'm sure they will share results if anything else off.
And Andy didn't say it explicitly, but obviously we've been talking about this, and the ability to continue operating the sub without that trim system exists. It's a non-SOx system planned for other ballast, and just 500 pounds you for that. And then the impact on the ability to trim for aft for science needs and sampling would be assessed.
Yeah, so I would, add to that. Yes, we do have to make up for the 500 pounds of trim. We do have some initial ideas on how to do that. That's fairly straightforward, but we will not have the ability to trim pitch for aft, also up, down, nose up, nose down throughout the course of a dive, but we should be able to adjust dive by dive to accommodate or to deal with payload fluctuations.
Yeah, that's the summary. As Paul suggested, there are a lot of moving parts, but the team is working together to make sure that all the steps that need to be taken, as well as the idea of turning the ship around in San Diego, quarterly maintenance on the submarine and so forth, all happen in a timely fashion when we get underway as planned.
We do have one question online. Jeff, did you want to go ahead?
Yes, please. Hey, Andy, thanks for that explanation. How old was the system that failed, and what's involved in repairing and restoring the system?
I'll let Anthony give you the details. It's new in the sense that it was installed during the last overhaul.
Right, so it's been installed for over 30 years. This type of system has been installed for over 30 years. During the last implementation of the stage 2 work, so the last overhaul, we made some minor changes to the configuration of it. We went from 4 holding tanks to 2, so 4 spheres, 2 fore, 2 aft, to 2 spheres, 1 fore, 1 aft. Every time we overhaul the system, we put new components in. So for the most part, the components were new. You know, we're taking a look at all of those changes, but to the second part of the question, before we would install a mercury trim system, Andy sort of mentioned it. Our goal is to conduct a full root cause analysis and ultimately come to a conclusion on why the failure happened. Once we complete that, we would then have to reevaluate the hazards and the risks and update all of those plans, all of those associated plans, work with our stakeholders, so Marine Department and Ship Ops, and then ultimately come up with a robust emergency response plan that addressed all of the lessons that we learned over the last incident. You know, once we did that, we would then obviously assess the hazards and make a decision going forward.
Okay, thanks.
Sort of continuing on with more in terms of technical updates, I suppose. You know, one of the systems that has appeared in the PCAR end of things has to do with the imaging system on the submersible, which is new, at least post this overhaul, and also the data systems. There have been a range of sort of valuable inputs, if you will, or observations from users. It's a relatively complex and capable system, and you know, as would be expected, you know, there's some teething pains. You know, I think the key insight from our perspective is that the number of difficulties with that system have been steadily declining. In other words, we're making progress to beat down some of the wrinkles, some bigger than others. And you know, we've gotten, I think, now to a more stable configuration that is both usable and can provide the data output that the users expect. That said, you know, there's still additional work that we're doing to basically address what is, I think, a diminishing list of issues with regard to the imaging system on the submersible. You know, there's Mike Skronsky, who's the engineer that has put this together with the help of a range of folks, has provided some updates in terms of the AIS, so-called, the Alvin imaging system, and in particular sort of highlights the idea that, you know, it's using what it's emerged as, you know, sort of community standards for video acquisition, including geotagging, the archive and access. There's a set of things that he's been working on to try and improve, again, the system, as I mentioned a minute ago. You know, one of the aspects that has been, I think, particularly challenging is dealing with what is a complex network inside the submersible. The cameras themselves are part of that network, and as are the recorders and the control systems. And, you know, anyone who's had a home network or, you know, heaven forbid, in their laboratory probably knows that there are times when those network devices don't all work together. And I think that Mike's been doing, along with the ops team and other folks, have been really working hard to resolve some of those conflicts that have affected the stability of the system. But as I said a minute ago, I think we've generally been gaining on it and beating down these issues to the point where the system is functioning. That said, there is still additional work to do. Geotagging, I think, again, sort of thinking about this as an industry standard and, recognizing some of the work that Tina and the data group are doing with Vicky and the folks at Lamont. These kinds of sort of data products are now becoming kind of standard, and I think we'll likely see some of these advances affect, the JSON system, for example, so that there are, sort of a sort of interoperable data product that works with some of these third-party tools, some of which Tina mentioned a few minutes ago. NAV system, likewise, I think we heard earlier the need for us to come up with a more unified way of dealing with lat long. I'd say underneath all of that is a very capable nav system that makes it possible for us to navigate Alvin and Jason or Sentry with really kind of I won't say unprecedented, but tremendous sort of outcome and results, realizing that, no longer does the navigation require a set of bottom-mounted transponders triangulating where you are and all the time associated with that, but we have now a measurement directly from the ship, augmented by sensors on the vehicles that provides us with a pretty high degree of precision on the part of the nav systems, and that's a key advance, particularly for the submersible in terms of operating at its maximum depth. But there's ongoing work. We're integrating telemetry, acoustic telemetry systems into the system so that we're able to pass information. Initially, that's related to navigation, but we'll I think expand in the near future to include the potential for information other than nav texts, for example, possibly thumbnails of imagery and so forth to be broadcast from the submersible to the surface. Moving to Jason.
Can I ask a question about the Alvin camera system?
Sure.
I know some of the feedback has also been the request for an option of a more tactile way to adjust the camera. Is that, there's a lot of different options for that. Is that a possibility, or is that too difficult to integrate to the network?
I don't know if Mike's on the call. He was earlier. Okay, he's not. We've chatted about it briefly. I think from my point of view, and maybe Anthony and Dan, I suspect, will have something to say about this. There are enough boxes and items. Mike's here. Okay. Inside the sphere, and sort of trying to manage yet another box that gives, knobs for people to use, in my mind, is problematic. That said, if the consensus is that, the interface is consistently seen by users in the next, several months as a problem, and the PCAR indicates that this is something that needs to be addressed, as with other parts of what we do, and we will take that sort of common denominator based on input from multiple users and make a change accordingly. Anthony wants to say.
I just want to add something respectfully speaking. So Andy, you're right. Ultimately, the decision to combine the controls of the Alvin camera system into that tablet were made because we did want to consolidate controls. We were going to have that tablet in there, and we thought it just made sense to have it all combined. That allowed us to have the controls and the metadata that you could get from both systems easily available. That said, the development, this is a complex system that is replacing another complex system. So I just want to remind people that we've developed the system, we've got it out, and let's call it an initial operating condition. Our intent has always been to field it, solicit feedback from the science community, the users, and react accordingly. So that's, I think, what we're doing. I think we've got a system that is serviceable, and I think that's an understatement. I think it does some things very well. I know there are some areas where we can optimize it. And I think, you know, a more tactile interface is certainly something we're going to be considering. So I know, Dan, you're biting your tongue and you want to say something, so I'll pass it off to you.
Okay, I guess I think I have a couple of things to contribute, having lived with the system on Alvin for about a little more than 2 months on 2 field programs recently. It is a bit of a tour de force and really exceptional in how it's integrated a whole lot of complex things. I mean, I think Anthony sort of understated just how complicated getting all of this stuff to work can be. And I think, you know, Mike Skronsky's input to this has been really, you know, sort of critical, and it is really exceptional how well it does certain things. That said, there are some things that it does that are less optimal. For instance, the camera settings, control, ISO, shutter speed, that sort of stuff. It's actually very well integrated. The drop downs are pretty easy to navigate, and I think that that's sort of a very good place for it to be. It's compact and it's all accessible. Great. And you can go to each camera that has those capabilities and make changes. So from that point of view, it's really good. The key point that I've made in several PCARs has been the lag in the zoom and focus. And I've always admitted that part of that may be my age and poor eyesight, and that I'm not maybe as good at it as I could be or should be or was. But I know others have had similar sort of frustrations, and there is a bit of a lag in terms of when you press the button or how hard you press the button. And also the question, at least within Alvin, of the fact that you've got the highest resolution screen behind you, you have a tablet you're trying to touch while you're looking at the screen, and just how well your coordination is in terms of pressing the right thing on the tablet and getting all that to work is a bit frustrating, rather than simply having a knob to twiddle, right? So there is that. That's not to say that there isn't good video that's being collected. Yes, there is. I think it would be more, there'd be more good video if it were a bit easier to do. That's one thing. The other part of it, though, is and I do think that, as Anthony mentioned, incrementally the glitches in the tablet software and how the tablet and the network play together have improved, I think, enormously over the whatever 6 or 8 months since it's been implemented. So that's good, and the group has really been working hard at every level to improve that. So that's all positive. I personally think that the placement of the cameras on Alvin needs to change. I think one camera in the middle would be much more effective, because right now they're a bit blocked by both manipulators. There's some of those details that clearly have implications to mounting positions on the sub, ergonomics of the manipulators, bolt patterns that you can mount stuff to. So as both Andy and Anthony alluded to, they continue to be sensitive to the need for improving it, and we'll take that into account. And I think at least the PCARs that I've submitted have made a bunch of constructive, positive sort of commentary on how we might improve it. Ultimately, it's a question of improving the ergonomics efficiency so that people are spending less time staring at a tablet, more time staring outside the window, making observations, and being more efficient about it. So that's, I think, an important thing to consider.
So a curious question, listening to all this. I wonder if there is people have the opportunity to have time to do training beforehand, like before dives, so people can actually play around with the system before they start using it?
Sometimes it's not. I think that's something certainly that we could do a bit better at. The group is very willing to give you the tablet, and actually one of the super cool things about it is you can go out in front of the submarine with the tablet, and as long as they have things turned on inside, of course, you can start manipulating the cameras and turn around and see how it would work.
Yeah.
So that requires that, you know, you get some group of some part of the science team out there and you actually do that and spend time doing that. And hopefully they're not having to fix things on the sub. And hopefully, in other words, it's a question of logistics then out at sea. But that is very important. And they do a modest amount of that during the briefings involved, which they've, I think, tried to improve a lot about what they cover. It has to be safety stuff and has to be, you know, the rebreathers and things that are essential, but also operations of those tablets. And so the group has, I think, all of the pilots who've been doing these briefs have become much more adept and focused on making sure they cover some parts of that to give them a hint of what they're going to expect, especially for new users who've never been in the ball before. So, but even so, you know, I had 18 new users, and they did pretty well getting video. Some of them were frustrated by some aspects of it, but they generally did pretty well.
Your question was on our SV, our science verification links. Even before we started, we put an instruction manual together and a system description together, best we could prior. And we updated that before we left the ship, so the next users would have something to really go on. I don't know if that document's been handed down, Dan, if.
We took that document and we made our own on the January cruise on the EPR.
Yeah.
I used that document on the most recent cruise and we had people looking at that. There is a video tutorial that we had everybody watch that was available and refined based on what we did in January and the input that we got from the BBC that was out with us in terms of storyboarding it. So we have made incremental steps to try to improve how well users can get used to what to expect in the sub.
So that's in the main lab, that video and that.
Yeah, they were looking at it on various computers and.
That's another pre-cruise meeting type.
Yeah.
Agenda item.
Website,
Right.
Yeah, I'll just add that, so the video that Jan's talking about, it is a C-Log AIS training video combination. As of the last Jason cruise, the Solomon cruise, we actually rolled out the Jason C-Log training video as well. The goal is to get those training videos on our NDSF website, as well as have them live on at least on Atlantis, on like the SciShare, and, you know, make that part of the briefing so that the science parties can go and watch it, use it, try and get as familiar as possible, as well as having access to it in the pre-cruise planning stages and go to the website and view it.
Great.
As part of that, is there a discussion of where data streams reside on the ship after it's collected? Because I know double checking that's been a critical part.
Not yet. There are numerous training pieces that my team is actively working on developing to try and help put resources on the website as part of all of this pre-cruise planning stuff.
Yeah, typically when you're out at sea, so we kind of put these together just in the same sequence we would when we were out there, right? So typically there'd be another little briefing on the data product and how to access it on the ship. When we did these videos, we essentially just had a pilot go into the sub and we taped or we recorded that on the iPad and using two GoPros in the sub to sort of record it real time. And I think that got chopped up and turned into a training. But you're right, that should be available.
That's just one of the things that often comes up is the experience. People know to check it and then the users don't, and sometimes don't know what the data is going to look like until they get the drive at the end, which is interesting. Great. I think that sounds like an excellent resource.
Shall I continue, please? Okay. Shifting gears to Jason, Matt's here and can certainly answer questions better than I. But these are some points that he wanted to share with everybody. You know, 22 was a very busy year, 23 not so much, probably a little under our optimum number of operating days, I think, from a you know, cost benefit perspective. A lot of that has had to do with some constraints relating to shipping, the availability of suitable platforms, as well as noted here, a desire to do a maintenance period on the vehicle. It's the first one of substance in the last 3 years. While we've done plenty of upgrades and improvements in that time period, for example, replacing the Medea vehicle frame, we really need to get the vehicle apart, get the syntactic foam off, triage some of the inevitable wear and tear that takes place on that important component, as well as look at the frame, change a whole bunch of the sort of consumable aspects of the vehicle, cabling and so forth, just to keep it in good operational condition. One of the major things, and
And I'm gonna interrupt you before you go off that
Yeah,
last
sorry.
slide, because I think, we can back on. A significant cause of the reduction in operating days in 2023 was NSF's decision to pull a long cruise off of the Jason schedule. That's had an impact on,
I forgot to mention that. You're
I
right.
did not. I mentioned it last time, several weeks ago.
No, I did.
No, I know. Bring it up again. Prompts me to say that, yes, NSF unilaterally determined that the stern cruise wouldn't be conducted from Killamoana this year. But I want to reiterate that doesn't reflect a negative intention going forward to operate Jason from Killamoana in the future. Matt, how many days was that off your schedule?
I think 43.
So that was an NSF decision, not recommended by the PI, the operator, or NDSF. And it took Jason out of the sweet spot to below it.
Thank you for that additional dimension to the 23 schedule. Thruster upgrade.
I'm gonna interrupt real quick, sorry. Mike's mic is not working and has tossed some comments in the chat. To answer a few questions regarding the Alvin imaging system, it add a tactile interface for some of the controls would be possible and is being integrated.
Great.
Investigate.
Cool.
Investigated, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Well, that's good too. Thanks for listening.
Yes, ready right now. No.
Say that's news to me.
My jet lag's crossing my eyes.
That's great. Thanks, Mike, and sorry your mic's not working. There are also some pending updates to address some of Dan's comments regarding Zoom in focus, so lag and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think just for context, it's really great that there has been a very open dialogue and a really substantive discussion between users and the Alvin team and technical support people within NDSF who know a lot about this stuff to try to help the system be as good as it can be, right? So, I mean, we're all on the same page trying to make it better. The cameras are excellent, and the interface, as I said, is quite sophisticated, and we're trying to see how to either make it all work or make some modifications to make it work well with other with other embellishments that will make it even better. And everybody's on the same page about trying to improve it for sure. Great.
Thank you for that. Continuing on with some of the Jason work, those of you who've heard this before, I think the propulsion system on the vehicle went into service, I think, in 2001. 2000, yeah. So it's had an extraordinary run of 20+ years. But as with most things, mechanical and electrical, improvements are inevitable, and we've reached that point. So Matt and his team have been working hard to, build a new set of thrusters that are suitable for our application, which are not available off the shelf. They are I wouldn't say a legacy design. I think they incorporate some very valuable lessons that we've learned over those 25 years. And, you know, certainly from my perspective, looking at these things, I think they are a tour de force, which will, you know, be valuable and really critical to Jason operations for its next 20 years of operation. You can maybe tell by the number of slides associated with this topic, we're very proud of it. You know, this is some background on the transition. So we're trying to do these upgrades on a rolling basis. And we've installed one of these new thrusters on the vehicle. We've operated in parallel with the sort of legacy propulsion systems to get some experience with it. It's generally been working successfully, and so during the winter down period this year, we'll be making a full-on conversion. I think, you know, aside from the sustainability aspect of it, from an operational perspective, it is actually giving us a little bit more payload. I don't know how much.
Yeah, we're losing about, I think it's 14 pounds per motor. And there's 7 of them on ROV.
So more science payload. So that's, you know, and I would dare say there's some electrical efficiency, although Jason is not limited by battery power, but there's some benefit to all of that. As far as the winter overhaul that I mentioned, you know, there's going to be a whole bunch of activities, some of which are listed here. You know, it's an inevitable, you know, process to, you know, address the rigors of being at sea for a long period of time. Ships, of course, are the greatest example of fighting, you know, Mother Nature, but deep submergence hardware nonetheless is similar, I think. And so these are aspects that are underway. With regard to Sentry, I won't go through a lot of details. Again, these are very similar to the slides that were presented just a few weeks ago. And yeah, I think later we're going to discuss the Wayfighter. So we're going to do that. That's sort of a summary from me.
Any questions about Jason or Sentry? Yeah, I'll just make a comment. I think one of the things I'm always impressed with is when NDSF gets feedback from users and community, it's acted on in many different ways. And I think that's one thing that really sets you apart from many groups that scientists have an opportunity to work with. And I truly just greatly appreciate it. I just wanted to express that.
Thanks for
Andrew, can I just make one comment? And it is going to be noted in my PCAR. One of the things that I think would be good to talk about, and it goes back to the sort of pre-dive planning discussion that we had earlier this morning in terms of facilitating the process. So for Jason dives, if I remember correctly, you know, we come up with an area where we're going to dive, and we provide a map, and we talk with them about where we want to go and what we would like to do and all of this sort of stuff. And everybody's there sitting in the room doing it. And for Alvin dives, usually it's a question of the observers, of the observer team and the scientists coming up with a plan, making it, and then showing them what the distance is and where you're going to go and what you can expect to do, and then providing that information to Top Lab where they load it into the system and whatnot. So all of this involves either you know, basically sneaker netting information, a grid, set of waypoints, you know, coordinates to the team for the Jason group or the Sentry group, for instance. Or for Alvin, it's usually a question of taking the hard drive or the thumb drive and bringing it up to Top Lab or handing it to the expedition leader. There's an element of that that seems a bit sort of inefficient to me. And so I'm wondering if there's some way to streamline it. And I'm not trying to prescribe any particular way to do it, but I'm wondering if there isn't some better way. I mean, for instance, you know, you could imagine that you would have some some drives that shared, you know, in the shipboard network that you could each go to and pull stuff out, and do it that way. You know, I, in the main lab, loaded onto this and it magically appears up in top lab. Because of some of this network, sort of peculiarities, and the fact that they don't want people mucking around with their computer up in top lab, which I totally get. I don't know how easily that's possible or whether there's workarounds to that. I'm just thinking, getting away from having to physically hand somebody a hard drive with the stuff on it would be a good idea. And then trying to streamline how people can read different drives. And one sort of, for instance, is for people who use PCs. I'm not one of them. I do use them because I have to. There's programs that are available that are really inexpensive where you can read a Mac drive, right? A Mac formatted drive. Very few people seem to either be aware of that or do that. I had long discussions, not long, I had discussions with Joe and he immediately said, oh yeah, fine, I'll go do it. And for $60 he got this, and all of a sudden you can read all these Mac formatted drives. I know this may seem down in the weeds, but when you're dealing with all of this stuff on the ship, it makes a difference. So there's no reason why any computer group shouldn't be able to read a drive written in any format for the most part, right? So I think some of these kinds of details would be good to chat about internally within NDSF and the data group and SSG, so that we try to be as sort of conformal as possible to being able to access information. And in terms of the dive planning, that was one of the things that I found a little weird. Is every night I would take a walk up to the top lab. That's fine. I'd leave it on the desk, but it seemed like there'd be a better way for us to do it.
Will those will be in your PR?
I will mention it in my P card. As I said, it may be down in the weeds, but it just seems like, especially with the dive planning and stuff, it's something, and for people not familiar with it, it's like, oh, I can't just email it to you. So, and I can't email a big map or a big grid because then I'm faced with the limitations of going off the ship and coming back on the ship versus.
Shared drive seems like an easy thing to do. Yeah. And I wonder just how, if you go back to the cybersecurity question, just how long we're gonna be allowed to hand thumb drives, around from one person to the next.
But just that case in point, right now, and Sarah would know better, and Tina would know better than I, there is a limitation to the file size of an attachment on the internal email of whatever it's called, Squirrel Mail, which I hardly ever use. So there's those kinds of things which maybe we could make some internal improvements on in terms of not having that there be a limitation, but I don't know whether that has other implications, right? So I'm not sure about that. Okay, sorry.
No, I mean, it's the shared drive just seems like common sense, to be honest with you. That said, they are separate networks and they're firewalled for very good reasons.
Exactly.
And it would be, silly of me to guess whether that should be, is that a bridge too far? I don't know.
This has come up before though.
Yeah, okay, fine.
I mean, the specific instance you're describing, which is to get maps into the Alvin network, maybe more tractable than just a shared drive where everything, is shared between the two networks.
Yes, and the question of whether on their system up in Top Lab, they have access to size 0 where we put stuff and issues that we've had with size 0 in terms of writing to it and chipboard network stuff. So there's a lot of sort of moving parts to that, that I'm not saying they're not solvable. I'm just saying that it's not totally, everything doesn't necessarily always play well together.
So I think this is something that's important to note and be discussed. But it also it's a multifaceted challenge in many ways. So
it's on Katie Graber's radar.
So I'm excited to hear about Wayfinder.
Oh. That's the next agenda topic. I didn't realize.
Well, while Andy catches up, I want to follow up on something you said, Andrew, if you don't mind.
Please.
You praised NDSF for their responsiveness to community input and ways to improve. And it occurred to me, it comes back to this body and this group, and I'm comparing and contrasting the process for improvements to ships and ship operations, which has got another couple of steps in there and some additional limitations. So the process here, and it's not just PCARs, it's also management debriefs that inform desired improvements and upgrades. But in the case of a ship, that would go to the 14 operators and the 17 ships, who then submit annual proposals to Jim Hollick's program, who would then, compare and contrast and compete for limited resources, and a subset of those would then be followed. And that adds, not only the subset part, but also up to a year lag. Whereas this body can hear these things discussed openly, and basically your audience is NSF, ONR, and to some extent NOAA, to consider those and kind of be more involved and provide those resources for meeting those demands, those needs in a different way. So this is a good example of the difference between how NDSF works versus how the ships work.
And also to add as a user, make people much more interested to actually provide the feedback if they actually see it create results rather than just more info into the void. So.
Yeah, I guess if I were to add anything to that, I think it's a result of the sort of the nature that the technologies that applies to deep submergence is constantly changing, and maybe doing so at a rate that is more rapid perhaps than might be for a fleet of research vessels. That said, it's not a perfect parallel. So the Waveglider topic came up a little while ago. This is just some material that was sort of updated from previous Waveglider discussions that we've had. Brian mentioned that we are supplemented to purchase a Waveglider to add to the facility so that we're no longer dependent on borrowing one. And actually you can take advantage of a number of years of sort of modest improvements in the basic Waveglider itself. It's a unique device. Most people, I think, recognize how it works. It's a little sort of offbeat in the sense that the surfboard at the top with the solar panel sits on the surface. It provides kind of a gateway for communications and positioning ultimately between something called the sub, which is that weird winged look thing. As waves pass by, one part of it remains stable and the other does not, and the energy sort of transfer that occurs between that sort of elastic tether allows this thing to drive around based on a direction that it receives from either those on the ship or ultimately via shore that tells the Waveglider where it should be. The gateway idea in my mind is exactly what this thing does for us, at least, is it provides a means for communicating that typically is ship-based, but I think we're likely to see an increase in the number of autonomous surface craft available for doing science at sea. This is a modest step in that direction. So I think, as was discussed earlier, in the case where we might operate Sentry in conjunction with either Jason or Alvin, Waveglider's proven effective to give us some freedom to continue monitoring the progress of the AUV mission while the ship is used for other activities. And so, I think it's simply a technology that increases the effectiveness and the footprint of a research vessel. Again, with the gracious support of NSF, we're in the process of purchasing a unit, outfitting it with the needed acoustic communication systems, and then basically make it available. I think part of our discussion is exactly how that is sort of accomplished. in terms of, you know, the MFP software and the ship time request process. That's, you know, kind of a key thing. I think that, you know, we may be limited more by people's imagination in terms of how to use something like this, where we have and demonstrated the efficacy of the ASV to support deep submergence. I think there may be ways for us to expand some of the functions that, or exploit some of the capabilities of the wave glider for other complementary activities more broadly. Yeah, the plan is, as I said, the purchase is just about underway. In that, as Brian brought up, I think this morning, the hope is to have it on board the Atlantis in November, so that when we do our engineering trials with Alvin and Sentry, that will also include the initial trials of the wave glider, so that in 2023 or 24, excuse me, it's available for use with any of the vehicles.
Go ahead. I was just gonna make, I don't know, we'll probably get to it. Back to the communication and pre-proposal planning stuff. Is that what you're gonna raise?
No, Alice said something. I was just pointing at people. It's my job.
Well, I'm rolling back my way back machine. When we brought Sentry on NDSF provisionally, you know, based on projected future demand, you know, there was a requirement. And what happened, the transition to becoming more routine within the NDSF community is people with an existing funded project would say, Dan told me, I mean, somebody told me it was really cool to add Sentry to my project. Can I do that? Can I? And we did. And now it's become accepted routine standard. People are putting it in proposals. With Wave Glider, up until now, when someone would approach with a funded project and say, hey, I want to try this too, we would be going back to their science program officer and saying, hey, you know, they want to add this on there. One, is it necessary for science? And two, you know, how much you got? With this decision, with the support of DeSSC, users will no longer have to include, you know, the cost of Wave Glider. It'll be, you know, a facility tool. And back to the communications part, people need to understand that. They need to learn it, put it in the DeSSC newsletter. I don't care.
And just add that I know that there is a proposal that's been put in to use Wave Glider with Sentry and Alvin for a 2025 cruise, which would be a deep diving cruise. So if that gets funded, that will be a nice opportunity to do the dual vehicle ops ideally at the same time. And yeah.
No pressure, but now I can't use any of yours reviews.
I didn't say a word about where it was or who it was.
I have no idea.
Well,
What's happening?
I'd just like to expand. There are plenty of AUVs and that operate without this babysitting function. Certainly the Remus vehicles do, and I think Dave's here, and the Dorado vehicles are operating over the horizon, and you leave them to do their survey and you come back and cross your fingers that they're still there, and generally they are. This provides us a level of kind of observation of the Sentry activities, but I think in an intriguing way, and future capabilities are sort of listed here. This idea of so-called co-exploration, so collaborative exploration. Say, for instance, that Anna has a sensor on Sentry and that it detects something of interest, and that you might wish to modify the survey plan in accordance to whatever it is you've observed in real time, is something that the Wave Glider can help support, right? So the sensor and the vehicle are producing a thumbnail, if you will, of what they've observed, because you told them that if the vehicle finds this, you want to know about it, and maybe you're going to upload a different mission or different waypoints, and the Wave Glider supports that sort of thing. So it takes the the opportunity cost, and it leverages it further so that you can, again, if it's about exploring sort of unknown phenomena or adjusting the experiment to prove some hypothesis, this is a tool that I think is quite valuable beyond just, like I said, babysitting a vehicle and knowing that it isn't tearing off into some, some other part of the ocean. All of that for a modest addition of 1% to the budget for annual operations. This is based on sort of a notional idea of how many days it would be deployed. There are a range of things that we'll be looking at to sort of improve and streamline the use of the vehicle. I also want to be careful to point out to people that, it's not all milk and honey. Tools like this come at a cost. And even though the financial burden may be modest, it's another piece of equipment in the ocean. And, your survey plan could be completely disrupted by the fact that the wave glider either fails to function or requires that it be recovered. It could conceivably impact your science time, right? So, the message here is you don't get something for free, as appealing as it might sound. And I don't want to, sort of lead you down the garden path to think that this is some panacea. It's an expanded capability, but it comes at a cost. That's the wave glider from our point of view, unless anybody else has got things to add.
So what's the communication reach, the depth of the vehicle?
10 seconds?
I don't have a number for that.
It's 10 kilohertz. So it would be, a couple, well, in typical wire depths, I think you get out to 8 kilometers, 9 kilometers, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah, I was just going to make the comment, having experienced both the positive and the negative aspects of wave glider on cruised over the last 7 years. It is, unquestionably a sort of an expanding capability. There's no doubt about it. One of the questions that I had, though, and just trying to, and I don't have my glasses on, so I can't read it totally well, but in terms of increase in staffing support for wave glider on shore, so I don't see anything about additional shipboard or seagoing support and the extent to which realistically you think it can just be done with the 5 Sentry people or the however number Jason people or the however number Alvin people. And especially depending on how complex the interaction wants to be with the wave glider and the Sentry and what you're trying to do with it. That I think ought to be either a question mark or some sort of a sliding thing of, if you're going to be aggressive in how you're trying to use it and try to use it for what you alluded to in terms of real-time decision-making and getting text messages from it to say, oh, I'm doing this, here's what I'm finding, and you say, no, go do that. That may be more than what the existing, if you will, support structure for Sentry really can do effectively, at least over a month-long cruise or something like that. So and undoubtedly you'll find some of this out by doing it for the first year or two. But I would just say that ought to be something somewhere in your calculation of, is it always going to be just the standard 5 people Sentry group, or will it need 6 people for a little while, and then maybe you see if that works or doesn't work? And I don't know, just a cautionary note. Definitely worth it. Totally on board with it, but just realistically, that's something to consider.
Sean, you're the most experienced.
So, we've taken it out, I think, 5 times now, and we started out with an additional body for it and then got rid of that person. If it's all working, it's fine, right?
Like most things in life, most things in life.
So it's not a perfect system, right? And my experience has been that when it's working and it's doing its thing, it doesn't take an extra body, right? really just going to a computer, clicking a button, tell it where to go. There's obviously, we had some issues that created some stress, and which is totally understandable. And I think as long as we learn from those mistakes and issues, it's not going to be 6 people, it's a Century plus Wayfinder crews, right? And also, it's mostly been Century and not bringing up to speed, whether it's Jason or Alva Group, who fundamentally have more people in the group.
Yeah.
So, you know, only speaking from the Century side, you know, do I think I just want to take it on the whole time if we're out with another vehicle? No, I think we'll bring other people into that. And it, you know, it's like anything, the more you use it, the more people are gonna help out, should know how to use it. And it won't be as taxing, I think, as what you think it is.
Yeah, that's fine. And I think also the point about the supplier of the satellite link, which was the main issue that we had
Right.
when they were all off on the weekend, you know, so regularizing that aspect of it, I think is pretty crucial from an operational point of view.
And just understanding that might happen, right? I mean, which I don't think at that time we really understood.
Yeah, right, exactly. So,
Okay, Brian and then Alice. Unless
So-
you guys want to switch.
Andy cleverly took down the slides. But I took notes.
Before you get an
I
opportunity.
took
to
notes
speak.
because, you know, being the budget guy, I have to ask myself, you know, is this reasonable, realistic, and allocable? Those are the 3 questions. And you put up a mixed metaphor by saying the cost estimate was roughly 1% of the NDSF budget.
Mhm.
So that's easy math. 130K a year is certainly less than an FTE, maintenance and operation plus overhead.
Mhm.
Sorry, forgot to bring the quote. That's a pretty low number, 130K a year. But then you adds 700 to 1,000 to the day rate. Well, NDSF doesn't have a day rate.
Well, true.
So that's the question for this body. How do we actually treat the day rate for this piece of equipment? Do we spread it across any vehicle it happens to get used for? Do we set it up as its own independent day rate? And if you use it, it's applied. I don't know. I don't have a good answer, and it needs to be answered before we start applying it. And I know you didn't mean it adds $700 to $1,000 to each vehicle's day rate,
No.
because that wouldn't be accurate or fair. So just a provocative comment.
Alice?
Do I have it right that we're just going to use the wave glider to assist in other operations?
In other NDSF operations, I
Right.
don't think the vision is for this to become some sort of autonomous surface craft service
Okay,
center.
that's what I was
right?
wondering. That's okay.
Yeah.
One recommendation was made by a
I think that happened, but
Well,
not us.
Not yet.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna call out the other agency partner that suggested that perhaps we could fully outfit the wave glider with a suite of instrumentation that could support all kinds of oceanographic work. That was a suggestion. It's not funded by me anyway.
Okay.
So kind of nips that in the bud a little bit, but it raises the question.
And then when we're talking day rates, you mean, we would need that specifically if outside users, is that what you're?
No, everybody pays a day rate. I mean, that's how NDSF is funded. Just the only funding I provide to, and I don't know, I'm not gonna speak to others, is the number of days
Okay.
for Alvin, Jason, and Century times the day rate. That's
Okay.
where the funding comes. There's not some
Got it.
separate management. There's not some separate, well, I do fund a few things on the side outside the day rate. That's notwithstanding capitalization of the wave glider. But if it's gonna add, you know, to a day rate of those 3 vehicles, that has to be defined. It makes sense.
So unless, unless we do something otherwise, the default position I would advocate is that it simply is folded into the operating costs across the facility. In other words, it's folded into the day rate of all vehicles, whether they use it or not.
Okay, that's certainly one extreme of the model. The other being, it'd be a 4th vehicle with its own day rate
Exactly.
being used as
Yeah.
applied as such. And a mixed metaphor could be, you know, apply it all to Century's day rate because frankly, they're likely to be the 90% user. I'm agnostic on the solution.
Yeah, I'd also say, and this is slightly different than the financial discussion, but the idea of sort of multi-vehicle operations. One of the things that we're exploring through the ocean, through the NOAA OE funded Ocean Exploration Cooperative Institute is multi-vehicle operations. And in that case, it's with a significantly more capable autonomous surface craft, but the idea of collaborative enterprise, if you will, between autonomous platforms and supervised by human operators from either a distant vessel or maybe even ashore is increasingly going to be something that I think is an intriguing new opportunity for us. And so this is an important step in that direction.
Right.
But the NOAA work is, taking midwater column sound scattering and using it to dynamically direct the activities of a midwater AUV, right, for eDNA sampling. So it's an exciting new dimension that points, to enhancing the research fleet in a pretty meaningful way, I would say.
So I've got 3 question statements. One, I was surprised this morning to hear a discussion of the WAVE vehicle as an independent vehicle as NDSF, partially because we proposed it as augment to Century. And so the idea that somebody could request the WAVE glider without using it as part of NDSF, I think was not the vision of this group. And I sort of wanted to make sure that remit is our opinion moving forward, is that as part of NDSF, it's supposed to support deep submergence, which is our vehicles. The second point on that is for MFP to make sure that it's visible. I wonder if it can be a choice of Century plus WAVE glider as a selection box to make sure it's visible, and whether that could help scheduling. And maybe add other options if it's going to be helpful with adjacent crews or something else. But if it's just WAVE glider listed, I think other people might check it, and that could be confusing.
Yeah, I was thinking it could be a drop down question after Century. So if
Yeah,
like
that sounds
Century,
great.
it says, hey, do you need that?
I mean, I think the sort of use case, the sort of prototypical use case for WAVE glider is clearly Century, right? But you could, for example, Dan's still here, right? You could have a complex lander on the seafloor that might be kilometers.
We're on the same wavelength, because that was a question I was going to ask. I was wondering whether anybody had talked about that, because that's absolutely what you can do with this thing.
No,
Say that again, I missed it.
So imagine that you're doing an album program, but you have gone to one dive site and you want a bottom lander. Dan's been pioneering that for years, and they're increasing in their capacity, and it's sitting on the seafloor and it's doing exactly what I mentioned before. Oh, I found something, or I've seen some animal turn, and then you tell it to turn on with some, or you're in a position to control its activities from way over the horizon, right?
So you deploy it on day 1, and you're going to be out there for 3 weeks, and you're going to leave it there thinking something interesting might happen, and you're communicating with it, but yet you're diving whatever, 5 kilometers away or 3 kilometers away. It doesn't matter, right? It is a communication device to a system on the seafloor that can be used to address certain time-sensitive, science questions. Absolutely.
Which same could be said of Jason, right?
Yeah,
The same could be said of a non-NDSF application.
What's that?
That doesn't necessarily imply an NDSF application.
Well, that's an interesting
I would say.
splitting hairs.
Yeah, it's, in my view, it sort of does, although you're right, it doesn't necessarily have to, right? Because you could use it in a way that wouldn't necessarily require to use a vehicle, but at least almost all of the lander use has been associated with either Jason or Century from a practical standpoint. It's hard to get other operators to actually work with landers. They sort of have to be forced into it. But it's very much an expanded capability that all of a sudden, clever people are thinking, oh, I could do this with that.
Well, that's why I put like,
Absolutely.
the imagination is a wonderful thing, right?
Yes.
I mean, I guess my response to that is we're not the only wave glider on the block. I mean, we don't actually have one yet, but I think that would be outside of the normal use scenario, and that would be a discussion as to whether or not it's supportable and also whether it fits in the cost structure proposed. Because if it's with the Sentry team and it's using, they know how to do it, it's different than if somebody from NDSF needs to specifically deploy to run the wave glider. I think that's a broader conversation. I don't have an answer for it either, because I love that application for it, but I also can see that it's tangential to its original vision.
If it's not being used.
Yeah, and if it's not being used.
Use it, right? There's no conflict.
Well, I mean, then maybe the initial operating condition is the pull down option for Sentry.
And then it can also be, I mean, there are other ways to
Just
reach out.
Maybe a pull down option for any year.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah.
As long as people don't think it can watch Alvin.
Yeah, no, but if it's gonna be used in conjunction with Alvin, I can see Anthony right now, like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to have one of my ops guys babysit this thing.
No, quite the contrary. I mean, what we were thinking of is, one application would be if we could install some communication device that would allow us to have it sit on top of Alvin while the ship moved off further than, what our typical standoff range might be. Such that it would enable, continued tracking and communications with the vehicle. So it just kind of gives a little bit of a bigger operational footprint for the ship while the sub is on the bottom. And yes, we would have to deal with it too, but I think, it has the capability of expanding on what we do as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then my third question was, did you want an explicit recommendation from DeSSC on how to deal with the rate?
I think discussion is helpful at this point. You guys don't need to get into that granularity, but now you know the things I think.
Great. I wanted to make sure you were not asking us to decide that.
No, but when I tell you later, you can't be all like. Sean.
Other thoughts, questions? It's 2:16. Yeah.
Did you
let's
finish your slides yet?
Beg your pardon?
Did we finish your slides?
Oh, the TEI one.
It's been an hour and a half.
The most important,
That's cut my part out.
yeah.
If you're gonna stop with the wave glider thing, one last comment is the specification and communications protocols and things that the users might be interested in knowing about it. In other words, is this just gonna be a black box that the users say, oh, wave glider, and now I can go off 5 kilometers and do something else? So the information flow to the users about what this thing does, how it communicates, what its capabilities are. I think all of that would need to be well articulated somewhere. And both on the website, as well as perhaps an EOS white paper or something that can be easily digested by the community so that they get a good sense of what to expect, how to fold this into their proposal.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And be on their website with all the updated information.
Yes. What a clever idea.
I know, I like that. You gotta click.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta say next slide.
Nikki,
Okay, so we're gonna talk about
That's the
some
keyword.
updates since the last meeting. The MAPE program has been really successfully utilized by the Alvin group and has transitioned the last couple of years to the Jason Sentry groups using them. And so this year, there is a student who'll be out on the Alvin cruise, who's a student from Hawaii at a community college there. Sarah Sargent sailed last year with the Jason Group and is back for a 6-month internship this year, which is fantastic. And they're also bringing out a new student, Adam, from West Virginia University. And Century Group is bringing out Haley Holcomb, who is a mechanical engineering student. So we'll see how these students do, but obviously there's been success in both bringing people in, hiring people, and obviously students are interested in coming back, which is great. Next, through the OECI partnership, there's an internship through Tuskegee University. And this year there'll be a student coming from Tuskegee who is a summer intern with Annette Govindarajan, who's here in the biology department. I just want to point out this continuing problem we're having here. And what's cool in bringing interns in the summer is the housing issue. It's obviously got really bad during COVID and it's not gotten better. So we're really struggling with that. The institution is trying to open up some more housing this summer, but it has been a challenge. So bringing students in for internships in the summer is just really, really hard. All right, go to the next slide. And as we mentioned, the last meeting, there was a Cape Cod Community College program that was a Blue Economy program that was done in January, and it was a partnership with Cape Cod Community College, and Julie Huber has been spearheading that. We brought 3 engineering students to Hui for the first time for the spring program, and the student Patrick Bent, who worked with Sean in the Century Group, was really successful, and he has now been appointed a guest student for the summer, so he'll be working part-time this whole summer with the Century Group. And we're really viewing this as a pipeline to bring local engineering students who already live here on the Cape to NDSF. I think that's the last slide.
Very good.
So any questions on any of that?
How do you go about recruiting for these opportunities in the DEIJ context?
So the MATE program does all of that. So then they send applications to us, and then each of the vehicles groups looks through them, interviews them. The community college program, there is a person who works at Hui who also is a community college professor, and she's been really spearheading that linkage and recruiting through the community college that way.
So when, more specifically, when you have applicants, there's some demographic self-disclosure component?
I don't know on the main one if you get.
You don't.
No, we're struggling with it, obviously at the such data level where a lot of information is voluntary and not shared. So we have a 30% component of data which is not specified. It makes DEIJ efforts challenging in terms of balance of this, balance of that, and then this third unknown.
I'll only add that on this, we had 18 new people diving in Alvin. 3 Ecuadorians, first Ecuadorians probably been dropped to the bottom of the ocean. On January.
Came back.
Was that? And January through, we had 2 Californian students probably went to the bottom of the ocean. So I think recent cruises anyway that I've been involved in, there's been a fair amount of sort of inclusion and new users for sure involved in using this.
I also add to the OECI because they're working with I would go there HSBU, HBCU, that the demographics of that university is a more diverse university that we're able to tap into. And also working with the community college, right? We're getting different students than we've traditionally gotten.
I raise it, just because it's a significant component. We declare a problem, but without establishing a baseline, taking an action and measuring progress against that baseline toward your objective, you can't really declare victory. And without the data to start with, just
I was gonna ask about, so this obviously is great because it helps with the early parts of the pipeline, but can you give us any updates about, like, if there's at the hiring level, beyond just the interns, if there's been any recent changes in terms of JEDI efforts, staffing level?
Yes, definitely. I've hired someone, I don't know, a year ago? No, 6 months ago, Renee, who's part of our team now. So the answer is yes. There's, there's definitely barriers and it's a long-term problem, but I think we're getting there. It's just, it takes some time.
I mean, it's, part of what Anna mentioned about housing and the Cape Cod Community College is that these are local, Cape Cod based individuals who, we aren't asking to set up a new life in, kind of a foreign land sort of thing, right? So that's a huge benefit. And it's sort of, we're looking to cast a wide net. I mean, the MATE is an NSF funded program. It's, I think well acknowledged as really leading the pack, and we're drawing from the power that they bring to us. And that's really helpful. The OECI is an interesting one where we're having difficulty kind of presenting opportunities, we have technical opportunities, but Tuskegee University doesn't really have a marine technology program. So, but I think they've actually just recently expanded it.
Jackson State?
Yes,
I don't know if
exactly.
Layla's still on. She might be
Yeah,
this-
I'm still here.
Oh, good. I'm like talking for Layla.
Super.
Um, so, so a couple of points to answer the question about, helping with the challenge that we're all working with, as a lot of you in the room know. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great.
So we have, we do have this program through the OECI. It's the USM Tuskegee Ocean Exploration Internship Program. And this has been providing access to opportunities of internships through not just TUI, but all of the partner institutions in the OECI. The part that a lot of folks see is the internship part of this, but we also have created a ocean exploration club that exists at Tuskegee University so that we can have this great base of students that we can be engaging in ocean science and eventually funneling them into opportunities. The word pipeline was used before, and we should probably abandon that terminology. We're creating interest, access, and opportunity, and that's really the work there. We are trying to expand this program to Jackson State University. JSU, a minority serving or HBCU in Mississippi. They're also part of the Mississippi Research Consortium. There's 4 institutions in Mississippi that are a part of this, and they're the high research activity institutions. And so this is a very different group of students than are at Tuskegee. Tuskegee does not have any marine science programs, whereas Jackson State does. And we have some pretty excellent collaborations with Jackson State already. And that's the key with this project and these programs is that they're built on trust, they're built on relationship building. These things take a lot of time. And we down here at USM are trying to help this effort by doing this careful work with folks that are really skilled in this area. And so hopefully that answers some questions about Jackson State and our relationship with them. This is not funded yet. We're actually talking with NOAA right now about how important it is to expand this project to Jackson State, because if we want to achieve the goals that we need to achieve for all of us, then this type of activity has to be supported. And I see Andy nodding his head, and I hope you take that head nodding back when you talk among the PIs for the OECI, because I don't think there's much more important work than what we're trying to do there. But I do want to come back to something that Brian said about baseline data. I want to throw in an echo there that to be able to get where you're going or where you want to go, you have to understand where you are right now, and you have to have the information and tools in place to do these assessments. Climate assessments are really valuable and important tools. And And I could point you all to some consultants in this area. USM wanted to enter this space from a point of knowledge, so we took a deep dive and looked in the mirror. And I had an external consultant come in and do a climate assessment for us. And so make sure that those data are being collected so that you can measure if or if not your activities are having successes. And then the last thing, and I promise, Andrew, I'll put down the microphone, is I think I say this in a different way at each one of these meetings, and I'm going to say it again because this is important to me as an individual, but as an institutional leader as well. When we focus on diversity without doing the work of inclusion first, and creating the environments that are welcoming for different folks from different backgrounds, so that they will be successful. If we don't do that first, all of this work that we're doing is not going to be successful. So just a little bit of hopefully friendly thoughts and advice there.
Taylor, can you expand on what that would entail or comment on that?
The work of inclusion?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the climate assessment, that's where it begins. You know, we did this. There are different ways of doing this, but a consultant can come in and talk to different members of the institution. And, you know, in this case, maybe just the team at NDSF, but I would suggest that this should be a larger activity, since anybody that comes in as an intern or an employee to WHOI is going to be interacting with the whole community. And we want to understand, you know, where that community is in terms of their journey towards diversity, equity, inclusion, and access and justice, where their skill level is, their comfort level in talking about what are difficult conversations. And that is part of doing the work of inclusion. The OECI mentor or the OECI internship program that we have, we put the work of inclusion up front, in that we don't let students start engaging with their mentors until they get some training with us and on inclusive mentoring practices. I mean, some really basic skills to fairly advanced skills, but you know, having mentorship skills that are culturally inclusive, that's the work of inclusion. And those are just a couple of small pieces, but there's a whole body of knowledge on this that it's hard for us as scientists to really spend the intellectual time digging into, but it really is valuable, I think, to have someone at the institution that is caring about this and dedicated to it and helping you all on this important journey that you're taking. And so conversations offline, you know, I think would be good. I think at the last meeting, I talked about putting a meeting together with Jessie Kassler, who is the PI on the OECI intern program with us at USM. She is a enormous source of knowledge, and she has taken the time to build these incredible deep relationships with her colleagues at Tuskegee and Jackson State. So we understand from their perspective as well what inclusion looks like, so that we're building towards that path. God, I just talked a lot. I'm really sorry.
I think that was really great. So thank you for talking so much. I think it provided a lot of really good information. And I guess a question from desk to NDSF/WHOI, in that discussion of inclusion, would a recommendation from desk help? Do you see opportunities there that things are not happening that we could help with?
Housing.
So Scripps is trying to get rid of.
Put it in the harbor.
Yeah.
Put it in the harbor, look it up right once.
Can I just really wanna emphasize this spiel from Leila. I think it's hugely important. And I think it is really important I find this idea of having a assessment amazing, right? I think it's like really helpful to have an expert come and like assess the programs, right? And how they go and collect the data and do all the fun reports. And I think, you know, we talked a lot about creating the kind of culture, right? And then I think we also need to think about this very real issue of having like the logistical support, right? Many people that come from underprivileged or underserved or minoritized backgrounds don't have the resources to travel across the country, right? Or do this or any of those things, right? So I think it's very important. And I think another thing that I really want to point out is that we do a lot of, you know, field work and see places, and we get people housing when we bring them into this programs. And we often don't think about gender as a, you know, a important part of that diversity. So I just would love for us to think about, as we move into the future, how to be more inclusive when it comes to, you know, the gamut of gender overall. Because it comes into play in a lot of different ways, right? Housing is one of those, of course. And also training, right? It will be really important to have PIs be trained into the most basic things, like pronouns. Yeah.
This is a really quick one, but we also, in my university, we're partnered with a group that's promoting the recruitment and retention of underrepresented groups. So I see it more from the lens of the graduate director for our graduate program. But one of the trainings that's really helped me is called the SIMMER Project.org, which is the Center for the Improvement of Mentored Experiences in Research. It's a pretty long course, but it's broken up. I did it over, I think 6 weeks, 2 hours a week. And it sort of breaks down research mentoring into different themes, including things like how to create an inclusive research group. I actually found that, I did it personally, and I found that was very helpful in making research more effective and solving problems before they started, and also helping with retention of the groups that we're trying to recruit, not just recruitment, right? And so it did take some effort because I had to enroll in the course and participate, but it's a really good one. We have people at Lehigh who are facilitators of the SIMMER mentoring project, so it might be something that could be done here at UI to have trained facilitators here as well.
Yeah, Jill, that's a great, that is a great training. I concur with you entirely, and the mentors in the OECI program and the students as well receive different training modules through the SIMMER program. And that's another key point to bring up there, is that you don't have to do this on your own. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are resources and really trained folks that have done the evidence-based scientific research into this area. It really is research. And that's another piece of this that it's not necessarily relevant to NDSF and the DeSSC committee, but we have been trying to communicate that out, that what we're doing with this OECI internship program is actually research, and it's going to be publishable, and hopefully this creates a roadmap for everyone. If we're not doing that, we haven't succeeded with this program.
Michelle, another thing that we had unrelated to DeSSC, but STEMC's had their pilot program with the HBCU universities. They had, I think, 13 people that sailed on the Armstrong on a transit earlier this year. I think it was in January. I have not followed up with Sharon Cooper, who runs that program, but it might be another way to connect with other HBCUs who are interested already or may already have programs and faculty members who want to help feed these opportunities with their students. So we can talk about that later. That's a good idea.
One thing just quickly to add, Anna, you might want to just describe, I mean, we have done sort of training for our folks. There's a local, sort of consortium that includes USGS. And then we recruited somebody to actually come in and give us a seminar. So maybe you want to expand on that.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't there for the training last year because I was traveling, but there's a program here called the PET program, which is a partnership of all the scientific institutions here. And it's been really set up to bring underrepresented students to Woods Hole and place them in different institutions. It's kind of a cohort every year, and they've been partnering with us to help with training, but also, so the students that come in, for example, the OECI, actually get to participate in their summer activities. So it's not like the students are by themselves, they meet other students and can create a community as part of that.
So I think we will stop this conversation. By stop it, I mean move it offline, and then we will revisit it in the closed door session so we can have some more specific discussion of it. Thank you, everybody, for participating in it. For those of us in the room, we have cookies and coffee. So we're going to take a 10-minute break back at 2:50. And then we will discuss data policy. Thank you, everybody.
What's it supposed to be?
I'm asking you to. Gotta bring something to the table. Yes. Would Noah pay for the trip? Then you're gonna have to do something better than that.
Hey, folks online, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Awesome.
So
Is Vicky online? Vicky coming? No.
If he's not excited.
So to give a little background and preface for this next section, we're going to talk about the NDSF data policy, and this has been a longstanding policy. And a lot of the background of this is that the samples and
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great.
Eric Bruce.
It's gonna lose again.
Delay. Yeah, right, that's how long the delay is, the lag, is right, whatever it is.
So, and the data policy very importantly highlights how incredibly valuable all of the data and samples collected by all of the NDSF assets are, both for the primary investigators as well as just the community in general. And so it lays out a path forward to make sure data and samples have a home that is available for the community in addition to the project that funds it. In discussion of the data policy, and Vicky and Tina were made some updates that made it much better, and then DeSSC sort of contemplated it for quite some time and thought that it might need a slightly more expanded reboot than we originally thought. And this is something that had been discussed on and off, I think, for a while, but we think it might be time to really address it, especially now that we're trying to really move forward. And so this slide highlights some of the aspects that have been, that DeSSC felt might need to be addressed, and DeSSC has been sent out the data policy and pointed it out. And we'd like to use this time to open up a dialogue about some of these specifics to see if we can essentially adjust this to better move forward. Some of those I think is a bit of legacy, and some of it I think is a shifting opportunity. And it kind of boils down to that our read of the NSF data policy is that data should be as widely available and for users as possible, searchable, and also in many different assets and aspects. The data policy deals a lot with photo and video. Historically, that has sort of changed, and I think in many ways, some of the aspects are led by NOAA, Schmidt, Ocean Exploration Trust, Nautilus, in that social media is an incredible way to get people actually really excited about science, deep submergent science, the deep sea, and everything that we do. And increasing public will towards funding our research is an important aspect to it. Current data policy is highly restrictive of that, and it's either restrictive or essentially one, if they read it in many ways, you're not allowed to share data or video from any of the vehicles. And we think that's a lost opportunity. In our discussions, it was brought up that in many cases, we're not talking about the BBC using imagery off Alvin, because BBC news, or many of these outlets that we use it for documentaries are well in the game of knowing they need to have written permission. In fact, they need to have it even for any imagery they show. And in addition, the discussions at WHOI that we've heard that own the copyright for this image through the data policy, this is not a moneymaker for anybody. It costs more to enact the policy than has ever gained from it. And so we'd like to open up this larger conversation of, should we keep it this way, or should we make the imagery and video from the vehicles more accessible? And I'm going to pause there.
Can you remind us of the NSF policy, the new policy on how soon after data has to be made available? Is it within a year? Because within 2 years.
From acquisition, not the end of your grant, not when you publish it.
Right. And is it correct that it has to be publicly available, so easily accessible, or could it be about something like someone has to like email and say, hey, can I get access to this? Or does it have to be publicly available?
I mean, I'm not gonna wing it on, easily discoverable policy. But that's my understanding. It's gotta be publicly accessible, freely accessible, discoverable. the question we've struggled with historically, and now I am channeling my inner dollar because I inherited this in 2008, is the nature of imagery and copyright law vice policy, who has maintained the whole copyright to imagery gathered with who operated vehicles. And, you know, it comes down to who pulled the trigger, and there's lots of case law precedent on ownership of copyright based on who pulled the trigger. Most famous one being a guy who set up a trail cam, and one of the subject animals hit the trigger, took the picture that won the Pulitzer Prize, and he didn't get the money from it because he didn't hold the copyright. Whatever. We came to a resolution not too many years ago where the problem was described clearly of being one of availability, accuracy of depiction, and attribution. And the compromise position was we would continue to hold copyright, but when imagery were used, provided by NDSF or the GUI archive, the investigator involved would be informed that attribution would be made to that investigator, and any income received from licensing for commercial uses would be reported at this meeting, at the desk business meeting. We've kind of strayed away from that. So that's my recollection.
That's, as I recall, the last time this came up, and we got reports like the licensing fees were, you know, $187 last year or something like that. It was not a particularly lucrative enterprise, nor would you expect it to be. It's more about access and just supporting, you know, the activities you described.
And the values have been in the tens of K in some notable years. But again, I agree with and resonate that the cost of curation of the value added exceeds the income. And it's been recognized that the value to science and to taxpayers and the government, you know, is exceeded by the value added from curation. It'd be easy to, you know, say, okay, Atlantis 227-8-4 image 16 is available. You don't know what it is and can't call it, I mean, that's just useless. So curation is important.
I think the other part of the discussion, which hasn't necessarily been touched on here, is the other reason why the copyright was provided to the operating institution, was because there were instances when imagery was being provided and it ended up being resold. Somebody said, I own this, I'm going to sell it to you. So it provided, if you will, a lineage of both attribution as well as ownership that made it a bit more difficult. If somebody wants to be a bad actor, they're going to be a bad actor, but it made it a bit more difficult to actually do that. And also to take the burden off individual PIs, scientists who don't necessarily want to be versed in copyright law and all of that stuff that's involved, or in writing contracts with organizations that want to use it so that everybody is kosher in terms of their ability to actually use this and put it in a movie or put it in a TV show. That was the other, those are the other important parts.
In case in point, Bruce probably still on the line. I've seen an image of a little orange octopus on the Alvin manipulator that I know Bruce took with his own camera through the viewport. I've seen it attributed to who? Noah? Bruce? Nobody? There's no
Yeah, it's even on a Hui t-shirt now.
that one's okay.
Yeah.
So I put up the use of accreditation and copyright verbiage explicitly on the screen. And I mean, I think there's attribution. Attribution is important. And I don't think that's something, I think, you know, that's the same thing with NOAA and other groups where it's a very clearly defined thing by the crews and making sure that there's credit. But it still seems a little restrictive in what we can do with the imagery collected on the vessel, on the vehicles. And I'm wondering, do we want to address this in a changing landscape of the ability to share footage?
Can you describe at least one impact of that limitation?
Of this limitation? I have never shared any footage from an NDSF vehicle on social media. Granted, I've got 7 followers. But I don't see vehicle footage from Alvin or Jason on the feeds, because reading this, I don't want to be in violation of copyright. And I know I can ask the other people at the table, have you ever, I've always strayed away from sharing footage for that very reason.
So we just, it's interesting that you say that, because I'm also sort of a Neanderthal in terms of social media, much to my wife's dismay. But on this last cruise, we did in fact post a bunch of information, video, and stills. We had to go through another process because we worked in the Galapagos FPA, and so we had all of that layer of complexity. But it was done, and we have, I mean, in many of the cruises I've been involved in, especially the younger students who are on social media, they do get posted a lot and sort of reposted and used, but I don't see where that is restrictive of that use. Am I not sort of understanding properly? Or in other words, Andrew, your point was you don't do it because you're worried about getting cross-wired with this language. And I guess I'm not sure where you read that into what's stated there.
Well, maybe that's part of the problem, is that it's not.
Well, it's not explicitly stated because
Right.
social media didn't exist when this was written. I
Right,
know
exactly.
it because I wrote it. So,
Well, I think personally, I'd see it like an clarification of non-commercial use
Yeah.
to be expanded. I think there's also another section that explicitly says photos cannot be shared at more than 72 DPI, which no longer is really a thing. So I think increasing availability of this and saying that non-commercial use, you have access with, as long as accreditation is given following the accreditation section, without what I will say is nominal cost of reproduction and distribution suggests that one needs to reach out to WHOI to get approval to use anything. I know when I have, we have to, if we follow the rules, we have to reach out to WHOI to use any imagery and supplementary material or figures in a manuscript, right? And depending on how you write that email, sometimes they do ask you for funding to cover that cost.
But it's the scientific journals up there.
Yeah, that was a miscommunication. But this also says that if it's any place that charges admission, that you would have to pay fees. So if I put up something and pick any science learning center that has an entrance fee, that counts as a commercial use, and I would have to reach out to WHOI and they would charge a fee.
We've got a couple comments online too.
Great.
Ken, do you want to talk?
Sure, I can. I mean, this has been something that's been knocking around in, with the Deep Submergence Advisory Group here at WHOI and the library and the archives, and that is the impact that the Biden-Harris mandate to make all, what does it say? All agencies must by 2025 update their public access policies to make publications and research funded by taxpayers publicly accessible without an embargo or cost. Does that mean that we have to do the same with vehicle imagery and make it immediately and publicly available?
So I could answer some of this.
Oh, go for it.
So per the PAR, the Public Access for Research Results, which was published in 2015-14 time, per that, it actually already stipulated that if you publish any data at the time of publication, that data is due to be made publicly available. So even if you publish within a year of data collection, if you publish with that And with that data set, you actually technically per PAR should be making that publicly available data public at the time of publication for any project that's federally funded. So yes, you should have already been doing that. And I should add, might get me in trouble, but I actually have an email in my inbox right now from a NDSF data person that needs proof from NOAA that they have to publicly make accessible data that was collected in 2014. So this is actually kind of an ongoing issue that we are experiencing at NOAA, where currently video data that we funded in 2014, so that's now 8 years ago though, yeah, is not publicly available.
But so this specific mandate was issued, I think, in 2022 or early 23. Saying that there can be no more embargo. The data that comes off the ship has to immediately be made publicly available.
No, so that the new guidance is an update to the original PAR guidance. That new guidance only was stipulating the publications. It did not update the timeline for data release. So it used to be with PAR, any project that was funded with federally funded dollars, if there was a publication made that is not an open access journal, you had to provide a preprint of that publication that could be made publicly available after an embargo period. And that embargo period was a negotiation between the journal and the federal government. So a lot of them are 1 to 2 year embargo periods. The updated guidance that Biden and Harris released said now there's no longer that embargo period. So once you put it in an enclosed journal, at the time that you submit, it now has to be made publicly available. That doesn't have to do with data. That had to do with the publication.
So question.
Yeah.
And as obtuse as possible. One could say that inclusion of imagery in a publication, that imagery is now publicly available. It's in the publication.
Yep.
And I've not solicited nor heard an opinion whether or not still imagery and video is data covered under that part.
NOAA stance is still imagery and video is data covered under PAR. And I will also add though, there's a whole other layer, which I'm not even talking about, and that's PII and imagery. And that has been a huge problem that we are dealing with. So any video data, any images that have any person in it, and it doesn't have to be their face, it could be some identifying feature like a tattoo or whatever, is considered PII, has to be removed before going to archive or being made publicly available unless that person finds a release waiver, which 5 years down the road, trying to track down everyone that was on a vessel is really hard. And that's really a problem with a lot of the data we collect, because obviously you're deploying and recovering an ROV or AUV or whatever, and you don't turn on the video before you deploy, so there's a person in it. So you have to actually subset the data before it goes to archive.
I don't know how far down the road you want to go with this, but on our recent expedition, we had lots of flesh-colored corals, and we basically got shut down for at least 3 days until somebody explained that these are corals, they're not body parts. And so, yeah, so basically, the website that we had was impounded. I think it was Facebook, right, or something. Anyway, because there were flesh-colored corals. And so it's a bit of a rat's nest. The whole thing is a bit of a rat's nest. But the key point here is public access, and it's good to be able to tell people what the bottom of the ocean is like. In other words, so the overall objectives of what is up here and what I think Andrew's main topic of consideration is how do we both satisfy the quote unquote legal requirements as well as sort of move into the 21st century and do a better job of getting deep sea imagery of all types that we're part and parcel of collecting available to the users, right? Available to the public so that they feel like, oh, this is worth spending taxpayer money on.
Right.
Regarding social media, there's a comment from I don't know if it's Andrea or Andrea. I could see an issue if something was put on YouTube and then gets 50,000 hits and YouTube starts making profits from it, as an example.
And my response to that is that's 50,000 people that had not seen the deep sea before.
That's true.
So from my concern, that's a minor one, although that's my personal opinion.
So that's helpful background too. I will say most, if not all of our media mentions for NOAA Ocean Exploration come because of social media and things we put out there. It's like 90-something%. Yeah, so that's helpful with
A
background.
lot from the live stream. You know, I see
It's,
that.
no, actually, a lot of it's still imagery of a cool critter or highlight videos, yeah, yeah, so. Or a shipwreck. a
As
photo
long,
of
as
shipwreck.
long as you don't show the octopus's face
Exactly.
or identifying features.
And it's not flesh colored.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Very important.
Oh my
I-
gosh. Top-notch streaming artists.
I added up the potential reach. I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead of Andrea, so I'll step back.
No, I just wanted to follow up on that comment. I mean, I'm all for it. Put more deep sea video on YouTube. It's amazing. If we got 50,000 hits, that's great. But would it come back to the person who put that on YouTube if the copyright was owned by Hui? I'm a little confused at that.
No, we could, there usually isn't enough space in the social media bylines to do any of that sort of stuff.
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you.
So it all depends, and honestly, in my opinion, Ken is the best suited to tell us all of those rules and regulations, because I'm, again, a Neanderthal about it, but there's a very limited ability to provide that kind of attribution. Some of it happens because of what it's linked to, and you can put a link that then goes back to the place where the attribution is there of the funding source and the PI and what they're doing. So it's sort of this two-tiered process, but these days, sorry, young people want that immediate gratification of seeing something cool and a little bit of text to go by it, and then they move on. It's the next cool thing, right, that they're looking at. That's the way it is.
And depending
Yeah,
on
and
the,
that's
they have the accounts for vessels and vehicles, some of them, and they have accounts for funding agencies. And so you can tag both
Yes,
of those
yes.
in a lot of them that continues with the resharing.
Right.
So.
yeah, and keep in mind that we shouldn't conflate crediting with copyright. You know, the credit is stipulated in the accreditation portion of the bit that's on the screen, and that's what can get clunky for us, because it does take up a lot of space, and a lot of media outlets push back on us when we tell them they have to use this. This is, just the way it's ascribed to us. But with regards to copyright, use of the imagery on social media is not precluded by the simple fair use of that material for educational purposes. So, it's not like we're not going out there and getting money back from it. You're using that to present your work, or the work that you were involved in, or the work that is of interest to you, to the general public, to increase interest in it.
And maybe
That
I'll
doesn't violate.
a specific recommendation, because I think that certain aspects of the non-commercial use is, I'm gonna say vague. And I think could be clarified to make it explicit that it is what is acceptable and what is not. And maybe I can ask Tina and Vicky to revisit that statement to make sure that we're not excluding people from using NDSF collected video and footage for outreach. And I think that would help. Tina, please.
Yeah, I'll say that the big distinction that Vicki and I have been trying to push when we've talked with DeSSC and we've talked with DSAC is there should be the distinction between copyright and licensing.
Yes.
Those are very different things that still allow Hui to get all of the accreditation and, oh, this was done by Hui supported NDSF vehicles, whatnot. But does not have, the licensing would still allow all of that, and even allow for things like BBC to come in and want footage and whatnot, and for monetary exchange to happen without the, we'll say, smothering of copyright.
And keep in mind that our use of the licensing activity is not just to ensure that copyright Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution is on there at every turn, but that all the other attributions are on there as well. And so that the proper accreditation carries through with its use into the commercial sphere.
Yeah.
Just so folks are aware, I think this is an important discussion, and honestly, a big part, at least in my view, a big part of this relies on the PI or PIs who are interested in doing this or have been contacted, and how they see this fitting into their research program and how well it fits in with broader outreach in general. It is pretty complex, and I know from experience, and Jill can back me up on this from our work at the East Pacific Rise, where the BBC was out with us for the entire cruise and did a bunch of filming, and we structured an agreement that allowed BBC access, and we basically got them to help fund some additional lights for Alvin as part of the deal that gave them access. So I think that there's a lot of quid pro quo that goes on with this, but as Ken said, a big part of it has to do with structuring an agreement where both parties feel like they're being well represented, that it's meeting the objectives of each of the groups, and in many cases, it's important to have that in writing rather than just some sort of an agreement between, handshake agreement. So there's a lot involved in that, and it is a big pain in the butt. The Hui administration can testify to the fact that it did take a bunch of time for the legal team here to work with the folks at BBC over several months. Ultimately, we now have an arrangement that helps facilitate getting this kind of access and working with BBC for other programs. So there's a lot involved, and I think a big part of it has to do with individual PIs wanting to take the initiative to make it happen, and then working with either the operator or the party that's interested in the footage to sort of make it happen.
Other thoughts on imagery? No? The next topic is sample archiving. And I think most of this is good. We could highlight, there's a sort of shift in a lot of the biological collections that go on, and there's not always national archives that can truly keep access to many of the samples collected. I mean, it's not uncommon to collect 5,000 samples on a cruise, and there is not a repository for those. And so I think the biological analysis should be shifted to reflect more of the water quality samples, where it's distribution to scientists will be under their discretion or some modification, because the National Archives, I think, is also out of date for many components.
I thought our discussion about this centered around the fact that many of us have data management plans already in place. So this seems like a weird overlay that might be in conflict with that. So I guess I was expecting us to move more in the direction of saying sample collection and management will be in accordance with the pre-approved data management plan as part of the NSF funded proposal. And so I'm surprised to still see direction here. And so I was curious where that came from.
So that's the fourth point, but maybe we could just use that one as the overarching discussion as a shift to in the absence of a data management plan, which I can't imagine how that would work with current funding sources, then we would say, then you should follow this particular path. And if that is a better way to go, I think we can just use that one size fits all.
I suppose the only caveat there might be if there were, commercial use, which has not happened often, but can happen.
Commercial what?
Commercial use. Yeah, I mean, the BBC is a good example, right? They are for any other broadcast, or heaven forbid, somebody doing, geophysical work.
Well, no, it's come up all the way through Elsevier textbooks,
Yeah.
it's broad and fuzzy with education versus educational product.
So a statement in the absence of a data management plan from a recognized funding source, or how?
There you go. That would be a good caveat.
Who's validating that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
You don't get to see that. You don't get to see the data management plan on a proposal.
Do I review it?
No, but you could,
Well, yeah, and we must review all.
you can accredit, federal government agency, right, or something that covers a reasonable expectation. There's a data plan. No,
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
dark better.
Roxanne, you were the one that really brought up this issue. What are your thoughts on?
Sorry.
I guess I just feel like looking at this, it's confusing, because you already have one, but I don't know what to do in the absence of one, so I don't know enough about the other funding sources at NDSF. There are situations that are like commercial, but they be collecting samples.
You might,
Okay.
yeah.
Does NSF have a policy that applies to NDSF as a, right?
No, it applies to projects funded by them.
Okay.
Floated.
Okay.
Not an NSF facility.
Okay.
I'm honestly still a bit confused, because is the wording here, is the complication that this is Hui-centric and we're telling people from whatever university they may be that they need to store their samples at Hui? Is that the issue?
My point was just that we've all written for our proposal a very detailed data management plan that has a plan that's been approved of where samples go, and then this steps in and says like, all samples need to go to a certain repository. Maybe that would be in all geology proposals anyways, but what if it wasn't? And now you're being told that this is.
But part of the problem that we're dealing with here, I think, and as I remember what we just read in the whole stuff that we were talking about with the imagery, reproduction of the imagery. Excuse me, we're not talking about reproducing 35mm films anymore. A bunch of this stuff is out of date. Just trash it, really. This is not stuff that we need to make some decisions here about what's vestigial. A bunch of this is vestigial and it's been hanging around, and get rid of it and move on. So I think that's some of what the discussion ought to be. There's some of this stuff that's just out of date.
There weren't required data plans or so.
This was
back in the
way
day.
before that requirement. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
I think somebody needs to make some executive decisions on, can we just get rid of some of this stuff? Not needed anymore. It shouldn't be a point of controversy.
And so yeah.
The issues of the data management plans from different agencies are gonna be different, or different programs within an agency. Every proposal has its own data management plan. What we don't know is what are the criteria that, let's say, NSF uses for the data management approval, right? The reviewers go, okay, looks like a great plan. That's it. Or are there elements in there? So if I know that if I have ecological data, or I've got to turn that into Bicodemo here, if I've got samples that go to Smithsonian, that's the accepted repositories that NSF has. Right? So there's some fundamental criteria we have to be included in, but otherwise, is it the Wild West for NSF? In other words, can you put geological samples anywhere? URI? Hawaii?
I think if you tried to do that in your proposal would get flagged by the program manager or the reviewer saying that's not acceptable.
I don't know. I think a lot of them probably get through, but sure, that's a fine place.
Changing world. I mean, this is a new world. The bucket brigade we had with roadie samples out of Hawaii. Not anymore.
So you're telling me that NSF must have a more stringent thing that we could then adopt, look at the framework of that or the outline of that. and
That's
follow
kind of-
that, be in accordance with that.
Yeah, but people spend a lot of time and effort, both at the agency level and with community meetings and whatnot, talking about what's acceptable and what we should do in order for data to be accessible and discoverable.
So
So I don't know, because what if NOAA funds something
Mhm.
in a vehicle, for example, and it takes a sample?
Yep.
Or does that
It
sample
has
need
to be in a respectable archive within 2 years of data collection. And there is actually a define of what an archive is. And it is something that holds data within 75 years, I think. I could pull the actual definition if you want it, but PAR actually defines that. So I would say everything we do as part of program managers has to conform to PAR, but our agencies have their own response to PAR. So like my agency, NOAA, has their response to how they are going to enact PAR, and his at NSF has a different response. So it doesn't necessarily mean we're doing the same thing. We're all operating from the same template, but it might be a little bit nuanced in how we do that.
Sounds like a problem.
I was not gonna mention that.
So to Roxanne's point, maybe we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The wheel's being reinvented 1,000 times every time the proposal call goes in.
Well, and I think an important thing to note, we have to do an updated response now to PAR by 2025 to address what was mentioned earlier.
Yeah, right.
So stay tuned. It's gonna change.
Yes, but having language be contradictory to that,
Right.
that is, again,
Doesn't make sense.
vestigial, is
Right.
not helpful.
No,
It's
right.
it's causing us to spend an hour talking about this stuff.
It goes to be
right now.
consistent with.
Maybe Dan, we should go through.
So Jill has a,
So one way to, this is not the only way, but if I were writing this handbook,
which
one
one?
way to avoid conflicts, like conflicting instructions, is actually just to link directly, like come up with a list of funders who use NDSF databases and find their website that lists their data policy and just kind of list it out. Say, if you're funded by NOAA, your data policy has to follow the instructions linked here. And that way, when NOAA goes and updates their policies, it's already up to date, and you don't have to continually revisit the website.
That's true.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, but
That
all
way
the
it's always-
policies say in total or in part. And sometimes, we would like to foster joint activities, and if those are inconsistent, setting me up.
You mean by joint activity with the joint audit through NOAA and NSF?
Well,
That was.
But I will say we've dealt with that a little bit. We have funded joint activities with like USGS, for example, and they have way separate regulations and policies about data. And that was a negotiation when we did the data management plan of who would house what, who would own what, all that stuff. So I think those are things that could get worked out at the data management plan stage.
And we can
Which is even more commercial focused.
Yeah, they do it. And I just remember this is recorded.
So how about we say, following a US governmental agency data management plan, or at minimum, current NSF plans?
Don't call me out like that.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. So you're
Brian
always
did
got
See,
some-
Brian, cell phone number.
I think that's good because you're, yeah. That covers any actions of private fund.
So but to be clear, we're removing all of these sections and having that one instruction.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's what I.
Yeah, I would, yeah.
And NOAA is much stricter than NSF, and they follow up.
Uh-huh.
No. Okay,
I think that's a dare, Brian.
no, it's not a dare, please don't. And NOAA's great too, I love their fun.
Get us their data so you get funded again.
Forcing me to move.
Yeah.
My only stick is, in my mind, typically would be at the science program level. You have to not only propose a data management plan, you have to follow it. You don't get your final report approved, you don't get any additional funding. That's the only stick. It's not a contract, it's an agreement.
Last point, I think overall this document could see some upgrades. Distribution of incidental accidental samples, I'd like removed. Science is happenstance. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. How many things do you discover that you expect to discover in the deep sea?
I got a really great fresh basalt sample with the lead on the bottom of the CPD one time.
I also have a sample like that. That Toyo did not go right.
Ken Rubin has.
So I'd like that removed. I think that it should just fall under the auspices of the data policy and the PI of the cruise.
Yeah.
So Tina, would it be helpful for a desk to draft up some specific guidance, or do you feel good with what we've discussed?
I would love a memo.
Okay.
That would be helpful.
And desk will work on a memo to provide you and the key info.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
See, I definitely put data management right at about 3 p.m.
Okay, but Andrew, this is important too, because in many cases, to be frank about it, many PIs have felt like it's too WHOI centric. Why does WHOI have to be the owner of all of this stuff, whether it's imagery or sampling or whatever? And I don't necessarily want to go back in history, but I think that they're absolutely right. There's no reason for that at this point. So this is stuff which I think is it's absolutely reasonable to make revisions and to get this sort of more current. And it is, in terms of inclusion, it means investigators from wherever they happen to be, large or small universities, feel like, hey, this is not WHOI stuff, it's my stuff. I was the chief scientist of it, and it is, and I'm responsible for it, not that WHOI should be responsible. I think it sends the right message.
Thank you, everybody, for the conversation. We have a few minutes, since we're talking about difficult subjects. In the closed door session, we had on our discussion board fixed focus cameras. And this has been an ongoing topic, and I think it's time for desk to provide a recommendation. And I'd like to hear the operators' opinions, because on the recent meeting that there was a lot of discussion about it. It's becoming more deep submergence operator wide discussion. And I think that there was Dave Caress is currently leading a dive, but he provided some feedback, and Corey also provided a lot of input, and as well as some others. And I think the point that comes down to is the MISO GoPros are amazing, but they're not a solution because they take a lot of specific use and management, which can be done on many cruises, but they don't have a direct data stream into the vehicles, which means the geolocating, the imprint, all the things that the Alvin AIS does now is really great. And so more permanent solution would be beneficial due to the increasing request and needs across the deep submergence science community. And I'd like to hear some of the operators' opinions on that before desk makes a recommendation, so we can include it.
The first thing that we didn't get or have not yet received is an actual request defining what the community desires. So, I mean, I asked Corey to sort of provide an overview of how we obtain imagery, what the cameras are in a broader sense than just this discussion. And then at SOBA for us to query the other operators, how and if they're providing something similar to the MISO camera. So we did that, and we got very mixed answers. A lot of, actually, no one does provide exactly this product. No other operator, that is, but we all provide various products in various different ways, and so we all do provide a ton of DSC imagery, just not necessarily exactly like the MISO cameras do. So the first thing we would desire is to have this community tell us what you want, and then we would go back and figure out how to provide it. If the MISO cameras are what the community wants, then that's exactly what we'll provide, for sure. But we have concerns about it for a few reasons that I'll just outline quickly. number one is there's no real-time control. It has to be set prior and then left on the vehicle. And for a vehicle that's down for a short endurance, low, 5 to 7 hours on the bottom, whatever it is, the imagery collected would then be downloaded. And that's fairly straightforward for a vehicle that might stay down for 7 days, like Jason. There's gonna be a storage facility large enough to hold a tenth of that, a day's worth of that. So we would prefer, since we have 9 fibers, that it go up to fiber for obvious reasons, that being one of them. We would also like, if this is something that the community desires to have, we'd also like to do it in a manner where we have some real-time control of that camera and a viewfinder, so that we can actually see what it's seeing in real time and make adjustments accordingly. For instance, one very simple thing that we could do is we could put our Z70, our Sulis, on the light bar in a fixed position, fixed configuration, and provide a very similar product, albeit 20 versus 24 when compared to the meso cameras, megapixels. And it would satisfy all of those things I just brought up. It goes up to fiber, it has real-time control, and we can store it. Now, none of that resolves the storage problem, because storage is going to be, data storage is going to be many, many more terabytes if we do this, for instance, on a 7-day dive. So that's kind of, I hope I covered most of the concerns. Corey's online here if he wants to chime in. But again, back to the beginning, the first thing that we have not received is a request defining what the community wants. And we would respond to that accordingly.
Can I just mention, there's folks in the chat. Mike wrote that there are options available to meet the needs of the fixed focus still image camera capable of Ethernet based control and offload. There are hooks in place in the Alvin's imaging system to support these cameras. The Ethernet interface can be fiber.
I think there are a lot of different off-the-shelf camera options that can be housed that would solve this if we made a formal request.
But the one thing that you didn't touch on was the fixed focus part of it. None of your cameras are fixed focus.
That's correct. We could put the
part of it.
We could put the Sulis up there and fix its focus. It is by definition not a fixed focus camera, but we could set it at a fixed focus and then use it in this capacity, for instance. I'm not suggesting that is the right answer. I'm just suggesting that, again, no one's told us what we want. So you tell us what you want, we'll find a way to do it.
So I'll start by saying Dan's been very good at communicating with our group, and it's undeniable that the image quality and just the data we get from the cameras are great, right?
Yeah.
But I'm gonna emphasize a couple of things that Matt said. One thing is these end up on the vehicle because Dan pushes the need for them, right? So typically that represents an outlier to the data product. Like Matt said, it represents a little bit of a challenge to downloading and pulling the data off the cameras in the terms of having a person to sort of shepherd these cameras. Sometimes it's the data person, sometimes it's someone from the science group, sometimes it's someone from our vehicle group. So it's an extra need. And that's simply because you have to open them to recharge the batteries and to download the data as well. So ideally, if we could work through the end cap, that would be a better scenario. And you know, Matt mentioned the fact that there's no viewfinder and no control. So anything that would increase the visibility of the system to the user, that would be better. But again, it'd be nice to know what the science community wants and maybe decide if this is gonna be something that we do put onto the vehicle as a standard or a part of the base sort of configuration and capability. Because then we could work on how we wanna archive it and how it's gonna get archived and you know, what we're gonna do with it. I think that kind of ties together with the previous conversation we had about archiving, but right now it's this extra thing that is great, but no one really knows how to deal with it. So, you know, there's the hardware problems, but then there's also the sort of logistics problem of what to do with the data. And, you know, when is it on the sub? So again, I think they're all solvable, but it's just, it'd be nice to kind of nail that down so we know what we're doing with them going forward. Right now, I have to call, you know, during our pre-cruise meetings, I say, do you guys, we have these great cameras that, you know, MISO's providing. They provide excellent imagery. Do you want those on your cruise? And if so, maybe, do you have a person who could potentially support them, or should we support them? So it's kind of a, like I said, just a bit of an outlier to what we would normally have to prepare for.
If it was supported by the, I mean, not that I'm saying this is a solution, but if it was saying that, you know, hey, you wanna bring these, you gotta support them, and with that.
Who's they? The science party?
Party, sorry.
The science party?
Yeah, no.
It's, maybe, I mean, I did all last fall, train people from science parties who were great and were able to do it, and so they did use the cameras. That required me to go down to every port stop and install them and train the people, and it required the chief scientist to allocate somebody to be responsible for that, and it worked out great. And all you need is for one person not to be great or not to pay attention to what they're doing in housing, and then it could be, you know, a problem in terms of the cameras not you know, getting flooded.
Right.
Tina.
And I think, sorry, can I just say one? You had a number for how much additional data you collected during the Galapagos cruise with 3 cameras. So what was that number?
11 terabytes.
11 terabytes. So
And
11
that's on a day dive basis, correct?
for a 20 dive series.
22 dives and
22 dive series.
and 3 cameras, two recording video, 5.3K and 4K and 22 megapixels still. And just as another point of information, the video cameras can record for 22 hours. The still cameras could probably record for a couple of days because they've got 1 terabyte.
So that's for our sub, which is about 6 hours of bottom time,
Yeah.
right? Versus, you know, a 7-day.
Yeah.
Lowering
Absolutely.
with Jason, that would be
Different
24 hours a day, right? So I just want to kind of emphasize the point that it's a lot of extra data. Sorry.
That has to be known.
Yeah.
Hey,
so-
hey, can I add a comment here that I don't know if it's been
No,
talked about
not
this?
yet. We're gonna listen
Bruce?
to Tina first, and then you can jump in.
All right, thanks.
So I'll just add on to what both Dan and what Alice were saying. Even if you had science handle it completely, it doesn't solve the archive problem, right?
Yeah.
And so we have had a data person assist, even at the most minimum level, to help facilitate multiple science members having access to MISO, or then making sure that we have received a complete copy so that we can be generating LTO tapes on behalf of MISO to pass on to the DLA so that it's all properly archived, right? And just so everyone knows, our numbers on assessment of only operating MISO on Alvin, we're seeing anywhere from 4 to 16 terabytes of increase over the course of a cruise, you know, depending on how often they're being used or whatnot. And so I'll just put my plug in as the data manager that if this were something adapted, right, there would also be additional post-processing, right? Right now, no processing is happening with the MISO stuff in the sense of what NDSF would do with it being a product, right? It would become part of our pipeline. There would be some level of processing that we would apply to it to adhere to the standards that we apply to, you know, the data product stuff. It would also significantly change what we're looking at on archiving standpoints, as far as like storage and whatnot. So it's gonna drive costs up there, and, you know, it's not insignificant, let's just say that.
So I told somebody to stop talking online. Can that person please, oh, Bruce, sorry for telling you to be quiet, but please no longer stay quiet.
We got the.
I didn't think it was possible.
Bruce, he might be.
Bruce, are you there?
Bruce, are you there?
Nope, he's not in the list anymore.
Drove him off.
I'd like to jump in real quick if I can take a minute.
Sure.
So one thing I'd like to say is the way I currently see the MISO camera, and that's pretty much been proven by the way it's been used and operated, is a piece of science equipment, right? So generally it gets sent out, science deals with it. We do help out getting some of the data, as Tina has said. But if DeSSC is interested in having something like this, jumping off what Matt said, we need a definition of what you guys are actually looking to accomplish. What do you want to see? And I mean, are you interested in a dive overview? Are you interested in really great digital still imagery, but not necessarily throughout an entire dive? If you just want a digital still camera that's better than what we currently have, that's fixed focus and not moving around, that's a different question than if you're looking at a full 20 megapixel every second dive overview or whatever you're going to use those images for. I mean, one thing we do provide, it's not the same resolution, obviously, but with C-Log, I mean, we take screen grabs all the time, and those screen grabs could be, they're not always going to be looking in the exact same direction, but they are going to be a general dive overview that you can run through. And if that's actually what you're trying to accomplish, it's a very, very good way to do it without adding extra complication.
Bruce has returned too.
Bruce, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I'm following this conversation. I'm pretty much embedded in it. I've worked with Dan recently. I want to just advise people that relative to these cameras, they have a couple aspects I think should be noted. One, they're really easy to position because there's no cable on them. And granted, we would like to have access, just like Anthony and Matt Cord have said, but you can maneuver them around the sub very easily. So you can use them for interesting perspectives mounted on the vehicle. The other thing is you can put them on landers. You could put them on science equipment. There's a lot of opportunities to use these in a different mode than just either a camera this or camera that. And I want to remind people that because of their sort of aspect and what they're able to do, there's a lot of opportunity to take advantage of them.
Yeah.
Just another sort of comment, which is, and again, based on the experience on the last two cruises, the imagery that was available to us post-dive to review with the science party and making plans for the next dive were the still images from the MISO camera, which were downloaded within about half an hour, 40 minutes, and then able to be reviewed so that you weren't trying to describe something in words. You actually could show them a picture and talk about what feature or what thing or what instrument or what. So that aspect of how we normally want to have that kind of information post-dive to be able to inform the next dive and future dives, and to get both the pilots and the divers aware of what they're going to be needing to do on the next dive, I think is pretty important. And having that at a high enough resolution so that you're not looking at something fuzzy, you're looking at something that is meaningful is important operationally and scientifically.
So that's a requirement, right? I mean, this goes back to the point Matt was making. If there's a set of requirements that, a post-dive imagery data product be available within 2 hours of recovery of the vehicle, put that down as a requirement.
Right.
Yeah, and also,
Just as a quick follow-up, we also, I've sailed with Dan and we were using the MISOs. We also, on some cases, had problems with some of I'm not picking on the Allen cameras. They were mostly working well, but sometimes we'd have problems with pan and tilts not tilting. But we knew we had the MISO camera on, so we knew we were gonna get those data. And we had them within 15 or 20 minutes, just like Dan is saying, so we could plan the next day.
It's another requirement.
It's a backup as well.
So I'd also just like to say that this isn't, I think this conversation is not around whether or not the MISO cams are valuable. They're incredibly valuable. The ability to put them on the front of the basket, like the imagery they capture is amazing, right? It's not a sustainable, indefinitely use when Dan needs to fly to every port stop and be friends, good company. But moving forward, it's trying to identify this solution to a needs. And I think the data component of it is also dictatable because there's many different ways to store data, JPEGs versus RAW. You don't need to take a picture every second. Sometimes every minute is fine, especially when you're just trying to review this, and that can significantly reduce the terabytes of the cruise. In addition, the high res component of that is far better than 4K, even on a, off the shelf media per camera. So I think we can come up with a list of tasks identifying why this is important. And I think it is important, and making it part of the different vehicles would allow it to go seamlessly into data streams, even if it does increase the data requirements. Them not shooting video, identifying a frame grab that's reasonable, and also being able to start them when you hit the seaport, even if you're down for 7 days, misses all the up and downs. Yeah.
So the reason right now that it's a pain, right, is that you have to train somebody, they've got to open the housing and take everything out. I'm wondering if there's a happy medium where that it could be rechargeable, right? You can, bring the camera back on deck, charge it, pull the video off, right, and not have to open the housing, because that's the issue, right, is opening the housing and not trusting someone to close the housing correctly and flooding the camera. So instead of it being not being connected to the vehicle versus not connected, could we think about an engineering option where we don't have to open the bottles?
Well, that's in fact the conversation that I'm having with the Alvin group and with Anthony and Bruce and Rick Sanger, who have seen the operator a lot and have some really good ideas about how maybe you could fit a little computer in there, how maybe you could get a USB to Ethernet interface and work it over to wireless. And all of those things I think are really valuable. And I'm certainly happy and working with them to see how that might work out. I think the other important point to note is that I did write a proposal, although I said I was never going to write more proposals. I wrote a proposal last December, and Jim Hollick's program reviewed it, and it did get funded to build 6 of these because the housings are 22 years old. And so I've been using housings that are quite old and clearly have an end of life that's approaching. Even though I've been taking good care of them. So I'm going to be making some more, but in the scope of making some more, we're trying to make sure to keep options open, like do we put a couple of penetrator or holes in the end caps so they can have bulkheads and you can put wires in them and maybe do some of the things that maybe would be make them more useful.
At least enable the development.
Yes, so we have that in mind, as well as being able to still have them as standalone units as they currently exist, self-contained and whatnot. So that I'll in terms of full disclosure, that's currently the status of what I'm doing with them now.
And I think some of the limitations is just the shadows that GoPro puts on its service, because as soon as you make the housing a little bit bigger, you have a bunch of options, but the GoPros kind of just magically work with some love. So as soon as we go away from GoPro, changes the discussion rapidly, and you can just power it by a plug off the back and pull data live feed, no issue. Brian, you have a whole list of things to say.
They're mostly aphorisms. I'm going to preface some of my comments by saying I'm channeling my inner Pat Hickey.
Oh my God.
Everybody's under the tape.
You're gonna have to cut off those jeans.
This ought to be really good. I want to hear this.
It's not even here.
The Daisy Dukes.
I have that. The question on the table, following the DeSSC protocol, is should this third-party tool be added as part of the NDSA facility for which we have a protocol? And I assume that's the question on the table. We jump past, no?
No, I would step back and say that there's an identified need for capability. That
Is there?
Well,
Where's that
this is
needed?
what the DeSSC committee needs to decide is that there's a dedicated need for or not, a dedicated need for capability, a set of requirements, right?
Well, that's part of the consideration for adding a capability as a tool to the facility.
No, it's adding a capability.
So do we want to add this tool as a capability under the auspices of the facility? That's where Pat Hickey would say, I got enough stuff to take care of. I don't have people or time or inclination. So that notwithstanding, there is a question for DeSSC. As I assume, I haven't heard it stated clearly, should this capability as it exists be added to the facility to operate, curate, provide, and include at no cost for people who cause for use? Okay, so that's the question as I understand it. We jump past that to all of the ways we could improve this capability to make it better, right? And it's, the first thing I wrote was tail wagging the dog, then I crossed that out and wrote, is the juice worth the squeeze? So it comes back to the scientific benefit versus the cost. The problems that I've heard that exist with the capability as it exists is there's no control in real time of this imagery gathering devices, that storage could potentially be a cost driver, and the maintenance protocol that is being relegated to a science party device being part of the facility is of concern for the longevity of the devices. Okay. We have this super cool thing, and I've seen it, and the point made about the perspective that fixed focus provides to the environment is amazing. You look at the brow cam device, the base of the basket cam, and the biologist said, I can see more about the environment and the ecology than you could ever see from any of this other imagery. I don't care what the resolution is. Perspective and that depth of field is remarkable. We're discussing it in a very solution-driven way. We're starting with a solution without that first step of where is that demand? So, Andy, you're saying we have a demonstrated need. Well, where is that demonstration? We've had examples. We've had protocols basically driven by the advocate, the person who knows it best, using it best. Is there a broader application? I'm leaning towards yes, but I don't know. That yet to be demonstrated in my mind. And I'm always concerned about cost and what I'll, in addition to yelling at Andy about, you can't start with the solution, you have to start with the problem to get to the answer is, okay, let's imagine we're in a fixed economy. We can do new stuff if you let me know what you want to stop doing. There's going to be a cost to this. It's $10K a year, we're not losing much, $100K a year, we're starting to lose stuff, $1 million a year, okay. Stuff's gonna start falling off the basket. So I don't know any of those things, nor do I know how DeSSC can address the cost benefit, scientific cost benefit analysis to evaluate the question of should this capability be added? Should it be added in its current use and configuration, or should it be added and improved upon? So those are my thoughts.
I wanted to comment on the sort of identified need. I mean, this has come up in a number of the debriefs for people who haven't used it, have identified it as like something they thought was very useful. So we've seen it, I think, a few times at this point.
I needed to do my proposed science for, this is really cool and it's additive to what I hadn't even thought.
Well, I guess it's been more of the additive, but I think many of them talk about what Dan said about the utility for dive planning and that kind of thing. But also for the perspective shift that you identified as well.
I mean, honestly, I'll say that this is a lost capability that Alvin used to have. He used to have the Coolpix. I can't tell you how many times I lived and died by that Coolpix. It was great. And so it hasn't existed in a while. And then to put some costs on it, we're not talking $100,000. There's data streams and there's the engineering that goes by it. I built one that's on the front of the Herc for $14K. So
what's the life cycle cost of a terabyte of data being curated and archived?
No, so that is an additional cost. So
it's the cost, really, right? The CapEx is trivial in comparison to OpEx.
And
It
then
requires another person or large volumes of storage, cradle to grave, and
I
that's where
think
the
that
cost.
it's not a large volume of storage and it's not a whole other person. I think it's very
No,
important
right.
that those numbers and those statements be qualified because you're talking about, I mean, 20 terabyte hard drive costs $300 if you're really gonna spend a lot of money, number one. Number two, it takes 10 minutes to set these cameras up and put them on the sub, and it takes 10 minutes to take them apart, and it takes 40 minutes or an hour to download data, but you could be doing other stuff at the same time. So the time component is not large, but it is an extra task for the operations group. I totally get that. So I think it's important for us not to magnify some of those other issues, which that's just the way I designed them, right? For lack of a better word.
And Dan, I wasn't trying to put any kind of an opinion or
No, I
advocacy for it.
It's
Just
totally-
saying,
totally
if
fair.
this is advice from desk to the sponsors,
Yeah.
then those are the questions you need answered.
Yeah.
Cost benefit, life
Absolutely.
cycle cost, demand.
Right. I mean, if you use the metric of quality of video, right, that you get from these cameras for the cruise that I just did versus the quality of the video from the cameras on the vehicle, it would be no contest. The imagery from these cameras is always in focus. It's always well exposed, right? And so, and nobody spent any time doing that in the sub. Okay, so that's, and I'm not trying to overstate it, but I'm just saying, that's sort of where I'm coming from. I'm using these as a way to help us optimize both the sort of time that people spend thinking about the science and looking at the viewports, as well as the data and documentation that they're getting, right? Which I think certainly benefits the science.
And that perspective thing, as well, you mentioned being able to locate it on a land.
Yeah.
So for example, you put it, not part of the facility, fixed focus camera on a lander, it lands, it takes imagery of Alvin and, a perspective you couldn't otherwise get. Who owns the copyright?
Landon.
Just the answer, really.
Anthony. You wanted to make a comment in response
Me,
to Mike.
sorry, nothing. No, I was gonna say, it's kind of a lost capability. We used to have 35 millimeter film.
Yes, that's where I was thinking you were gonna
I
say.
don't know if the cool
But you're
test
not
was
that
ever
old.
part of the vehicle itself. I think it was a piece of science gear, but anyway, I just wanted to note that. But also what you just said, some of those things that we're kind of touting as problems can also be good things. The lack of having to have it powered and connected to anything. So
And the post-dive use, it used to be, and I think this is different for Jason use than it is for Alvin use. It used to be that the frame grabber data could be downloaded quite quickly, and you would get that within half an hour post-dive, as long as everything was working okay. And you could use those, even though the images were a little doggy, you could use those for your dive planning. We can't do that anymore, at least not right now, at least how C-Log is configured. We're lucky if we get it 2, 3, maybe 4 hours afterwards.
And that's helpful for pilots. I know it's probably a little different for the Jason pilots, but for Alvin, having those images, at 6 o'clock during our science debrief for the next day is powerful. So I can argue both sides.
So, time has made the best of us.
Yeah.
Thank you for the good and exciting conversation at the end of the day. I think DeSSC has some homework and discussion to do about that to decide how to move forward, if to move forward. And with that, I'm very politely going to kick everyone out, except for DeSSC. Brian, Anna, Adrian, you're welcome to stay as well. But we're going to have a closed door session to discuss next steps. And I'd like to remind everybody that there is a happy hour at Aquatic Brewing at